Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, why do I always forget to bring the mic back up to the correct level every single freaking time? What's up? What's going on? What's happening? We are now back into some Dota 2 action. We finished the open qualifiers where Viking GG did it. We saw the journey completed, and now we are gonna go further and hope that they get into the tournament proper. So they needed 3 BO1s or 2 BO1s and 1 BO3 to get into the stage of the competition. Now it's real shit. So you have to actually win BO3s. So 1 BO3 to win today. I believe, no, 2 BO3 to win today, and then potentially 1 BO5 tomorrow. But if they lose this matchup, they might have to win another one on the way. So it might be a rough one. Everybody, what's up? Ershu, what's hood? What's going on? How you doing? How you doing? How are you doing? The thing about this matchup that I think is quite important, right, is that remember, Team Unique was directly invited to this particular portion of the qualifiers. So according to the tournament organizers, they believe that they had a better shot of making it further than Viking GG would have. Let's see if they were right. It's here. We look into the draft. Team Unique have been getting the best 5 position in the CIS region, or Eastern Europe, as we are now appropriately calling it, in picking up this early Enchantress for the draft. On the other side of Viking, they follow this up with some old classics. The Aramis Marana, as well as the Tide Hunter for Kezu in the off lane. Team Unique has also been a team that's been playing fairly well lately. Like, all the 4 teams that are left I think are probably the best 4 to be playing for like a last slot. I'm really excited to see who gets invited to the competition directly. But to Team Unique, having Puck Enchantress, strong lanes, strong mid-game presence between these 2 heroes. And if I'm looking at the side of Viking GG, they still have some team fight from Team Unique that they can leverage against that team. Does kind of suck that the laning phase for Enchantress won't be as strong, given that the creep has permanent risk of getting one-shotted by the Sacred Arrow. But besides that, Team Unique should be okay. That being said though, Viking GG, this is the epitome of comfort for them. Marana Tide. Sweet. I used to watch rugby, but I don't anymore, and I will gladly do so. Jasmine, shout out to you, wherever you're at. Shout out, Jasmine. Viking. As we head into the second phase right now, big thing that's going to be quite important for them is going to be preventing Team Unique from playing hyper quickly. It's actually interesting how these teams play out generally, right? Between the 2 sides and the interplay. So with Viking, generally they like brawling. When Viking is brawling, that's when they look the strongest, especially if they give a good lane to Kezu. From there, he's the one that's sort of pressing the tempo for the team, and they can just brawl super hard. Unfortunately though, we do have some problems where Team Unique, the way that they like to play, I've noticed for the most part, is that create as much space as possible with the first 4 heroes, and then give Palantimos a hero that he can get really big on to allow him to solo carry the game. Not solo carry, but you know what I mean. In this situation, his hero is not revealed just yet, but Viking did go for the carry Juggernaut in the safe lane for Shad. Alright, I can vibe with this. Yeah, this is fine. This is it. This I can certainly see happening and being effective in the game. Having this Abaddon does also mean that there's potential for some really crazy and wonky lanes from Team Unique to try press forward. Viking. Response from them here. Because they still don't know what a lot of these matchups look like, they're still gonna now pick up probably support. Well, actually maybe not. They might as well go ahead and pick the boom hero, honestly. You know what the mid lane matchup is gonna be. You know what the supports are picking. There's not that much secrets you want to really keep from Team Unique. Unless there's like one major game winner they want to put boom on. But they've already banned his Void Spirit, his TA is banned, his Tiny is banned. The only thing I can imagine left that he plays is Storm Spirit. Maybe holding that for last pick might be the option, but if it's not Storm Spirit and instead it's like a Leshrac, a DP, I'd imagine you want to pick that hero now. Especially because Team Unique actually have the option of rolling one of those heroes themselves, just putting it into a different position, or even putting it mid and have the Abaddon be the one to back him up in that position. Viking, why you do this? Why you do this? Why you do this? We were rooting for you, comrades. What the hell, bruh? Ah well, it is what it is. It is what it is. We see there is going to be an emergence of a hoodwink here. So they are going to be withholding the boom hero until last overall pick. I mean, the possibility is there that you're playing 2-position hoodwink, but I highly doubt it.
5 seconds remaining.
Team Unique going for this morphling now. Actually seems a pretty decent morphling game. I'm not seeing all that much on the side of Viking that this morph is actually afraid of. Playing into Anchor Smash can sometimes be annoying, but for the most part, unless the Kezu's Hide is able to reliably get himself in front of the morphling, becomes a bit of a weird thing to try and use that as a reliable tool of dealing with this morphling hero. So now Team Unique will still need a hero to put into the off lane here. I'm imagining that this puck goes mid, morphling goes safe lane. So what are we gonna have in this game here for our boy Ghostic? Right now he has nothing, so I wanna see what do they give him. Mars is actually a fantastic ban. I think that would have been great for the team. We sometimes do see Centaur, but I feel like they want a little bit more damage from the off lane. The potential like some Sand King might be a little bit better. Axe would have been phenomenal, but of course that is the first overall ban. Having seen what Kezu did yesterday with this Axe hero, makes perfect sense to never allow him to play this ever again. Thank you very much. Lina taken out by Team Unique. So boom. I feel like he needs to play a hero with some tempo here. Like Storm or Ember. I feel like one of the spirits are coming up. I don't want to see him play like a DP, because then the pace of the game is really slow from Viking, and they're just playing around these huge ultimates that they have online. First sun rising, sorry, you gotta change that to VGG. Not VG, not VBG, VGG. Team Unique have the Enigma banned against them. So what is going to be going here into the offlane? They might go the other route and just decide to go all in on the team fight, utility and control, and just pick Dogs here. Somewhat of a rough lane versus Juggernaut though. Honestly, there's still room for Broodmother, personally. If they get the Brood, you sort of just like lock down this one portion of the map. Get this aura carrier for the team. Morphling can solo carry a game like this. So if you just get somebody that's gonna keep him alive in every single engagement, make it very difficult for Viking to actually kill him, then you've already got the makings of some decent late game insurance available right now for Team Unique. Hey, Yonder Wild! What's good? What's going on? What's going on? Team Unique. Final hero pick for them. What's gonna start fights besides the puck? Puck can help follow up quite a lot, but it's either starting fights or a utility carrier. And we're starting fights, baby! LC, let's go! Yo, they have LC and a Baton on the same team. Jesus Christ. There's just like no stuns that Viking GG can expect to have a long duration of. There's an arrow, a Photic Shield, press the attack, you're Gucci. Same is true of Bushwhack. Ravage, given the positioning, might be a bit more complicated with these heroes, but nonetheless, the sustain from Team Unique between a Baton, LC, and Enchantress is kind of insane right now. I'm gonna go for the last pick, Shadow Fiend. Alright, so the Boom Classic in the mid lane. Probably has to build like right click here, I'm not sure. At the very least needs to be able to get to early levels. This lane needs to go quite well for him so that they get up the presence of the Dark Lord as early as possible. I don't know though, I actually like this Team Unique draft. Which is fine, We're allowed to enjoy the enemy draft, it's cool, it's acceptable. But we are voting and we're all rooting for Viking GG, remember that. It's about Viking. We're trying to get them in the tournament. You need to give them your energy. That's what you need to do. And on this one, they're going to need a lot of energy, if I'm going to be honest. This is not going to be an easy game for Viking. Unfortunately, I don't think it becomes any easier because of the fact that they have this Hoodwink hero, who in my opinion does nothing. Playing into a team where it's going to do extra nothing because there's so much sustain from Team Unique. If they don't commit, like the only hero that can kill you without having to use an ultimate is the Shadow Fiend. Everybody else has to commit so much before you actually take a tumble on the side of Team Unique. So they're going to have the advantage in taking the more long drawn out fights. Their cooldowns are way lower, so they have more reliable fight advantage versus Viking. In fact, Viking rode this style of draft all the way to victory yesterday. High tempo, high brawling, always active on the map. And I suspect we're going to see Viking having a taste of their own medicine here. Game number 1, I think Team Unique is in a really good position, but the question is, are they good enough to execute this draft? Because let's be honest, Viking GG, definitely the team that, especially on paper, is a lot better. So it does matter quite a lot whether or not Team Unique can play aggressively into a team that's a lot better than them. I wouldn't say a lot better anymore. Things are a little bit closer in the overall power rankings. But nonetheless, Viking, can their skill carry them to victory, or will Team Unique ride a better draft into securing game number 1? Let's find out. Here we go. Close qualifiers begin now. Oh, what's Kusinik's observing like? Actually, let's check this out. Let's see what Kusinik is like. If we can vibe with her. So with this game kicking off, I don't like Kusinik's observing, so I'll just take over. It's all good. It's fine. It's all. Hoodwink is out here.
That is some illegal gameplay right there.
Shame.
There's a lot of belief in the hero, but belief I do not share personally. Belief I do not personally share, but we'll see how this all pans out. Game number 1.
If you're in this game,
That is
I'll
some
be
illegal
very proud.
gameplay right there.
Already have a
Let's
D-ward
go.
coming in from the side of Viking GG, so they'll be quite
If you're in
happy
this game,
about
I'll
that
be very
beginning to the
proud.
game.
Let's go.
30 seconds to battle.
One of the big things about this game as well is that Viking GG will want to play with a little bit faster of a tempo than what Team Unique brings to the table. Unique will be a little bit happy to just get to the mid game and start moving out on the map then. We'll see, is there going to be an interesting trade on the runes? Indeed there will be. It's going to be 3-1. Viking GG stacked up better. So this is one of the things, for example, that make me feel like Viking GG will probably get the W in this game. Having the skill and the presence of mind to get 3 bounty runes despite not getting the first blood. Don't really see that all that often anymore. Now the game is underway. Team Unique, Viking. The top lane, Kezu on the Tidehunter being helped out by Aramis. This lane versus Palantimos. Palantimos just farms. Kezu just farms. Arrow. Let's take out the range creep here. But I'm not really, especially without a point into Curse of Avernus, I'm not really expecting anything interesting to happen here in the top lane. Slayer might die once or twice once they get a point into Gush, but until that point, top lane boring as hell. Mid, let's see. We have a Puck versus Shadow Fiend matchup. Used to be an old classic, this. Okay, this is going to be very interesting. So we need to quickly take a look bottom, which is also going to be another fairly boring lane. I don't think anybody dies here. The one person who might die, Ghost, they could get like bushwhacked into a spin once they have level 2 spin. Maybe that's possible, but before that, bottom is also going to be fairly trade farming. But middle is where all the action is going to be at, because this is a very skill focused matchup. But importantly, both heroes have vital roles to play for their team. FN needs to be the one that opens up the map for the squad by setting up the first rotations, enabling the first couple of dual kills. At the same time, Boom needs to be this big anchor that the rest of the team can sort of filter around. The Watermelon doesn't want to actually be that anchor because he wants to be more at the front line, soaking up damage. Speaking of said Watermelon, arrow connected from Aramis onto Palantimos. Had the result of running Palantimos low on HP, but Even without Slayer being there during the stun, he just gets off Morph and he's fine. So he's fine. The winner of this mid lane matchup might just be the one that dictates whether or not this game is won at all. Right now it's fairly even in the overall CS. Bottle arrived for FN. Boom already has his. It is a little bit easier for the support rotations from Viking to result in a kill versus the unique supports. And speaking of said supports, the two of Slayer and Aramis just saying hi to each other, playing around, trying to get as many D wards on each other's sentries as possible. Aramis trying to self D ward right now, but also like meh, who cares? They're doing a fantastic job though, putting Palantimos under pressure. This Morphling is getting pretty much no farm here in the top lane. Only 7 CS to his name right now, being doubled up at present by the Juggernaut. It's not like this game gets that much easier for Jug either. Or for the Morph rather, sorry. It gets easier for him like level 5, but right now, not the happiest camper in the world. He's not dying though, and that's the important thing for now. It is still possible for this Morphing hero to catch up, but only in a limited capacity. Yesterday we saw very, very well what happens when a Morphling is denied any opportunity to get actual net worth early on in the game, and it's disastrous. So Palantimos get over most of this wave right now, doing a good job of making sure it doesn't get close to the tower, so we can farm it safely. Double range creeps as well, but Kezu is getting everything from this lane. Top CS. Completely uncontested, with Aramis doing the job of just continually running down Slayer, right-clicking him. Makes life a bit more complicated in this top lane. Kezu is taking advantage. It's good times for him. The same happiness is not being given towards Ghostek on the other side of the map, but he's equivalently farmed with the Jug, so he's cool. Life is still acceptable. Armlet being built up as the first overall item. And we're gonna have a spin onto Big Gnome. Big Gnome, will he tick out here? Press the attack, gave quite a lot of heal with Nature's Attendance. My goodness. It almost seemed like he was gaining HP while he was being spammed down there. Are you kidding me? Similar to yesterday, very slow beginnings of the game. They still do not have a first blood 5 minutes in. Caution is the word of the day for both teams. As nobody has any appetite to try and force this game into uncomfortable territory. Middle ended up still being very, very even on the map overall, in fact. Even Palantimos has been catching up with the CS. Look where he's farming this wave, but who the hell cares where the farm is coming from as long as the farm is arriving? And oh, actually find a kill middle. Boom. We spoke earlier about the potential of Aramis being able to rotate middle, and that rotation does come. Arrow, I imagine, connected onto the puck. They are able to find the kill. That's first blood as well for Boom. That's huge. Not just getting the first blood, getting it over your opposing lane partner in middle, having the time to free farm whilst the puck is gone, because whenever these first bloods happen a lot later than the first couple of minutes, the respawn time is quite a while. Not the easiest thing in the world to just immediately come back and try and repress an advantage. So Boom gonna be super hyped, super happy with this set of circumstances. Life is good.
Gotcha.
FN is now level 6 though, so they could potentially bring somebody in to try to get a kill with Dream Coil, and both supports are indeed in the vicinity. They're gonna look for this kill. They should be able to find this. Waning Rift did come out. Celery will die to the Illusory Orb. There will be no Scurry salvation. Struenfield! What's hurt, Struenfield? You have no idea how happy I am to see you back out here. I'm so glad. For y'all who don't know, Stonefield is a proper day one. They now cheer. They are the best. Top lane, Palantimos might be in danger once more as Aramis looking for an angle. Celery also closing the gap. If they can get this bushwhack down, it should be a kill. But unfortunately for them, Slayer shows up. So he will be able to ensure that the gank doesn't succeed onto Morphling. He might take a tumble himself, and indeed he does. No possibility of salvation. But Morphling doesn't. So hashtag worth.
Oh, thanks.
Lantimos putting out some farm here on the top lane for himself. Still bottom of the overall net worth, feels bad, game is hard, but on the bright side, so is the Juggernaut. Juggernaut is also hating life. They have equivalent amounts of farm. And now they're going to bring up Boom though. They realize that they cannot abide by the survival of Palantimos much longer. So time to put an end to that. As here comes the Shadow Fiend as well, but I think also taking the tier 1 will be good enough. I don't think they're happy with this though. Boom would not just have wanted to come up to get a tier 1 and nothing else. It's not exactly a successful rotation from the SF, but still we'll take it. As he just goes straight into the BKB. No frills. Nothing fancy in advance. He's like, nope, 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 nope. Just get me BKB. I do not want to be dream coiled. I do not want to be caught with adaptive strike. I'm gonna wander into the fight, right clicking down the Enchantress, throwing out the Requiem. I want to feel good, man. Bottom, we see that Ghostlick has finished the full armlet, so now we can begin the build up into the Blink Dagger. I think the one weakness of this LC, this hero would be so crazy this meta if she was also like a Vanguard builder. But fortunately for all of us, not the style of hero that she is in general. So we do have lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of opportunities to actually kill her rather than her just dominating the lane forever. You need to make something happen with that lane dominance. I'm still very surprised that FN didn't try and make a move into the lane where LC was. Try initiates a couple of dual kills, in particular against Juggernaut. Now I feel like it's probably too late to easily kill Jug. The investment is fairly high at this point. But we see now middle. We're attempting to put pressure onto this tier 1 tower, but Kezu positioning himself with his body and Ravage makes the prospect of jumping onto the tower very unlikely, very unlikely. Lantimos. His build in this game, once the early Yasha, has now gotten himself ahead of the Juggernaut, and because Shad does not have the Maelstrom just yet, he's gonna stay ahead for quite some portion of this game. So quiet. 3 kills in the first 11 minutes. You just don't see these kind of things in Dota 2 anymore. Like this patch right now just seems so chaotic. So interesting to see these teams slow it down. Might be a harbinger of the style of games we'll see at the major as well. Nah, but I doubt it. Trust that the major is going to see a lot of strength heroes in the safe lane. So a lot of axes, Magnuses. Well, Mag is already being played safe lane now, but these kind of heroes that traditionally would belong off lane. Centaurs as well. And generally not heroes that are comfortable just sitting back and farming. But those heroes are not really in this game, in those core roles. Who indeed is a farm fest for now. Boom, of course, happy with this set of affairs because it gets him closer to BKB without any challenge. Him and Kezu occupying the top net worth on the map right now. And arrow middle actually kills Bignum Centaur. That's a very nice arrow from Aramis. Could have been very easy to miss that, but gets it. Trying to force the tower from the side of Team Unique, but the whole gang is here from Viking. T1 will fall. Ghostic was the one to pick up the grab. And doesn't seem like Viking want to try and make anything happen here. No blink ravage available from Kezu. Still has a while to go before the item is online. If he had the item already, it might have been a different story, but Ian Chong, there's a virtually 0% chance that there's going to be a patch. There might be like a mini patch, but an actual comprehensive update is definitely not going to happen before the major. I mean, the major starts in less than a week, so it would be deeply unfair. FN with Witchblade complete has damage available, but they're still struggling to find setup for the team. However, once they get the double blink daggers, that's such a huge power spike for them, because then it allows them to take fights while occupying 2 portions of the fight simultaneously. LC can initiate with the duel onto one target, Waning Rift, Dreamcoil on others. The unique within the next like 5 minutes are going to be extremely strong. The question is, what can they do on the map with this? Because that strength is going to come into a BKB from Shad, as well as into a Blink Dagger from Kezu. So they'll have both counter initiation from the Tidehunter and survivability available from the Shadow Fiend. Can still get dueled and die though. I think maybe in this game the duel might actually be primarily committed on the Tidehunter. Because you can't crack and shell through the duel, it ensures that you stay locked down for a significant portion of time, so the rest of the team can start mopping up. And now, this is some quiet Dota. Yo, I mean, neither of these teams are going to be competing at the major. So considering that this tournament for these European squads literally represents the only source of revenue for you until the TI qualifiers, I understand why they're taking it easy. I definitely understand.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Smoke up. Unique. Whole gang's gonna head off. See who they're gonna be able to come across.
Interesting.
Shad. The first one that's seen, but unfortunately they just can't close that gap. FN was able to throw in the Dream Coil or had Blink Dagger maybe, but they only have the one blink on Ghost Stick. Not good enough. Still a slow one, a nice little candlelight burn. So if you haven't made any coffee today, now might be the time to go do that. It's the right thing to do. But yeah, we are not really going anywhere with this one. Nice and slow, nice and slow.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Hey, young Pango. Lol.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, we're doing this one. I actually need to do a better job of updating the schedule that's on the stream itself. That's actually on me, but as any of you by now have probably sussed out, my administration skills are generally awful. Aegis potentially being taken here by Viking, and doesn't seem like Team Unique really want to fight this. Maybe I say that too soon. There's going to be 3 heroes inside the Dream Coil. Jump in by Ghost because looking for a duel, but the Requiem from Boom will prevent him from doing that. Sharp shot thrown out onto Slayer. They get the kill. Double for Boom and an Aegis in tow for the Shadow Fiend. Okay. Lots of advantage gained on the map in a very short span of time now. Damn, okay, cool. That seemed so just like casual. Just walked into Roche, took the Aegis. Now they're taking this C2 tower. We don't even have 10 total kills on the map somehow. That is kind of insane. Palantimos on the Morphling is still getting quite a bit of farm on the Morph, and we'll be able to get to the point where he gets the Skadi, but can't fight right now, next few minutes. And they missed their window. But part of the issue as well is that, remember when I was saying that they had this massive power spike with the double blink dagger? That power spike unfortunately arrives just as the Roshan is being taken, so they can't actually exploit that on the map. Feels pretty bad. Feels pretty bad.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
FN. Witchblade complete.
Tower is under attack.
Invis rune at the ready, but a little difficult for the team of Unique to actually get kills on the map, especially considering that Kezu with his blink dagger hasn't actually had to use the Ravage just yet. So Team Unique haven't actually felt comfortable committing forward given the threat of this hero. So they might actually wait until they get BKBs on somebody. Although with Kezu having been spotted down bottom, potentially they think they can find a decent duel middle, but with Boom being the one to put his own body on the line, a healing ward behind him from Shad, very unlikely that you're ever going to do anything significant against the SF. Yo, they've got major problems on Unique right now. Because they can't easily get to the back of the fight and stop the Ravage, they don't feel confident enough that they can burst Tidehunter either to prevent the Ravage from happening. So they have to somehow force Ravage to come out, or risk going into a fight against Ravage with Requiem. And with no BKBs, no Pipe of Insight, not even a Hood of Defiance for Ghost Deck, there's absolutely no way they can do that. Too much magical damage. This park can't be everywhere at once. Waning Rift has some utility but cannot prevent the entire fight from Viking GG being effective. Bottom. Kezu, Woman Celery. It's forcing out this lane. Palantimos. Like, does he want any part of this? Not really, not really, not really. Class X Jaeger is correct. Viking GG. There was a point in this game where this draft from Unique would be impossible to play into, but Viking are doing the wise thing of being like, okay, cool. When you're really strong and you're impossible to play into, guess what? We're just not gonna play into you. Shad abandons top lane, must be aware that there's a gank coming, and indeed, one was en route. They might still kill him though. Nice duel there from Ghostic. Shad made some very safe movements, but decided ultimately to try and go up the hill, and this Observer Ward would immediately scout him out. He does ping it, so that the team is aware of where this vision is lying. Nonetheless though, good kill for Unique, and the first dual kill of the game. The first one! How is that even possible for Ghostic? They get a tier 1, but they're putting pressure onto the tier 2 from Viking, so despite losing Shad, they're gonna get some decent map control off the back of this. Unless they try to force out this tier 2 as well from Team Unique, but I don't think they can do that. Even with the Sea Dragon wave, that's just not gonna happen.
Tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Aramis. And they find himself getting Dream Coiled. Oh, leapt away from it, but immediately snapped the coil, but it's still doing pretty well right now. And is A-okay. They know they can't walk into this area because there's probably some Viking heroes in backup for Aramis. And middle, they pop Moonlight Shadow as if they want to move forward for a fight. Kezu has Blink Dagger coming up in 6 seconds, but I don't think he can really close the gap onto anybody. Stays a very quiet game. And the thing is, despite there being a 3k gold lead right now for Viking, a large portion of this lead is the difference between Boom and the Morph. It's like most of the lead is between Boom Morph, between Tide, LC, and some of the gold from the supports because the Sabaton is super poor. Slayer's been buying all the vision for his team, feels bad. Vanguard, not necessary for the Tidehunter, so Vlad is going to be the sustain option for him. Vlad, Sword of Defiance, Blink Dagger. Alright, now we start pulling like Shivas, Hexes, Refresher Shards, Refresher Orbs. Well, not the Shard, you know what I mean. Aghanim Shard. I don't think you want Aghanim Scepter so much this game. Maybe like, if you get it for free, it could be super good. Valentimos finding himself caught out with the Yule's arrow, but the duel will be in from Ghost Egg, so Palantimos was just debating there. They are able to get themselves some additional damage for Ghost Egg now. Looking to get back in the fight. Ravage catches absolutely everybody. Kezu with 5 heroes caught in the Ravage. FN and Bignum have been bursted down almost instantly. And Shad doesn't even need to really be involved in the fight, but will still get a bonus kill onto Bignum, and boom, just walking through everybody. Chrysalis in tow. Did go for the right click build we discussed in the draft. Big Ravage from Kezu. Game winning stuff right there. The 3 fallen tier 2 is definitely going to be taken down. They don't even need any Aegis to make sure that this happens. Palantimos at the very least able to get a deny in that situation. I have seen Boom go the magic build before. It's very rare, but I've seen it before. It's the stuff of legend. This must be the best game for Shad ever. Shad literally has to do nothing. He's just hitting creeps, man. Boom's been like doing all the carry work, really, in terms of the damage on the front lines. Like, we've seen an Omni and spins from Shad, you know, some good stuff, but there's very little pressure on Shad to have to do anything amazing in this game. It makes life a lot easier for him. Oh man, this game present really is seeming like Viking GG. Massive control, even despite playing without an Aegis. They're team fighting. We finally got to see the Ravage from Kezu, and that's why Team Unique has been so terrified of it this entire game. Unfortunately for Unique as well, because they're behind, generally what can happen in games like this is that when you're very afraid of one key spell to fight into, once that key spell is expended, then you're like, well, now let's try and hunt for a fight. We immediately go smoke up, move out onto the map, try utilize our own ultimates. However, in this game, when you are behind, suddenly, even though the Ravage is down, you don't actually have the degree of comfort or confidence to move forward onto the other side of the map and actually find a kill when the Ravage is down. So Team Unique feel like they just want to keep farming, get Palantimos as big as humanly possible. Picks up the Skadi now. So it's a legitimate threat in all of these fights. No cap, no doubt. The question is, will the rest of his team survive long enough for him to actually be able to put out this damage reliably? Or is it going to be like the previous fight we just saw, where everybody else gets bursted in seconds? And then you just have to run away because there's no way you can stand and fight by yourself against everybody else. Ghost Egg for the squad is able to secure them the tier 2 tower here in the bottom lane. So that is indeed something. Hashtag gains the Team Unique lineup, but Outpost I think is the more crucial aspect of capturing, making sure they can get some experience back even after losing their own outpost. Especially as they're about to lose another Roche. Aegis Cheese with the Aghanim Shard being available. FN's and Lucio Orb will scout this out, but there's no way you fight this. Absolutely no way. Slayer though, positioned very far forward, and Arrow doesn't actually hit him, but Borrow Time will trigger. We'll just get spanned down. Boom is the one to get the final damage with the right click. Viking, let's go. Let's go. You love to see it. 8k gold lead for them. Shad finally occupying the top 3 in this game. Again, very little pressure on the Juggernaut. Doesn't have to do all that much. The thing is, you're getting to that point in the game now where on the side of Team Unique, FN is gonna get Jules into the air. Fortunately for him, Boom wasn't close enough to Requiem him. So should still be able to survive. Blink away to safety. If Boom was closer after the Yules, then they would have Requiem to get the fear. Then you guarantee the kill onto the puck there, but doesn't end up happening. FN just keeping this map pushed out. Did go for the Sanj and Kaya. Making sure that he's as tanky as humanly possible, but don't think it'll matter all that much if he ever gets caught out, so needs to avoid getting caught by any means necessary. You know what we're about to see, everybody? Hoodwinked is gonna win a game. It's actually gonna happen. Oh, FN! Oh, FN! FN, 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 FN. I think they've got you, my friend. Bushwhacked will be there. No way you survive this one. Sharpshooter used up by Celery. The Requiem will pop in the fear.
Back to base you go.
Despite going into the phase shift, absolute guaranteed death. Aramis, baby. Aramis Marana. Aramis Marana. That's what's up. Young Johnny, you came in at the exact right moment. See Aramis literally starting to put nails into the Team Unique coffin with that arrow. There's been no presence from FN in this game. To be fair, it's been a very, very, very kill sparse game, but it'll obviously benefit a team like Viking. Look at the heroes on the side of Team Unique. Don't pick LC to win a farm fest. Trying to win off the back of kills, finding quick pickoffs. Not been available for you because Viking have been playing so well around Boom. Man, Boom Shadow Fiend for this Viking team is just perfect whenever they play it. Listen, as long as you're coming after her, that's the most important thing. Small base race here as a lane of racks already being taken by the side of Viking. Tier 3 might be grabbed by Team Unique, and indeed it will be. They get something out of this. Yule Scepter will grab somebody, so not everybody can escape from this push, but actually everyone will escape from this push. They don't want to go for the further fight. Losing a lane of racks, but you're already going to lose the lane of racks no matter what, guaranteed. I'm perfectly comfortable seeing them in a situation where you lose racks, but in the meantime, you do make sure you get a tier 3 tower on the other side.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasion.
Viking though, quite far ahead at this point in time. Looking like they are just a couple of minutes away from securing the game victory. Wait, do we have lag? Are we having lag? It looks fine on my side. Is it still lagging? Let me know. Boom now. Takes our outpost again. Full Satanic available now for the SF as well, in tandem with this Titan Sliver. Just incredibly strong on the map. Still 0 deaths with Boom. FN. My god, look at that damage. Just a couple of right clicks with 2 razors. FN is like half HP. Beating down onto the tier 3 tower. Arrow doesn't connect onto Slayer. Almost did from Aramis. The right idea was there from the Marana. As the Sages expires, Viking GG will back for a moment. But only a moment, as they're just setting up. They're in the Moonlight Shadow now, hoping somebody reveals themselves outside of the base. Kezu now is building towards the Hex because, like we said, once you have those other 3 items, you're happy. And just get big ones. Alright, so let's see. Kezu's unlikely to die again this game, or ever, actually. Still on 0 deaths. Boom is still on 0 deaths. Shad on 1, but I'll be surprised if any of those 3 heroes die again in this game. Would require some magic to come in from the side of Team Unique to make that happen. They actually smoke up on Viking. They realize how far ahead they are right now. They can take another fight. They should be able to at least get another tier 3 tower, potentially another lane of racks. Team Unique though playing very carefully as a full 5-man unit, not trying to put themselves in dangerous positions. Although they do buy a smoke from Bignum, so it does seem like Team Unique also want to make something happen. They're tired of just sitting reactively on this side of the map. No vision reveal just yet from Viking, but I think BKB is available from Ghost Stick, still building into AC. But he has a pretty big power spike. Having the Aghanim Scepter now online for Puck, I feel like this is, if you can't take a fight with Ag's Puck against a BKB Shadow Fiend and a spinning Juggernaut, then you just can't take any fights. Unfortunately for them, they still have to deal with the potential of this Blink Ravage. Morphling does, oh actually Morphling does have BKB. Oh, it's all good, never mind, that's fine. So double BKB for them. It's only FN that lacks the item on the cores on the side of Team Unique. So they finally have potential here. Boom. Might be in danger. Blink 2 is going to be there. Ghost Stick does catch him out with the BKB. Palantimos waveforms in. Do they have this damage? Look at the damage from Boom. Instead, they just burst down the LC. Omni Slash from Shad will kill Palantimos. And Slayer just needs to try to buy some time with the borrow time. In the meantime, Arrow on the high ground catches Bignum, so Bignum should die as well. Triple kill for Boom already. Yules into the air. Bushwhack will be right there with the big tree in the middle of everything. Boom isn't nearby enough to get an ultra kill, but nonetheless they bring down 4. And Team Unique, no way to punch back, no way to fight back. And this is looking like this might just be the game in its entirety. Viking GG with the 13k gold lead, experience closing in on 20. They are about to do it, and they're just skipping over these tier 3s and the lane of racks. They're like, yeah mate, let's just get into the base. They force a buyback from Bignum, but I think the safe play here is to just get the second lane. Just get the full megas. You can do it fast enough, and because you're so strong that you took the previous fight without having to commit the Ravage, you still have Blink Ravage. So even when they respawn on Palantimos, not really gonna make a difference to the prowess of Team Unique in a fight. Because now they are mega. Woo! He died through the borrow time. Borrow time didn't even trigger. That's how much damage came out. Now there's gonna be Ravage thrown in by Kezu as Team Unique. When your Abaddon is dying because there's so much damage coming from the SF that they can literally one-shot you, yeah, the game is over. You call it and you try to go to game 2. Woo! Clean as a whistle Dota that we just saw here from the side of Viking. That was hella fresh. You just love to see it. They held Team Unique to not even 5 kills. 3 kills? Damn. That's a lashing. 2 heroes with 0 deaths. One of them being your talismanic Shadow Fiend. Woof. Alrighty. Viking GG. Looking like yesterday was not a fluke. Yesterday they came off of a hot streak, winning 6 games in a row, having played 7 maps in total. And today they're keeping that trend going by winning the game 1 against the side of Team Unique. Looking amazing while doing it, and I think this sets them up quite well, not just for game 2, but can you imagine from their perspective psychologically? You ran through the open qualifiers, you had to do it because you had to do it, it is what it is. When you get to close qualifiers, you stomp the first team who was directly invited to the close qualifiers even harder than you stomp some of the open qualifier teams. So you're not only feeling very good about yourself in this series, but you're like, we really are the big dogs right now. The competition for Viking is looking like it might not measure up. We hope they can make it, but we also want a full 3-game series. So let's hope that Team Unique brings us a different look in game number 2 so that we can get the full set that we all desire. So with that, we're going to take a small break while the team set up and prepare themselves for game number 2. In the meantime, especially if you aren't already, make sure that you are following the stream. If you are following, but you've been just lurking this entire time, come say hi in chat. Hang out with us, tell us what you thought about the games. Tell us if you got your prediction right, or if this game went a little bit unexpectedly for you. Also, if you've been enjoying yourself, having fun, consider becoming a supporter of the stream, either by subscribing through Twitch. You can also become a patron through patreon.com, or you can pull through on PayPal and make a one-time donation, which will get your name right here. You'll be a celebrity, yay, yay. It really does make all the difference in the world. I literally cannot express enough how much of a change in my life your support has made. And all of this is only possible due to that support. So thank you so much for giving it. And with that, we're now going to take a short break. Game 2 will be right back with it. So don't go anywhere, and we'll return with some more Dota 2 action. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting as we will be continuing with some ESL One close qualifier action, getting deeper into it, seeing if Viking can really make the full run. That's what we want. We want Viking to do it. We want them to go all the way. Let's find out if they are the team to do it, as they are going up against the side of Team Unique. It has been a rough one for Unique. They got held to a very rough game, a very rough loss in game one. Let's see whether or not they can turn their tide, or if Viking is just going to sweep over them and just go 2-0 into the winner bracket final of these close qualifiers. Also, just a quick update before we look at this draft. ParkChamp, surprisingly, beat the side of Tundra Esports in game one. So that means that that series could also potentially go the full way, or it could be a 2-0 from ParkChamp. A lot happening in today's Dota. But let's get into it properly. Team Unique playing on a Radiant side. Go for Winter Wyvern and the Sand King as a response to the first overall pick of the Tiny. The Boom Tiny comes out very early on right now for the side of Viking. That's very scary, having that a massive burst available. Interestingly enough, we actually saw a game yesterday where Winter Wyvern was picked against the Tiny and it didn't really go so well. Ironically, it wasn't even the fact that the Boom was killing Winter Wyvern reliably over and over again, but just simply the dynamics of the game didn't allow the Winter Wyvern to be effective. And it was against Viking, so they should have that fresh in their minds in terms of how to attain another victory here today. Sand King wants the hero to follow this up for more team fight for the side of Unique. And Sand King Gyrocopter in the second phase as Viking went for the Timber Saw at the end of phase 1. Then phase 2, of course, you gotta protect the Timber and protect Tiny at the same time, banning out Ursa, banning out Viper, making sure that these heroes are not going to be online. You're playing with the Undying as well, so good idea to remove the Slock from the pool. Team Unique though, we now see the Palantimos hero as this Gyrocopter comes through. Safe lane Gyro. A lot of magic damage that Team Unique have right now. I hope that this last pick for them in the mid lane, I think it's supposed to be some TA style hero. Something that has more physical presence, because right now it takes Gyrocopter quite a while before he builds up into a genuine physical damage threat. So I'm hoping that this Lina, if they do put Lina mid, that she plays this right clicking role for the team. And if she's not mid, get another hero that can. Because I'm feeling a bit worried right now about the fact that Unique don't have anything else but magic damage to throw out against Viking. Viking will pick up a pipe on Timbersaw, BKB on Tiny, and then what? Once you get these items, what do you do on the side of Unique to try and deal with the pace that Viking can set? You see a Juggernaut coming out now. Again, more magic immunity. They recognize on the side of Viking the relative lack of physical presence from Team Unique, so exploit that again. Yeah, Juggernaut. Until they get the Aghanim Scepter for Lina, unless they get the big initiation from Sand King, Shad survives pretty much every single fight. Viking GG taking away more team fight from the side of Team Unique. So there will not be a puck to try and make sure that the Dream Coil, once used, sets up for huge Sand King ults, huge cooldowns, potentially even bigger Winter's Curses.
10 seconds remaining.
Let's see here.
5 seconds remaining.
Personally, if I'm playing on the side of Viking, like right now, for the last hero for Aramis, I'm like, oh, if only Earthshaker was still in meta. Would have been fun to play, but on the real, I think you just play like some Grimstroke or something. Then you're very happy. You don't need the double spells in this game, but the Soulbind slow against the team that they have on the side of Unique would be debilitating. I'm also really glad that everybody's banning AA first 2 now. Well done. Right thing to do. Don't let this hero in your games. If you let it in your game, you're gonna lose.
5 seconds remaining.
Viking. What is going to be the option here? They actually picked the TA. Alright, so is this support Tiny or support Timbersaw? I hope support Tiny. Yeah, support Tiny, offlane Timber, Undying in the past 5. Then Shug. Like, I'm literally making out the Shug moniker. I've seen Shad Juggernaut so many times. I'm just gonna call him Shug. So Shug as well as the Boom TA. Okay. It also means that Team Unique can't grab TA for themselves, because I feel like they could really have made good use of this hero. So now what? You need a hero that can also be good against TA, help you against the refraction charges, deal a decent amount of physical damage, buys BKB. It's not easy, not easy to try and figure out what that last pick is going to be. Yo, no cap, pick Sniper. Razor will do, it's fine. Some range core, perfectly acceptable. He can be the one that primarily runs down the Templar Assassin. I've seen a lot of these Razors demolish TAs in the mid lane nowadays. The mid lane is a very bizarre place at present. But Razor, definitely be looking to him to see if his team has a very good game. It should come from the performance of this Razor. He needs to do so much. I preferred the draft from Team Unique in game 1, but here in game 2, they're actually putting Aramis on. Oh, it is. We talked about this. Yeah, never mind. We did say Tiny support earlier on, so it's all good. I like the Viking draft like a lot more than I like the Unique draft. FN is the X factor as this big anti-carry. He can legitimately anti-carry this game, but I don't like these games where you are in a position where you can't make mistakes, you can't do anything strange, where everything has to go perfectly. So Viking, I see having a little bit more failovers should things start going awry on their team. So I'm gonna favor them here for game 2 as well. Despite me really wanting Unique to win game 2, give us more Dota, but Viking wanna win, Vikings gonna win. The kind of draft that can make that happen. Yo, Unique have so much to do here. So much to do. Fat Ben, do you think it's gonna be a 1-1? Alright. Alright, let's see. Team Unique, a somewhat unique style of draft here. Looking to try and force out game 2, give themselves a chance back in the series, but Viking got a clean draft. Will it be another clean game from them? Let's find out together as we get into the second game here, the first round of this upper bracket. The loser of this doesn't find themselves getting eliminated just yet, so it's all good. Not like yesterday where one loss equals GG. There are still opportunities to come back into the series. You know, it is a young double elimination, so you can lose this one, drop down to the loser bracket, and still claw your way back into the tournament itself. Nonetheless, though, nobody ever wants to really find themselves playing from that position. Let's see how this is all gonna pan out. Game number 2. Bets and predictions close in a couple of minutes, so make sure you've gotten yours in before it's too late. On the Viking side, they want to obviously ensure that they get themselves an initial triple slot of bounty runes. Are you kidding me? How great was that? I doubt it's going to happen this time around for them though. Does seem like Team Unique is much better stacked up, and they have better heroes to prevent that from happening against them. So it should just be a straight up trade for normal. The horn will sound, and the game is going to be underway. And indeed, just going to be a young 2-2. Nothing's changing. Smiling Knights. Yo, Smiling Knights. Is that the real Smiling Knight? Like the player Smiling Knights? That would be pretty cool. We just followed right now. Let us know, Smiling Knights. You're on the spot right now. So let's see how this game is going to pan out. Predictions for the laning phase. Well, I'll just pause, give us time to think about things a little bit longer. They are stacking up to try and ensure they get, I think, either a first blood here or...
Beast, my friend.
I don't think they can necessarily play this lane aggressively. Gyrocopter will need assistance down bottom versus the Tiny as well as the Timbersaw. So they're leading off with these heroes to try and find a kill. Slayer hidden in the trees for now. The hope is that they get a quick kill onto Celery, then Slayer can port bottom. Like we just have a little bit of lag on one of the players. Feels bad. It is what it is. These things happen. If they don't get a good early start to this top lane, I think it's not that easy for the Sand King playing into the Juggernaut and the Undying. It's not that bad that you die in this lane or you get like wholly zoned out, but actually wait, it depends who they leave behind. If Bignum stays behind on the Lina, Lina is one of the better heroes at harassing Juggernaut in lane, so he can actually find himself having a rough time. It'll largely come down to the decision making from Unique. Should be Bignum that stays top, but Bignum with Ghost Stick, the two of them should be able to secure a farm for Ghost Stick for the most part. They even have kill threat back onto Celery from time to time. Mid lane, Boom versus FN should be a Razor favorite matchup. Despite TA being a quote-unquote range hero, Razor with the leash and they play hyper aggressively should be able to beat out Boom in the CS department.
That was hot.
At least for the first initial portion of the game.
Shame. Shame.
Down bottom, Palantimos, they need to get this kill top. Get the kill, move him bottom, make sure that Palantimos gets some assistance. I think now they've actually sussed out that there's 3 heroes in the top lane. If I'm Viking, I'm like, well, we're on this wave now. I haven't seen any hint that there's been any support that's shown themselves down bottom. Aramis has seen nobody, even though he's moved around here, so they might be able to suss out that there are 3 heroes in the top lane. In fact, Celery's already used the Arctic Burn, so they know.
You have done a great service.
They are aware of what's happening. Have another pause. Feels bad. Packet loss is the worst thing ever.
Shame. Shame.
That is some illegal gameplay right there.
One thing about this game, the way that it's looking at present, like before anything has even started, that I just look at the drafts on paper and you ask yourself who you'd rather, which team you'd rather be on. And I never want to be on a team that has carry Gyrocopter, if I'm honest. This hero just does not feel the same as he used to. There was a time in life when it was incredible, but nowadays it often feels like players are playing this in large measure out of habit. I mean, you can still win in pubs and stuff, don't get me wrong, but is it tournament ready? I just feel like there's so many items you need as Gyrocopter to actually be useful in an engagement. Righty, I have a young on pause. Game is back underway. Mantimos. Top lane, they did fail to find the kill, so Slayer will just return down bottom. This lane is honestly on Bignum. If it's just Ghost Stick by himself, it's not that great for Sand King, but Bignum is going to have to do the most to make sure that the necessary harass is being applied either to Celery or to Shad to put pressure onto these heroes. LSA comes out on the top lane, but it just forces a spin from the Juggernaut. That's good enough because now you know it's down for 40 seconds, so when you have Burrow Strike again, which is now, better harass potential is available here on this top lane. Middle. Lane that can change everything. FN. He's gonna have to press the tempo again for his team, given that Gyro not necessarily able to do so all the time. At the very least, he's gonna have to be the one that puts his body on the line. Before the Gyrocopter has access to the BKB, he must run forward. I wouldn't actually be upset at seeing a BKB rush from FN, like BKB SNY, just so he's better able to close the gap onto these core heroes from the side of Viking and ensure that he gets the leash, prevents them from actually seeming useful in the fight. And remember, one of the core things about leashing Juggernaut, if you leash Jug, it's not only preventing him from dishing out damage in the short term with right clicks, you also immediately gimp the Omni Slash. So that spell suddenly does nothing anymore.
You have done a great
So
service.
FN needs to be out here. Have a great game. Needs to shut down Shad. Down bottom. Lantimos. Not really a lane where you're expecting a Gyrocopter to have that much presence, you know, versus Timber Tiny. The only thing you can really do is throw in like homing missiles and a rocket barrage here and there onto the Timber, but for the most part, Timber has a free lane in this situation. The Viking will definitely exploit this, with Kezu, as more and more levels accrue, the closer and closer he'll come to the face of the Gyrocopter to try and apply harass onto him. The thing that's great about playing Timbersaw in this lane is that, generally speaking, right, as Gyro, you feel to yourself, awesome, even if the opposing hero has high armor, I can do damage with Rocket Barrage. But Kezu will just make sure he always has the max stacks of the reactive armor present. Even if you Rocket Barrage him, one Timber Chain and he's healed up back to full. See down bottom, like Kezu is just getting a lot of farm here as Aramis is zoning out Slayer. They actually might toss Slayer back towards where Kezu is, and indeed that is going to be the case. Slayer in danger here. There is going to be a nice Splinter Blast to try slow them down, but this is only a stopgap measure. Death is a certainty, and Kezu will pick up the first blood, getting the kill onto Slayer. As this Winter Wyvern will take a tumble here in the bottom lane. Ah, yes. We are still following Viking. And I'm glad I gave you a new hobby, Underworld. Glad you're out here. I also have this thing where I know I like something if I'm prepared to eat while watching it. So I'm glad that you like this, man. Out on top, Bignum has done quite a lot of work to make sure that Shad is properly harassed. Not seen a lot of pressure being applied toward Ghostic, so Sand King, free lane, having a similar time as Shad. We saw similar goings on in game 1 with the LC of Ghostic versus the Juggernaut. And in that situation, Ghostic did indeed outfarm the Juggernaut at the beginning of the game, but we all saw what the net worth charts looked like towards the end. Certainly didn't end that way. Ghostic right now, the priority is going to be getting everything early so that Bignum can move elsewhere and leave Ghostic a little bit self-sufficient. We need to buy so much space on the map. FN, I think these are phase boots that are coming, right? No, not yet. It's great for power trades, okay. Once he picks up these PTs, I would love to see him queue up that BKB. I don't think he needs that many items in this game. Like BKB, SNY, AC, just tank up and don't die is the name of the game for him. Get close to these opposing heroes, take away all their damage. And the thing is, if he has BKB, Aramis does literally nothing to him. Mid lane. FN, pop the Eye of the Storm, cleared out this creep wave to try and make space for a push, making use of the Sea Dragon. Viking though, stacked up with several heroes to try and deny this push from happening. Boom and Celery revealing themselves early on. Aramis was in the area, but he's gonna just make a small pivot to stack this camp. Was he gonna succeed in doing so? Indeed he shall. So that might mean that this is gonna be a lot of farm for... Wait, no, so it's not for Jugs, not for Jugs. Sorry, it's TA, TA. My bad. I forgot Boom is playing TA. Oh, you got a sword. Herbal tea. That... I ran out of tea the other day. Like of the good stuff. I only have regular tea that's left. I don't have any specialty teas. Makes me feel very sad. So please, drink 2 cups on both upper halves. Kezu tanking up a non-homing missile, but with level 3 reactive armor, he's actually unkillable right now. Unless they actually bring every hero on the map, Team Unique will not be able to find a kill onto Kezu. So you can just stay here, stay farming. Look how efficient they're being on the map right now for Viking. They're having Aramis stack up these camps continually. Celery's doing the same thing in the dire jungle normally. Shad is self-sufficient in the top lane now. Kezu is self-sufficient down bottom. The thing is, because they realize that, oh, Kezu, Timber chain forward, so he might actually be in jeopardy here, but never mind. Like I said, they can't kill him. Even if he makes a reckless move, doesn't really matter. Kezu. Stalled out this bottom lane. On the bright side though, they are getting all their farm on unique, so despite the fact that these lanes are being held, the 3 core heroes are getting what they need. Palantimos not having the kind of game he had game 1, so quite a lot of farm right now for this gyrocopter at present. There's a Razor. Is smoked up though with Bignum. 2 of them gonna try find an initiation in the top lane. Sadly, they do lack Yule Scepter or any easy form of starting this fight. Although the Burrow Strike might have to do. Let's see. And they set up for this. Shad, playing very, very carefully. Whenever there's no vision on the mid-Razor, you want to make sure that you are not in a dangerous place. Look at Shad, this game sense. He understands that, yeah, they're probably here. They're leaving Winter Wyvern middle to soak up experience. Okay. But he still dies regardless. Will he get the spin off? He does, but unfortunately, Ghostlick still finds the Burrow Strike. He will find the kill. So that's the first kill of the game for Team Unique. Second kill of the game overall. This might be the first tier 1 tower to take a tumble. Hey, 1.5. What a legend. What a legend. Jireen already had my back in advance. Burrow lane. Oh, Burrow Strike catching out onto Kezu, but very unlikely that they thought this would actually help them get a kill. Especially now that they got the Hood of Defiance on Kezu. They're actually having 4 heroes here from the side of Viking. Chad also in the vicinity. Ghostlick not revealed just yet. They don't have a dust on Kezu. They have a sentry on Celery, but here comes Aramis with the dust. They got this kill. Easy. Even dropped the tombstone just to make 100% sure they can secure this. Ghostlick was attempting to try Burrow Strike into the trees. Unfortunately, there will be no opportunity there for survival. We'll just take a quick tumble, leading to the rest of Viking taking out the tier 1 tower in this bottom lane. Alright. Good times, man. That tower down. Shad can now just fully occupy this bottom lane, just build into SNY. I feel like if he just goes through a not dying build, that's all the team really needs him to do. Like the actual punch should be coming from this TA, who's cleaning up that massive stack of ancients that we saw being made earlier. So that will boost her to the top of the net worth charts. Has the full power trails already as well. Not the fastest deso timing that we've seen from the TA, but I don't think that Boom will be too upset by the nature of this game at present. Hasn't died, 0-0-0, can just farm. I mean, to be fair, very few people have died on the side of Viking. Only Shad is actually taking a tumble. Also, we see FN going for this Yule Scepter in this game. I really hope this is Yule's into BKB. I suppose the slower pace of the game can definitely justify being able to get these additional items. As a Ghostlick and Bignum just bring down Undying right quick. Nice TP out from this Lina. Shad realizes that by the time the TP is triggered, if you don't Omni like almost instantly and guarantee you have the damage, then the target will survive. He'll TP out happily. And also Shad at this point doesn't actually have any damage just yet. Still wants to find the Yasha, get SNY. He's playing from a catch-up position. Remember that in this top lane, they not only were able to kill him, but because of the help of Bignum, Ghostlick was able to bully Shad quite effectively in the lane. So despite Shad having more net worth right now, he's still technically playing catch-up from the laning phase. Potentially, Queen Kips might return, but at present, no. Aramis drops down this observer ward. Has some vision of Slayer right now. Wait, does he have vision? Yeah, he should, right? He sees him clearly. I think he's just trying to suss out if Slayer sees him. And I think Slayer knows. Yeah, Slayer knows he's here. Aramis wants to make sure that he can zone him away before he gets the D ward, but he leaves first, so he'll still get D warded. Who now has this Deso? Game, nothing's happening in the game, so have your support stack you another camp. Yo, celery, celery. Okay, there we go. I was gonna flame him from a different game and be like, what the hell, bro? Reported, reported. Does the right thing, stacks these camps. Might miss this one. No, just gets it, just gets it. So that's gonna be more farm for Boom. Closer and closer towards the Blink Dagger we go. Let's see how much gold she actually gets from the stack. She's at 900 right now. Jeez. So in less than 30 seconds, she got 500 gold. Good times. About to get even more. Jeez. Literally 800 gold in less than 40 seconds. Good times, man. Yo, Queen Kips knows what's up. He definitely knows what's up. Boom. Almost having the Blink Dagger online. Does present some difficulties for the side of Team Unique because they spent this entire game sort of not really finding themselves in positions where fighting is really possible with the farm they've been getting. They've tried to take some engagements. Hasn't gone their way just yet. We might see Kezu try to dive onto Slayer here. But he's just happy to get back up onto the high ground. Double damage dude stolen by Palantimos. Does have the Aghanim Scepter now, so very standard fare on the Gyrocopter build at this point. Ags, Maelstrom, BKB. See if he wants Maelstrom or BKB first. It'll probably depend on what the next fight looks like. I think he'll just farm for now and then see what happens. Celery and the gang in the trees. Boom is smoked up as well. Jump in. Aramis able to get the toss back. They reveal the Blink Dagger on the pause for Tiny. They kill Palantimos in just a moment. Winter's Curse thrown out onto Shad. LSA will be there as well, but he still gets off the spin. Big Num loses his life to Boom, as Boom has way too much damage from the Templar Assassin, finding a double kill, make that a triple by bursting through the Winter Wyvern. And they're not done just yet because they're potentially looking for FN. Boom, blink up onto the side of the map where Team Unique is. FN still attempting to run away. Aramis also has a Blink Dagger, so this should be an easy kill. FN absolutely dead. And they get the drain out onto Aramis, but with the Chakram, Whirling Death, he's just delaying the inevitable. He knows full well that he's gonna die. Wait, maybe not actually. There's out of mana on Kezu, but they still have Avalanche Toss, so more than enough damage. They do manage to find the kill. It was magnificent play coming in from the side of Viking GG. Finding 4 heroes in that fight. The only survivor being... Actually, no, that's a team wipe, because they also killed Winter Wyvern fairly early on. Everybody's dead. Team Unique. Triple kill for Boom. Just revealed the Blink Dagger, but already has now enough gold to buy the Mithril Hammer as the first component of the BKB. Absolutely perfect from Viking GG. I love watching this team when they execute on a specific target. Because they all knew, they're like, we're killing Palantimos. Aramis is like, I got you, fam. Got this early blink. This is also one of the things about giving up a draft that has such an aggressive 4 position and then not playing aggressively yourself on the side of Team Unique. Viking GG spends a lot of time with Aramis just calmly farming. It has a pre-16-minute Blink Dagger and used it to fantastic effect in that last fight. Team Unique. Palantimos. That's why Gyrocopter sucks. I mean, he dies there. It's not his fault that he dies. Even if he had BKB, it's highly likely that he dies regardless. But you still need BKB to be able to participate in any kind of game as Gyro. Then after that, you still need a big damage source. Then you still need... Wait, what? Okay, he's opting to skip BKB. Gonna go for straight damage. Okay. They do lack damage at this point in time, so potentially that was the discussion in the team. I hope they have a BKB on FN. Nope, going for Sanj. If they had a BKB on FN, then I can very much understand the decision to skip it on Palantimos and opt for damage directly. The argument can be like, look, we have one hero to soak up the damage from afar. Kezu might lose his life here. Laguna Blade, lots of damage. You'll still be able to Timber Chain away though, and Kezu, fall down, won't be there. There will be a soul burn, but Palantimos gets jumped back upon right now. Hold Embrace keeps him up. Aramis jumps in. Avalon toss. They bring down Ghost Stick. There will be a Winter's Curse thrown out onto Shad, but no real target is next to him to hit him. Slayer attempted to TP out, but Boom will not allow it. And Boom will get yet another triple kill. Back-to-back fights where this TA gets everything that she wants. Palantimos dies again. Yeah, they can have enough damage to kill Kezu, but... now he's gonna be like, crap, I wish I had BKB. FN doesn't have BKB, so he can't actually run into the fight and try and drain a target, provide a distraction for the rest of the squad. Only now building BKB. And Aegis taken away by the side of Viking. Boom. Having the Aegis in tow, BKB, Desolator. Almost everything in tow required to make sure that this TA continues to eviscerate these targets. She's 6-0-1, and she's only found kills in these team fights just with triple kills.
We rely not upon fortune.
Viking, 11 kills, 7k gold lead, close to 8,000 experience lead. Now they're just pressing onto this T1. Should be easy to grab for Boom. That should also be more and more gold towards the Hurricane Pike that we've been seeing becoming more of a core item for these Templar Assassins. And for good reason, right? Additional range, a technically self-save with the Hurricane Pike push. Several reasons to love that item as the Templar Assassin. Tier 2 tower under jeopardy. Viking GG. They know they can't be contested while they're going for this because of the presence of the Aegis. Team Unique will attempt to go for the tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Very similar to what we saw happening in game 1. Team Unique taking a T1 whilst losing a T2 and not being able to do anything about it. In fact, they want to come back and potentially defend their tier 1. And Aramis jumps in, finds Palantimos, tosses him back toward the T1. They do get the tower itself, but here is Boom. Doesn't get the follow-up damage necessarily though. BKB popped by Boom to ensure that Winter's Curse is not a problem. They will be able to burst down Palantimos. Slayer does TP out to safety. FM, will he be as lucky? Has a haste rune, able to get into the trees. And safety is going to be attainable for the Razor. But fight after fight after fight after fight, they keep losing Palantimos. Third one in a row. Ends up taking a tumble there. Aramis on point with this blink tossback yet again. Will happily give up his life for that. And with that, because of how quickly they can push on the side of Viking, with the Siege Wagon, Desolator on the Boom TA, this is also going to be a tier 2 tower. Easy tower to claim. Feels so good. Oh boy. So now what? Now what? Now you're in this pretty rough position. Palantimos, dude. I get it. I get it. But buy BKB. Top lane. Ghost Stick trying to run away from Aramis as well as Kezu, but yeah. They even dust him to make sure that there's no Sandstorm shenanigans. Sandstorm was on cooldown, but Aramis... I mean, you did buy the dust. One thing you hate as a support, I hate buying dust and then the game ends, I still have it in my inventory. Like, what the hell, man? I'm not playing an RPG where I want to have 100 potions by the time the game ends. No, I want to use everything. Gap is closing towards the BKB for FN. They desperately need this as well. Oh, can he get out? Oh god. Oh god. He's okay. Whew. Aramis didn't see him. They put a psionic trap right there, so would have been a little bit of a dangerous scenario. Aramis does find Palantimos again. Again. Oh, that's gonna be a dead gyrocopter brought down for the 4th time in this game. No, normal game, you're like, 4th death sucks, but it's not the worst thing in the world. But considering that there's less than 20 deaths overall in the entire game, the fact that you represent such a large portion of all these kills, it's a real problem. Real problem.
Regeneration.
Double damage rune available for Boom, so Tier 2 tower, even with the backdoor protection, probably not going to be long for this world. But with the creep wave coming in, it's definitely going to get eviscerated here. Let's see how many hits. It's not that fast. It's still fine. It's fine. It's fine. Viking now taking away all the tier 2 towers on the map. Ghostic gets found out in the top lane. Does try to escape with the Burrow Strike. Aramis though blinks after him, and they've already used the dust. Aramis, my man! Chad does not want to have to use the Omni Slash. Will if he has to, but won't be able to. Ghostic blinks into the trees. So Shad's reluctance to use the spell ends up biting them in the ass. They lose out on some free gold. Not that it really matters given how far ahead they are right now. Hell, Celery even has the full Solar Crest. Top. They find Bignum in the trees. Can they kill it? No. And Team Unique are doing such a good job. Bignum and Ghostic have both drawn in some pretty important rotations towards them. Other side of the map, we see Slayer trying to get a D-ward here, but might just end up taking a tumble. Yeah. Boom finally gets a kill. Man, Boom must be so frustrated. He's like, seriously, we've been trying. Get something going for ourselves. Back in the river, we see that Celery fighting against Ghostic and FN. They haven't been able to actually kill this Undying. They finally bring him down. And the Tombstone, and they take it as well if FN eventually does. However, he might be in danger now from Kezu as well as Aramis. Aramis jumps in. Avalanche toss. Boom is here as well on the Templar Assassin. With the Mel Strike, there's more than enough damage to eviscerate the Razor. With 2 heroes being dead, Razor can buy back. I doubt he'll have to, but will be unhappy about having to die for the 2nd time in this game. Oh snap! D! Comrade D! Say D! Say D! What a legend. Thanks, comrade. Palantimos is giving, this is the reward for giving out the subscriptions. You get to watch a gyrocopter die foolishly because he doesn't have BKB. Yeah, BKB be fine, man. You just TP out, you'll be good. But without BKB, that's never gonna happen. So he takes a tumble in the top lane. 5th death of the game. Still no closer to actually finishing the Satanic. Boom. Now gonna start building raw damage, baby. Oh boy. If you have raw damage, it might come out now onto Aramis. Do they have enough to kill the Tiny? Tiny does die. Now the big thing is being able to retreat. That's the important part. Does seem like Boom doesn't want to actually chase. They don't have vision of these heroes on the side of Unique, so Viking GG. Seems like they're content to not chase further. Big item pickup now for Unique as Razor gets himself the BKB. So FN can actually go and do his job in this game. Run forward and link the TA or link the Jug. Up until this point, it's only really felt comfortable moving into a fight if it's only the supports as heroes that he has to contend with. And speaking of now, Metal, oof, pop the BKB! Oh, that's too late, actually he's dead. Mate, why use BKB now? Oh god. Bignum gonna try and escape, going onto the low ground, will still end up dying from the soul rip. I think, is that a pause for GG? Nope, it's a pause because of a lag. But you can't see the emote. That's kind of bizarre. Try the other one. If you don't want to use the love wall one, try the all love one. That one's a little bit easier perhaps. It might be your mode that you're using because there's a dark one and a light one. So you might not be seeing the one color. Check the other one. Well, this game is looking over and over. High ground push coming in right now from the side of Viking GG. T3 tower should be very easy for them to bring down. Don't even need a sea dragon to do it. Kezu can just position himself forward now and just say, now what? Now what? Now what? Now what? What y'all gonna do? What y'all gonna do? Other side. God, again? 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 Alright. Have any of y'all seen the Boondocks? You know there's that episode with Gangstalicious? And there's a scene where they're like, rapper Gangstalicious has been shot. And the reaction is, again? Again. I need to find that clip and sort of make it, put it in the stream deck, because every time Talantimos dies, I need to play that. Talantimos has been killed. Aramis finds another target in Slayer, but Slayer, to his credit, is supposed to be the one that's getting brought down. It's not that bad if he's the one that's getting jumped by Viking. However, with the gyrocopter not being online and the lane of Rax middle already being gone, seems likely to me that Viking will try for a second lane here. And the only buyback on the teams is only situated on the Lina and the gyrocopter, so they can't lose anybody in this defense for the side of Team Unique. They might have to give up the lane of Rax though, because they don't want to buy back with only 7 seconds left on the clock for gyro. So rather sacrifice the Rax. We'll fight for the third lane. The painful sacrifice to have to make, but some sacrifices are necessary. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Botany, there's another one, right? There's the one that you're using, the all heart one, but there's one that's just snare hearts. That one is actually black, so you can see it on your white. I just put it in the chat now, so you have an example. There you go, comrade, I got you. Smoke in from Team Unique. This is the Hail Mary. If this smoke fails, the game is over. And smoke does pop on Slayer. Jump forward by Ghostix, so they do find Aramis. This will allow them to at least kill the Tiny. What? Not at yet. As he is still alive, homing missile does connect onto him. There is going to be a Winter's Curse only onto Celery as well as the TA. Can they follow up? LSA onto both of them. Celery will die, but here comes the Omni Slap from Shad onto Palantimos. Palantimos is going to take a tumble here. Borrow strike from Ghostic with the epicenter. Doesn't find anything, and Aramis instead just tosses back Bignum into the rest of the team. Bignum's going to easily take a tumble. Chad try to chase down FN, and FN with his BKB down is already drained as much as he could. Will not be able to survive this fight and will instead take a tumble. Woo! 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 Viking GG! That's what I'm talking about. That's what we need to see. They get the W. They put themselves over the side of Team Unique with the 2-0. Put themselves in the grand finals. I'm just kidding. Just win a bracket final. We're still on the road. We're still on the way. Still baby steps for now. But wait, why did I go so dark all of a sudden? Even though my lights is on. That's kind of weird. Anyway, if this game from PuckChamp goes the way of PuckChamp, that means Viking GG plays PuckChamp. But hopefully it doesn't, so that Tundra at least pushes the series as far as possible. But yeah, it looks like we're actually winning. Looks like they're actually winning. So it's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's good. Well, we're probably gonna have a game 3 then between this Tundra and PuckChamp. So here's what we'll do, right? Here's what we'll do. We'll take a short break, and then in the event that Tundra actually wins this game, then obviously we'll just cast game 3. But if they don't and PuckChamp somehow manages to come back, then we'll just go into the final game of the evening, which is going to be Viking taking on PuckChamp in the winner bracket final. For now though, what do y'all think? Do we cost this game? Do we cost this game, or do we... Nah, we'll cost it. Fuck it. We'll might as well entertain everybody who's out here. As Skeeter
Picks up a bounty as 33 brings down to Palace. Rolling Thunder coming in from the PogChamp lineup. And this, even the Spirit's in trouble. 9 is gonna get Ancient Apparition Ice Blasted. 9 is gonna die. Not gonna be present in this fight anymore, so now they can't really assist Skeeter, who's sitting all alone here on the high ground. And taking out the rest of PogChamp though, as they do lose the Storm Spirit. Their Spirit goes down. Not available for this fight. Snaking does take a tumble as well. Beautiful impale from Astro, but Astro's still gonna die. Buyback was there from the Storm Spirit. They're bringing in all the heroes from PogChamp to try and isolate Skeeter at the end of the day. And now Skeeter trying to bring down Desperate will be able to get a dieback out of the Storm Spirit, but takes a tumble himself. Never mind. I was saying that this is probably gonna go game 3. Yeah, never mind. Then never mind. That's not happening anymore. Painful and expensive fight from the side of PogChamp though. 2 buybacks and 2 diebacks, 3 buybacks overall. But I do think that because they're also gonna get an Aegis now, put this onto crit. This is like a really good late game PL game. Alright, and now we're gonna watch this game just out of curiosity to see whether or not Tundra can actually come back. Oh, also, by the way, I forgot to do post-game analysis for the previous game. Alright, let's do it quickly. Team Unique, draft bad. Team Viking GG, draft good. Viking GG, better team. Viking GG, win game. Easy times. Analysis in less than 15 seconds, y'all. Appreciate it. Tundra in a situation now where they are stoked up on the high ground. Oh, Astro jumps up. BKB is used by 9 and will be the one that gets brought down here. So they get the kill onto Astro. Because they're still respawning on the Storm Spirit, Desperate can't actually get involved in the matchup. I'm very surprised they didn't try and force out more of the Roche, but unfortunately there's not much damage available just between crit and the Pangolier. So now suddenly the Aegis. Well, let's take back what he said earlier about the game guaranteed going the way of PogChamp, because now they'll have an Aegis with Cheese and Shard. Something does get going for the side of Tundra. Peter. Alright, with this build, I really like this new build that I've been seeing from a lot of these Dusas. Like getting the Orchid early, Bloodthorn as an option for this hero. Just to make sure that there's so many heroes that when they get picked against Dusa, their priority is just jump Dusa, disable her, kill her. In this context, you have this item. It's an additional layer of defense without requiring you to make use of the BKB.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
What's the most killed in this game? Ice Blast bottom. Hits Fata. Block. He got the direct blast. Ooh, what a G. If he got Swashbuckle there, he's definitely dead, but I don't think he dies anymore. He's actually fine. He's straight. Oh, he still passed out. That's unfortunate. Wasn't that like the last tick? That was unfortunate. They do get the Ancient Apparition though from this, so that's probably hashtag worth in that situation. Krilat. Oh, I see. Krilat. Krilat. Alright, that makes sense. And indeed, I am South African. Indeed I am. Indeed I am. Also, y'all are being a bit too kind. Making him having access to Blink in this game. One of the big things I think that does present the team with is having an option to reliably catch Storm Spirit. Of course, we've seen that, but the main thing is that eventually when he does get access to the Aghanim Shard, which he's building into now, you now can position yourself really well on the side of the fight to drain as many of these illusions as possible. So Krilat, under those circumstances, not very easy for the team to directly hunt down the Lion if he's inside that mana, the young magic immunity given by the mana drain. That being said though, they can find him early in the fight and kill him very quickly. Desperate now, gonna actually try a zip. Oh, just getting rid of a creep wave, it's fine. I thought he was like a target that he felt he could go on. Instead, the target will come from Tundra as they target melees in the top lane. Burst through this young Tango. Yo. This here is one of these games that the longer it goes, it becomes like Tundra right now. This 10k gold lead, right? The longer this game goes, the more worthless this lead is. Eventually, Desperate will have the Aghanim Scepter, but the crucial thing is that Frilat is just getting bigger and bigger. Still has one major slot to occupy by selling the Magic Wand. Can still scale a little bit later with Moonshot, taking out the Power Trades. Already has the Aghanim Shot as well. Very difficult to push up the hill against them. Desperate getting caught down bottom, but they do not manage to find that kill. Good. Maybe not, because they have the silence. Blink forward, they have this damage. At the same time, they also managed to bring down Ducalis in the trees, and I don't know where Pango... Oh, he's still that top. How long is this Pango dead for? Jeez. Oh, this is a small penalty of being level 22. Feels bad, man. Now Skeeter will start farming away inside Dire Triangle. We continue to build up this lead. Snow, though, you gotta end this game. You gotta end this game. Medusa is the best late game carry in the entire game of Dota, in my opinion, but I still don't feel ultra safe going late versus PL.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Hey. Catfish! What's good? How you doing?
Has fallen.
How are you doing? And Nathan, bro, we out here. We out here. Stick around, comrade. I'll be your favorite South African in a minute. Don't stress. Gulat. Him and the gang just forcing back this high ground push. Keeping things low. I think it's also complicated is that it's hard for Tundra to go up the hill. Oh well, that makes it a bit easier. Getting a leveler, that's nice. Also, you know you're too farmed as Medusa when you can't have space in your inventory for the Aegis because you just bought Mione. You're like, damn, I've got too much stuff. This sucks. Yep, we get a PL Deucer. I'm good, I'm out here. Having a decent day. Got to see Bay earlier on, so that put me in a great mood. Indeed, it has been a while. I imagine that you've been having to console Chessie. Feels bad. I'm not underestimating Dusa. Listen, I'm literally saying that Dusa is the best. She's the #1 carry in the game late. But unfortunately, Dota is not a science. If Dota was a science, then it is what it is. We know exactly what the matchup is going to go like. Regrettably, a lot can still happen in a game of Dota. For example, 9 could still find himself dying in some dumb way, getting caught with Ice Blast before he's ready to actually turn around in the fight, and then he just dies in seconds. If he gets brought down, they have much less lockdown and utility in the back of the fight. A lot can happen. A lot can happen. You know, actually, speaking of WoW and different games away from Dota, I try to actually limit how much Dota I play especially when I'm streaming and casting a lot. The more I cast, the less I play, because it's good, I think, also to keep your mind clear, so you don't just come back to Dota like, oh, Dota again. Gotta feel fresh and exciting every single time. And let me tell you, casting a game of Dota after losing like 4 ranked games in a row, not fun, not fun. So I'm glad, Catfish, that you're playing some different stuff. I mean, there's a major coming up just now, right? A major into TI qualifiers, into TI. Gonna be like 3 solid months of Dota. Taking a break certainly makes sense at this point. And the pause will finish. Game will resume, and Tundra... Oh, Skeeter's so happy. This might be the only time that a Medusa is glad about the Aegis expiring, so they can actually put this new item in. $14K gold lead for the side of Tundra Esports Experience, cresting its way towards 20. It's a lot. It's a lot. Good. Grillat. Grillat. I must remember that. Grillat. 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 farming as much as possible. Right now, Tundra, without an Aegis, probably don't feel safe going up the hill despite their lead. We want to wait for the next one. And PugChamp might feel a little bit bullish about their chances in a heads-up fight right now. Both team trying to get as much vision scouting as possible. Meles gets hookshotted. In a lot of danger here. There's going to be a nice hookshot coming. Oh, going in with the nice Batrider lasso onto Desperate. Desperate will die. There's more than enough damage. They also managed to bring down Astral on the backside of the fight. So losing this Nyx forces him to buy back early. And PugChamp, that was a little bit too aggressive, I think, with a jump like that. It's one thing to make the decision that, well, we see this hero, we're going to decide we're going to make a quick move onto him, or we're going to try and save the life of Meles. But when you're doing that, when you also know the rest of the team is nearby, it becomes a much more difficult proposition.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Tundra. The lead is theirs. The game is more or less theirs to control and win out. They're playing this very, very patiently. Maintaining a lead. Oh, hookshot. They find Astral. They do kill him. And Fata with these hookshots has been on point in this game. Do they have buybacks on their cores on the side of the PugChamp lineup? Meles does, Desperate does, Krilat does. Pretty much everybody but Astral has buyback at this point. And Desperate? Okay. Gonna silence out 9, but I don't think there's any realistic ambition of actually getting that kill. But rather they kill Dusa! What? 9 now, pops BKB. Just has to flee. What? How did that happen? Ice Blast was used, and they did burn away all her mana. Alright, now I actually see the vision. Okay, Desperate is actually a genius then. So the vision there, he doesn't actually want to kill 9. It's all about just being able to make sure that 9 can't actually move middle. In the event that 9 has a remnant in the area, he wants to try and move in that direction of the map. He can't do so if he's silenced and dealing with the Storm Spirit. That is, wow, monumental, monumental. That's it. Wow, crazy kill. Who got the kill as well? Oh god, are you freaking kidding me? Krilat got it too? Alright. The hopes for game 3 may just have been dashed with that one particular play. Roshan is not available for them to claim as a prize from this. However, they can force a fight and potentially force a buyback. That would be massive. Lion's still building shot. He's been building shot. We spoke about the Lion shot earlier. Like, I've been watching on the side to see when it does trigger. Astral. They do find target. Oh, Impale doesn't catch anybody real. Unfortunately, there's going to be a lasso. And Desperate getting caught yet again. This lasso has been a massive thorn in the side of Desperate. In the meantime, Fata broke up the fight a little bit with the power cogs. They need to try and leave here. Krilat will go doppelganger onto the high ground. They force the buyback from Skeeter. That should be good enough for them, honestly. But they need Lincoln Sphere or something for the Storm Spirit. Just keeps dying in this fight. And 9 able to get the Searing Chains out. They catch Astral. Also allowing them to get the grab onto Meles. Jump forward to bring down Ducalis. Big fight for Tundra. So despite the fact that they end up losing the Juicer, when they try to press forward on the side of PugChamp, unfortunately I think it's because Astral, if he catches that first Impale onto Fata, then they burst the clockwork first in that fight. Things look a little bit different, but they're forced to try and think about taking down 33 at the beginning, which is never going to happen. Aeon just triggers, he has BKB, survives the whole fight. PugChamp lose a massive, massive fight. Although Skeeter does buy back. Sadly though, the closer we get into the ultra late game, the less those individual fights matter and the more it matters who has buyback available. So despite them winning that fight, Tundra, they can't go high ground without the Aegis now, because they know if what happened middle happens again to Skeeter, he's in the grave for a really long time. Roshan definitely needs to be taken by the side of Tundra. They need to get Skeeter this Aegis. PugChamp should be aware of this, but it doesn't seem like they're currently stacked up to be able to defend against it. Skeeter, what will he backpack from this? Probably just your boots, right? It happens, Skeeter. It happens, fam. Don't worry about it. Homeboy tried to be out here. Just backpack the BKB, but unfortunately it ends up proccing the charge. Feels bad. It is what it is. Yeah, there's so many good EU teams. I kind of feel like, for me, like in terms of closeness, the EU region is the closest region. And then close second is like China. Even though China overall is a better region, like they have higher ceilings right now, I think. Historically, obviously, the EU teams' ceilings have been absurd, but haven't been reaching them in the same way. What can we say? 14k gold lead right now. Is Desperate gonna buy the Lincoln Sphere this game? Please buy Lincolns, fam. If Desperate can buy Lincolns, because 33 has literally been targeting nobody else with the lasso whenever he can, except for the Storm Spirit. So that's no longer an issue. That's no longer a problem for your fights. You just feel so much better. Just like, well, allow me to be the one. Just make sure that I jump in, draw the lasso, but don't die because of it. I wouldn't even mind like Lincoln's Aeon Disc. And oof, they almost jumped in middle. Rolling Thunder is triggered now. Melis, is he gonna get back to safety? Gets lassoed up right now. It's a little bit too close to the sun here, so definitely gonna take a tumble. Alright, not just yet. Gets up onto the high ground, but they chase him with the Finger of Death. Snake King able to get the kill. They buy back though. Almost like they want to go for a fight. Skeeter's out of mana, so maybe they do want to go for a fight here. Cheese was popped to the Medusa. So I'm not sure that buyback will be for the best. Melis jumping forward with the Swashbuckle. They're throwing in these lances from Krilat. See what they can achieve here. 9 jumping back in. They find Melis. Oh, Melis might actually get brought down here. Remember, this was a buyback on this Pango. Pango not dead just yet. Ice Blast flying back onto 9. 9 is gonna die. Krilat able to get the damage necessary to bring both him and Fata down. Now they're fighting the rest of this fight. Stone Gates already used by Desperate. There's gonna be a buyback from Ducalis. Look at the damage onto this young Medusa. They're buying back en masse on the side of Tundra to try and save Dusa, but it's not going to matter. Skeeter will be able to get the young death happening to him. Krilat with the kill. That's 3 kills in 1 fight. Dominating streak ended from 9 as well. And there's no buyback. No buyback on this Medusa. Nothing she can do for the next while. Oh boy. Late game PL versus Medusa. Good times. You see, like, what just happened now to you, Jareen, with the not using the correct pronoun in this circumstance. This is why we just use the gender neutral comrade. They your comrade, my favorite gender neutral pronouns. Crit. Getting caught up, but unfortunately he's just initiating for the rest of his team to jump in. Snaking in danger now. Does manage to blink onto the high ground. Aeon Disc buys him enough time. 9 popped the BKB on the high ground. Was that a mistake as well? I think it might have been. I do not think he intended to pop a 6-second BKB. If he was on the low ground, maybe, but... Oh my goodness. Despite this 12k gold lead, things are not looking good right now for the side of Tundra Esports. Still, they do manage to do enough to force back PugChamp. Nobody actually dies. They played really well to ensure that all their support stayed alive. 9 doesn't take another tumble. And they can still stay somewhat threatening, despite the fact that they've lost several heroes. And it's in fact PugChamp that has to retreat. Still, we're at that point with the PL. It's very worrisome how much pressure he's able to apply to the map. And of course he picked up an Illusionist cape. Of course he did. Of course he did. Of course he did. Also, this was quite interesting. Look what Desperate did. He just picked up 25 and he got the overload attack bounce instead of getting the ball lightning with the remnants. I thought in this game, given how quickly he's been dying, he might opt to go for the remnants, but he gets that instead, so he can now buy Aeon Discs. Hey, utility in the fight. Hey, Desperate will be useful. Hey, I'm so excited for you, bro. I think another issue that they've been dealing with on the side of Tundra is that because Skeeter has BKB, right? But this BKB already down to 6 seconds. They don't have a pipe of insight sitting on any of the other heroes. So every single time Ducalis is patient enough to wait for the Ice Blast, it rocks this Medusa. And now that she will be dealing with an Aeon Disc as well on this Ancient Apparition, it means that it's not even possible to potentially just jump him, burst him, and move on with the fight. Hell, if they actually just went and spammed Aeon Discs, I think PugChamp could win just off of that. Yeah, and they're doing it. Melis wants Aeon Disc. They already have one on Ducalis. Desperate bought one. Astral, you building Aeon Disc, buddy? Get one too. Look at this drop from Tundra. They can't deal with Aeon Discs. Their entire formation in the fight is to get in, burst you, hit you hard, and get out. Not necessarily get out, but now they have control of that area. 33 and 9 jump in. With Fata having shown up with the initial initiation, Skeeter can just sit in the middle, not having to do much. What an impale! Catching 3 heroes, followed up by an Ice Blast. Doesn't connect onto any major heroes just yet though. Lasso onto Jasper, but this time around Aeon Disc will save him. Stone Gaze stops Melis. It's the only hero to be caught up just at this point for now. We see Skeeter in danger, taking a lot of damage from Krilat. There's gonna be a Satanic healing back up. Impale yet again onto several heroes. The pullback, the damage, they've gotten the kill. And Skeeter is gone yet again. Does have buyback this time around, but 33. Will he have to join him in the grave? Not just yet. Kept up on the high ground with the 4-stuff. Melis will chase him though. Going into the roll-up, so it's very difficult for them to actually attack him back at this time. Swashbuckle forward. They really want 33. 9 does manage to TP away though. Hook shot from Farah. Buys time enough for the escape of the Batrider. Will have to give up his own life in the process, however, as he will take a tumble. And the goal given to Desperate. Woo, what a fight. Hot chat. That Impale. Astral. What a guy. Honestly, Tundra esports are extremely lucky right now. Ducalis messed up by missing the Ice Blast. If the Ice Blast had connected onto this Ember Spirit as well as the 33 bats as it was supposed to, it would have been major problem for the side of Tundra esports. On the bright side though, they do at least get Melis, burst him down here in the top lane, another finger stack for Snake King, 10 at this point. So 600 bonus damage on the Finger of Death. Absolutely insane. Nonetheless though, another fight that goes the way of this PL. And remember at some point there was a 13k gold lead, now it's been slashed down to 3. There used to be a 30k experience lead, and even that's gonna start tilting back. The thing is, Krilat still has space to grow. Wants the Nullifier right now. I imagine, I don't know what he replaces this with, but he can still get Moonshot, he can still get Aghanim Scepter for the bonus Juxtapose. They find Astral on the other side of the map, managing to bring him down. 9 wants to find another target. Ducalis will get scouted thanks to this sneaky napalm. Blinks to the low ground. Has Glimmer Cape in 2. It's fine. They turn this. They will find 33. Aeon Disc will save him for a little bit. Lasso was used up onto Krilat. This PL getting dragged maybe a little bit closer than is comfortable for the rest of Tundra. Although they do now isolate him. Can they save him from PugChamp? Now this is PL completely alone. Krilat has no allies. Will he be able to walk away from this fight? There's going to be an impale from Astral trying to buy time. Krilat, will he doppelganger onto the high ground? Indeed he does. Krilat is still alive and Desperate will now buy space with the electric vortex. Dies for this. No! Krilat! Why would you try TP right here? Oh god, Krilat dies. And Desperate died trying to buy him space. Buybacks available for both of them. What a topsy-turvy game. They ended up in a situation where the gold lead goes drastically back towards PugChamp, but then they, after a couple of shenanigans, find themselves back where we started. 12k gold lead now for Tundra. Experience lead going north of 30k. Oh, this is wonderful. You love to see it. You love to see it.
Aegis now being attempted here, as they are inside the Roshan pit for the side of Tundra Esports. We're gonna try to bring down the big man, and it does seem like this is going to happen without too much difficulty. And there we go. Aegis now in tow of Skeeter. 18k gold lead now. They haven't bought back just yet from either of these cores from PUCCHAMP. Ideally for them, they hope they don't have to. We'll see what they can do about holding this line. I hope they've gotten themselves the Mass Effect Legendary Edition. And I've heard the Captain Kirihei speech about holding the line because they need that kind of inspiration. Skeeter pushing here on the forward. Hexed up by melee, so just try and buy time. With these heroes respawning, I think you get tier 3, then maybe get out. I don't know about sticking around for the full push. Let's see what they try. Skeeter feels strong enough that he can try and make this happen, and indeed, the gamble will pay off as he'll get the racks. PUCCHAMP do not feel like it's in their best interest to actually fight against that kind of push at this point in time, so they will be wise and rather decide to let this one go. What a game. What a game. Also, while this game is still going on before it's finished, let's have a conversation, y'all. Should we, after this, because I really want to continue the Viking journey, but I also feel like Viking will probably beat whoever wins this. And I also, you know my thing about fasting games that matter, that there's stakes. Some kind of situation where something might happen that changes the nature of the tournament. Because there's Elimination Dota coming next, right? So Team Unique plays the loser of this. So do we cover that game or do we stick with Viking? I will let the chat decide. It's up to y'all. Jump in. They're trying to prevent Skeeter here on the high ground. Lasso on the Krilat KL here. Another Lasso again. Do they have the damage to burst them down? Yes, they do. There's gonna be a buyback. But 33 with the Aghanim Scepter able to get the double Lasso and keep this fight going. Skeeter though losing a lot of mana. Krilat going up just yet again, getting impaled down there. Mana draining him with snaking. They may take the rest of this fight. Desperate jumping in. They still keep trying to focus snaking. Finger of Death used up onto Desperate. Desperate gets him Earth Spike, then Desperate will die. Desperate needs to buy back, but Meles will not have any buyback available. Desperate though jumping in with a huge electric vortex, catching out several heroes. They don't have any lockdown for them though. So they do just end up bleeding away heroes on the side of PUCCHAMP because 9 was able to jump in on the backline, find Ducalis, and now with the isolation of Krilat, there should be a kill onto the PL. Desperate trying to buy as much time as humanly possible. 9! Oh no, 9 ends up getting brought down. But he did do the Lord's work as he set up for snaking to find the AoE Finger of Death. They do wind up bringing down multiple targets, securing the laner racks. 37k gold lead right now. And Krilat, this might be it. This might be it. Desperate, huge electric vortex stalling them out. Krilat will be able to get off a very big doppelganger here. The team though has no reinforcements. Hex back onto the PL. This should be a quick death. No way he survives this. Not a quick death just yet because everybody's mana's gone. And Desperate now. BKB coming back in. Still just doing nothing more but try and buy time. 9, tired of what he's witnessing on the other side of the map, will just buy back. Out of frustration, he's like, what the hell, boys? Let's just win the game. Skeeter still has access to the Aegis. And it looks like finally it's gonna be it. Oh, maybe not, because both supports die. Both supports have to buy back here. Desperate, in danger, able to get back into the base. Stone Gaze used by Skeeter. And they just want to hit on the buildings. They do not care about these heroes. Aeon does triggers for Desperate. Krilat forced to run himself away back to the base, but it's gonna be that. GG, well played, team. Oh, PUCCHAMP, they couldn't do it. Tundra did it, and Tundra's gonna give us game 3. Woo! That was crazy. Crazy. Oh, wow. Awesome. What a game. What a game. Tundra Esports secure themselves the victory here. I'm gonna just follow my Follow my heart. Alright, actually we'll just make a poll for this. This game, so we didn't get to really see the laning phase, right? We missed out on that portion of things. By the time we got into the game, honestly, the game was already won for Tundra. This was just an exercise in seeing how far PogChamp could push them back, how close they could bring them to the actual brink. Ends up still going the way of Tundra. Medusa still too big. But honestly, real talk, PogChamp could have won this game. That one fight that went really terribly middle, which was just like a comedy of errors from everybody. Like, I'm not even kidding. Everybody on PogChamp did a weird play that wasn't supposed to be done, and then it gets them killed, and they lose the game. Feels bad. Had that fight middle not gone as badly as it did, especially considering the context of the game, successful fights around the bottom lane, successful fights close to the Roshan pit, game could have looked a lot different. But unfortunately, that particular passage of play not only led to Krilla dying again, it led to the next Aegis, led to the next Cheese, Refresher Shot, and then at that point, there's just too much that is available for Tundra in order for you to be able to beat them. So they get a game 3. They get a game 3. So I hope the lobby is up already, alright? I'm feeling a little bit, yeah, there we go. PogChamp vs Tundra. I'm feeling a little bit too lazy to change graphics, so you're gonna get boring graphics for this one, but I still want to make a poll about the next game, so the freestyle demo. Alright, so a poll is up. Young 10-minute poll. Catfish, thank you. It was a fun game. So where do we go next? I'll still do game 3. I feel like we're now obligated, after having comes this deep into this kind of hype, we have to go for the game 3. There's no other option. But yeah, let me know where we go next. Where do we go next? Do we stay in the upper bracket or do we go lower? Decide. While y'all decide, I'm gonna rest my voice a little bit while we wait for the next game to get stacked up over here. Right now, Viking GG is the first team to have found themselves in the winner bracket final. Literally 2 series away from getting themselves into the tournament writ large. They can almost taste it. Almost there. Like in touching distance. We're gonna see whether or not they can do that. Well, actually, I don't know if we'll see. Y'all will let me know if that's what we're seeing. Or if we're gonna see whether or not Unique or whoever loses this actually just stays in the tournament. We'll see. We'll decide. We'll figure this out. In the meantime, while the 2 teams are stacking up for the 3rd and deciding game between Tundra and PogChamp, make sure that you are following the channel if you aren't already. If you are, but you've just been lurking, come say hi in chat. Dota's no fun alone. Engage with us. Let us know what you think about the games. And of course, if you have been enjoying yourself, you can consider becoming a supporter. Be like Comrade D, who pulled through today. He's like, damn, I'm already subscribed. What can I do since I'm already subscribed? You know what? I'll gift out subscriptions. What a comrade. What a legend. We get closer and closer every day to 150. Highly doubt we'll get to 150 in the next 4 days before this month actually ends, but you never know. The kind of support y'all have been providing will get us there somehow. Of course, you can also decide to become a patron through patreon.com or just pop through with a young donation through PayPal. Get your name over here and the knowledge in your heart. You're supporting your favorite local stream. So with that break, we'll be right back. Game 3. Tundra versus PogChamp. The overlay will be wrong. The overlay will still be for Viking versus Unique. So do not panic. It's fine. It's okay. It's chilled. But we'll still be back. More Dota coming at you. So do not go anywhere. We'll return. Yeah. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here in Snare Casting. I'm your boy, Snare. It's me, nobody else. And we're going to be continuing the series. Okay, seriously though, why am I so dark? Alright, I'm going to have to step off afterwards and just spend some time reconfiguring the lighting. It was so good yesterday. What happened? What happened? Well, are now here for some more Dota. Decider. Tundra Esports versus PugChamp. One of these two sides will proceed to play up against Viking GG in the upper bracket final. The other drops down to the lower bracket and will have to play for survival in the tournament as a whole. Very difficult to imagine that you are happy about that particular matchup. So let's see what's going to happen. Also, by the way, you should all be interested to know that the voting has concluded and it looks like we're following Viking. I promise we're going to be there. We're going to keep going on that journey. Tundra Esports right now. Let's see what they can do here in game number 3. They managed to come back in game 2. PugChamp, a little bit of an upset, winning out game number 1. And they're trying to set themselves up for further success. Opening the draft with the Melee's Puck. Oh, the Desperate Puck, excuse me. This is the Desperate Puck. We haven't seen the Melee's hero just yet. I think Melee's would have been happy to play Brood, but that's not going to be available for him. Immediately, Tundra go for this Lion. Help deal with the Puck. A hero that we saw often, almost every game. Whenever you see Puck, Lion would come up. Doesn't happen as much anymore, but he still loves to see it. And Snaking proved in game number 1 that he's really, really good on this hero. Can play a very high tempo, explosive style of hero, which the team needs from him. So, good to see it. They combo this up with the Tide Hunter as well to ensure that they have some pretty significant team fight from the offlane. Also really think that 33 is one of the better Tide Hunter players. I think he has a very good understanding of how to utilize this hero well in these games. In particular in the laning phase. Often we'll see these sides like feel like, man, when the side gets online he'll be so good, but never actually get there. But 33, extraordinarily skilled in ensuring that that is never really the case. PugChamp, here in second phase, showing a little bit of respect, taking out the 9 Ember Spirit and taking out this Enigma. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I am very glad to remove 9's Ember. I think outside of like the Ember Spirit, that's probably one of his better heroes. Like the Mars, like what are 9's best hero? It's like Mars, Ember Spirit. His Invoker is meh. Void Spirit can be pretty decent. There was a point where he was owning everybody on Templar Assassin as well. I'm just happy that they're going to make sure that PugChamp, they give themselves the best way forward. Upsets are fun, I'll be honest. So I actually want PugChamp to win this one. Not least because it would probably mean a little bit of an easier matchup for Viking, but PugChamp having to build off of this. Where do we go? Where do we go? What do we do with this Clockwork Puck right now? We still need a little bit more damage on their side. And I think that they definitely need to give themselves the favorable carry matchup. They don't have last pick in this game, so they won't be able to directly counter out whatever Skeeter goes for. However, 2 heroes removed that were in game number 2, and 2 of those heroes can find themselves having a pretty extreme impact in the game itself. So it makes sense that PugChamp just decide to remove this. I want to see where they go with this next pick though from Tundra, whether or not this is going to be a full team fighting draft with like one hero that's a little bit active, or are they rather going to go into much more aggressive fighting and posturing with just the Tide Hunter being available for counter initiation. It'll depend a lot on what they decide to play for Skeeter. This might potentially be a Wraith King game for him, as it is still in the pool, and whenever there's Wraith King in the pool, Skeeter wants to play it. PugChamp, no PL available from them, so there is not going to be any of the carries we saw in game 2. I didn't see the game 1 draw, so I don't know what heroes they had in tow to get that W. Tundra will pick up the Death Prophet. Whenever Tundra does go for this hero, it tends to be played by Fata.
actually really funny. There was a point in time where they would pick like Thai DP, and Fata would play one, and 33 would play the other. And every now and then they'd surprise you with 9 playing DP, but you'd never really know which one to deal with. But it does answer our question as to the direction of the draft from Tundra. All in on the team fight. Let's go. Let's go. Big spells, big cooldowns, grouping up, making big plays together. Alright, let's do it. Solid lane versus the puck as well, I think, is the very important thing for them. Last thing you want is to get into a game where puck has the natural advantage and then this hero is just off to the races. Sandra. What are you going to be counted with now? PuckChamp went through a lot of their reserve time here in the second phase. Deeply considering what hero this is going to be, and it is going to be a gyro. Grillat gyrocopter. So this is going to be the second CIS carry that we see running the gyrocopter. Eastern Europe. Let me stop saying CIS. Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe. My feelings on this are well known. I also don't really like the gyrocopter all that much versus Tide later. In the laning phase it can be nice because you have rocket barrage, which you can't crack and shell through. So you actually do have kill threat if you have somebody in the lane to help stall him out and bring him low. But yeah. Not really feeling this. Not really feeling this. Don't like the gyrocopter all that much. TA gets picked up now by Tundra, so indeed it is the Fata Death Prophet. Yep, they do this all the time. One plays the other. And we were literally talking earlier about this 9 TA, and now we get to see it. Looking really dangerous for the side of PuckChamp. You have to deal with 2 huge teamfight spells between Ravage and Exorcism. A hero middle, which has a very good matchup versus Puck traditionally. And to make matters worse, you have this situation where on the team of PuckChamp, they don't necessarily have that amazing burst damage themselves. Oh, they've gone Jarayo. Alright. Does any of you believe in this Gyrocopter IO anymore? Feels... yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Rainstorm, it could be 5 Tide as well. He's gonna play the one and then 33 will play the other. However, when you have TA in the game, I prefer Tide Hunter being the offlaner. PuckChamp,
10 seconds remaining.
Alright, Rob, is this the right strat though? Is this the right strat? There is potential with this draw from the side of PuckChamp, right? Between the Puck and the Clockwork, they can open up so much space for the Gyrocopter, make it extremely easy for a quick relocate kill. Consider it, right? You have Puck that can jump in with Dream Coil, Clockwork on any side of the map with a hookshot initiation. Easy setup for Gyrocopter to come in, they drop a call down, huge burst of damage, and they all get out. Highly mobile with the Puck, Gyro, and IO, so they can make those assassination kind of plays and get out quickly. It's possible, the potential is still there. Just... oh gosh. In this game, on the bright side, they're not playing into like Kunkkas, they're not playing into these brew monster type heroes that really make life difficult for you relocating. There's no disruptor either. So positioning won't be the worst thing in the world for them. However, once these ultimates are online from the side of Tundra, it becomes extremely important to kill these heroes quickly and get out, lest you have to stay entangled in a long engagement with Spirit Siphons, Ravage, TA damage. Especially considering TA is going to have BKB a lot sooner than you do. Well, actually maybe not, there's IO in the game, so Gyrocopter could farm for that safety early. Gyro, it's this weird thing with Refraction. Like, if you can somehow get TA completely stunned doing nothing, then Rocket Barrage with right clicks from afar and stuff can help deal with Refraction, but it's not reliable. In this team, actually, now that you mention it, Rob, there's pretty much nothing PuckChamp have unless you have Rocket Barrage directly to TA's face to get rid of those Refraction charges. This will help out somewhat as well. Getting access to the Sand King, long range Burrow Strike, Caustic Finale as well. Ideally, you initiate onto her while she's farming, and then that burst from the Caustic can get through the refraction really quickly, and then you can follow up with the necessary damage. And it's yet another hero where if you're on one side of the map, you get relocated upon. It sets you up quite easily to get kills. If he just jumps in, Epi, Burrow Strike can go in raw, guarantee that the follow-up damage will be there from the heavens as Gyrocopter and Io pull through. So massive kill combinations on pretty much all parts of the map. It's going to be one of these games where PuckChamp are going to play very fast Dota. Well, if they win, they're going to have played an extremely high tempo game, preventing Tundra from getting key farm on areas of the map, making the map smaller and smaller and smaller every single time that they go in for a relocate play. All depends on this last pick. What is Skeeter going to play for the side of Tundra Esports? Gonna play Juggernaut. Alright, nice safe pick. They don't need him to do all that much in the situation. I think Tundra's got this. Really think Tundra's got this. They've got this Lion, so burst damage is going to be available versus both Puck and Io or Gyrocopter when these heroes get to low portions of HP. Got some very good team fight with the Tidehunter DP. The team fight from PuckChamp is okay. They have the Puck Clock Sand King. It's decent enough, but there's no one spell that you like, because that spell is online, we can't fight them in the same way that Ravage provides for Tundra. The game as well for Gyrocopter has to be a somewhat perfect one. It's not the best matchup. Gyro Io have always traditionally struggled versus Juggernaut drafts. Like the Gyro has to be really far ahead of the Jug to feel comfortable fighting into him. You also have this hero that you feel uncomfortable relocating on, given that he can just press R, eliminate the Io, or bring him so low that somebody else can easily get the grab. Yo, PuckChamp, they need to play so fast. Let's go. Yeah, I also think this is a Tundra game. The possibility does exist of PuckChamp do win though. If PuckChamp rinse these lanes, this game actually looks very difficult for Tundra. If they rinse the lanes, but it has to be like a rinse. Every lane has to go badly. None of it can go well. In Tundra Esports, can they get game 3, or will it be PuckChamp who go forward, play up against the side of Viking GG? We will find out. The challenges are set. The game is set. The matchup is now underway. Game number 3. Let's go. Let's do it. TA cosplaying as Timbersaw. Not very Timbersaw, you know. This actually reminds me of. Have any of you seen that movie? The God, no, I actually just forgot the name. It's a Chinese action movie with like armies, gold and silver armies. War of something. Gosh, I forgot the movie. But she looks like one of the golden army people in that movie. In this game though, it is quite a difficult endeavor for the side of Tundra to make sure that they get out of these lanes in good stead. If they get out of these lanes in good stead though, then life is really good for them.
30 seconds.
Mid lane's gonna go well. The top lane against Gyro Io for the Tidehunter doesn't generally tend to go the best against Gyro. And how's this lane gonna go for Skeeter? I mean, you'll still get the farm on the Sand King, right? So they're gonna post up that clockwork down bottom. Make sure that SK gets everything in the lane. Dancing Rain, you think 2 Chinese teams in top 3 at this major? I disagree, but for interesting reasons. I think it's 3 teams. Tundra. Game gets on. This is not necessarily the last shot you have, as there will be another opportunity. Just drop down to the lower bracket. You can come back, it's fine. Not easy.
but it's doable. Certainly doable. Unclear if this is going to be the game where that's done though. So now finally are underway. In the top lane, snaking. His job here is just going to be trying to... Honestly, the harass that he can put out in this lane is not going to be substantial enough to really bother Jiraiya. It's going to be about making sure that 33 doesn't tank all the rocket barrages. Down bottom, Astral just dragging away a creep wave. That's the thing as well, right? Because they have DP as a 5 position, there's not really that much pressure that this hero can help you put off in that lane. Dealing with both Battery Assault and the Burrow Strike. Both of these spells, nothing they can really do about here for the side of Tundra, so... Provided they keep their heads on their shoulders, I doubt we'll have any of these heroes taking a tumble in the bottom lane, at least from the Dire side. Ironically enough, Fata might be the one that's more in danger on that side of the map. Yes, last time there were 2 teams, LGD as well as IG in the top 3. But that was only because Baboka wasn't at the major. Asta would have won if he was. Like, guaranteed Asta would have won that major. Baboka was there. 9. See this mid lane matchup. Interesting that we've been seeing these TAs find a way to come back and do really well in matchups that are not really favored for the TA. Thus far we see that Desperate, despite being in a matchup that's not really favored for the puck, is still doing decently well, keeping pace with the CS. Been refilling his bottle, HP been popped up. No real circumstances where he feels like, man, this game sucks. Like, oh, game's just going. And given the fact that they're the ones that have the Gyrocopter IO, I feel like PugChamp are very happy with the static early game. Give us time to farm, yes please. Gyrocopter wanting to run forward, looking to try to bring down Snaking, won't be able to do so. But for now, things are looking okay. I haven't lost any heroes in these lanes. The CS advantage currently sits with the side of this Tundra Esports lineup. But no one's dying, which for PugChamp is what they need. Get farm in the top lane for the Gyrocopter IO, get levels middle for the Puck, and make sure that SK is not dying, so that when Puck does come to the lanes, there's always a hero to help him get kills. Fada down bottom, just gonna go in with a Spirit Siphon onto Meles. The thing about Fada as well, and one of the reasons why he loves playing this Death Prophet in the 5 position, it's just so difficult. Even if you find her out of position, jumping onto her just kind of feels like a waste of time most of the time. So you'll just never see it happen. Top lane, Snaking will be first blood, brought down by Ducalis. Oof, that is huge. Alright, now this sucks because with Tidehunter being alone in the lane, he has to start leaving, or at least playing a lot more carefully. There's nobody to help him juggle off the damage of the Rocket Barrage anymore. Does have Ring of Health though, so should be able to sustain himself in the top lane without too much difficulty. Quick pause. Puppy pause. Puppy pause. That Death Lion really good for the Gyrocopter because of how little CS has been picked up in the top lane for crit. I'm actually really surprised at how bad it's been. Like, I know the 33 has been running into your face just throwing in the Anchor Smash, but this is a little bit ridiculous. 13 CS for him versus the 23 from the Tidehunter. The 18 and 12 for the Jug. Meles getting some of his life drained away here. They're thinking about potentially coming in with the Puck. Nice dodge of the Crypto, so Meles will be able to get away from the damage being thrown in by Fata. This Puck really thinking about it, but doesn't have level 6. You wanted the DP to be close enough that you can just throw in one Illusory Orb and guarantee a kill. Unfortunately, that does not seem like a possibility. Won't really happen. Top lane though, since they've been able to find that kill onto Lion, been able to buy themselves more space and comfortable farm on Grillat. So it's Gyrocopter now. Sitting on level 4. Button closer again to the Juggernaut's overall CS. And they're just gonna throw a homing missile at him, harass him as much as humanly possible. Snaking
When snaking is here, things become a little bit different because now there's damage that goes back to Gyro, but still Krilat. One's up, farm continues. Yes. Melis. Melis. Okay, they end up dying here, just trying to make sure that they can grab these creeps. Keep the advantage going as much as humanly possible. Give me advantage or give me death. Honestly, this early game, PogChamp, despite the fact that they are behind on CS in some of these lanes, they have now Desperate about to crack level 7, so first priority will be somehow finding a kill on this top lane. Don't think you'll be bringing down this Juggernaut down bottom unless you like overlay all your stuns and catch him perfectly. But it's a fairly difficult proposition to be able to pick that up reliably. Snaking. They're not going to be able to find super early farm onto this line this game, so we're not going to have like a hyper rush blink dagger that we sometimes see from these heroes. They'll still probably come out like what, 22 minutes in this game. Unfortunately now though, it's still struggling with experience. You don't see this often where a Lion has less experience than the IO. IOs generally tend to be the hero that suffers the most with XP, but getting quite a lot of it, hasn't had to move at all, and there's been a lot more movement from these heroes in this game, so because of the stationary positioning of that IO, been able to get a lot more out of this early portion of the game. They really want snaking here, or at the very least to prevent some of these stacks from happening. They'll prevent the one because they already have themselves a sentry ward down. Astral coming up here on the high ground, coming across snaking. There will be a Ravage committed. There will be Tether, but there's no way they can keep this Gyrocopter alive. Hex now thrown out onto Ducalis. Let me follow up the kill. 9 with a double.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
2 will take a tumble. Big plays here. Very big plays by the side of Tundra Esports. First Ravage of the game. First death of the Gyrocopter. The IO lane is gone. And now 9 can just retreat directly into Radiant Triangle and farm up all these creeps that have been dutifully stacked up by the team. Astral also comes up to try and interrupt us, but only ends up feeding away gold towards 9. Now we're on a killing spree for the Templar Assassin. That's nice. Oh yeah, they do have wards on board. I didn't see that deep ward inside here in the nook of the corner. But yeah, with both of these wards, they were blocking the pulls and the stacking. Unfortunately though, does get scattered out. And Fata will make sure to destroy that his team has enough vision to keep farming those camps. Right now though, Melis gets caught out in the trees here. Oh, gets the burst right down. They did dust them, but I don't think they'll be able to kill him. Oh my god. Skeeter, how unlucky can you get? Throws out the Omni Slash to get the guaranteed kill out onto Melis, who's so low in HP, but top lane, Kezu, not in this game. It's 33 instead, who's dying on the Tide Hunter. Takes 4 heroes to bring him down, and it's not an insignificant amount of effort either. I don't know why you attempted that last second TP out, my friend. Because now he will not have it available once he does respawn into the matchup. Nonetheless though, they'll take it. They will take it. Very happy to get themselves that grab. Tier 1 tower top can be threatened slightly now. The only problem with a kill like that is that it does give you a very bad omen for later. Because you're like, geez, that took everything. And he's not even that tanky just yet. Imagine as he starts to accrue more and more of these items. 9 almost has the D-Lance. She has the D-Lance. It's flying out now from the courier. So D-Lance can start farming into the Deso. Now I think if you go D-Lance without like rushing Blink on this hero, I think you like slightly want to get a faster timing on the Lion Blink now. Just to make 100% sure that you have guaranteed forward movement. You don't fully want to rely on Tidehunter to do that. And besides, 33, the way this man generally plays the 10, tends to play the Tidehunter. It's rare that he decides to just go all in for an early blink, force a fight that way. And they're sieging 2 towers at once on the side of Tundra. Forcing out the bottom lane. Pop the ghost, looking for the mid as well. Should be able to find mid. Desperate. Dreamcoil out. Won't be able to lash it out onto 9, but with no follow-up. Follow-up will come from the reload, but if the reload is not instant, it's not going to really help you. Ravage also catches out the puck. Desperate. In a little bit of danger here. There's going to be a Spirit Cypher. Nice silence onto the hill. And Fada with the ghost able to secure the kill onto Desperate. Relocate. Will take back the Jiraiya. I feel like there was just a slight second of miscommunication there between the PuckChamp lineup. If the Gyrocopter IO arrive maybe a second or two beforehand, there's a lot more damage to put out onto the TA before the Dreamcoil can end. Incredibly though, they don't really synergize with the timing. Ends up going really badly for the side of PuckChamp. Now you lost the T1, you just lost your mid laner. Suddenly it's only really this Krillat Gyrocopter who's actually getting positive farm on the map. Everybody else is being pushed out. Melis has gotten virtually nothing. It's effectively a melee creep right now. Does get a Blink Dagger though. I mean, that's very impressive. All his net worth is in this Blink Dagger, but he committed for it. Somehow managed to find it despite being bottom of the net worth of all the cores in the game. The question is though, will his team be able to utilize this item to actually get kills? They'll have to wait for the relocate to be back online. The issue though is that they're not fighting into weak heroes. Gyrocopter doesn't have his Maelstrom yet. Jug just finished his. And this Gyro is the only really farmed hero they have right now on the side of PuckChamp. It only gets more and more difficult if you only have this one hero who has the necessary net worth to fight with. Desperate will try and increase that number by pushing through for the tier 1 tower down bottom. Get that early Witchblade. They already have the one Blink Dagger, so he can go for this. Doesn't have to rush Blink. You always feel so terrible these days as Puck. You can't stop over for some other item in front of Blink. Oh, Hex out. They did get the catch onto Desperate, but they go back in looking for Lion. Lion still alive. Snaking will find himself the solitary target inside the power cards. Earth Spike did still connect onto 2. The relocate does come in. Dreamcoil thrown in onto Fata. And with the Exorcism Ghost, still a worthwhile kill for them to actually pick up. They force the usage on the Ghost. They end up in a situation where they do not lose a hero either. Instead, they bring down 2. PuckChamp. Very nice turnaround for them in that situation. The big deal for me is not just the turnaround, but them being able to secure this side of the map. Allows them to keep farming and not lose out and find themselves having to play in effectively a broom closet if Tundra had their way at this point. Split. I get himself Earth Spike here, and indeed he does. There's gonna be a Hex, there's a finger, and there is enough damage. Snaking. That's why we pick Lion versus Puck, yo. Nothing they can gain from this in the mid lane, but they might try to set up on the side of PuckChamp to counter this movement. However, they now know they've been scouted with the Psionic Trap being popped. They didn't actually manage to take down this T1 earlier on. Tundra doing everything in their power to defend all their buildings, and right now 14 minutes in, they still have all their T1s available for themselves, keeping it a very healthy and alive. Not to mention making sure that the Tidehunter himself can pick up some much needed and much valued experience on that side of the map. Io did get himself a mech now. They have that additional heal and sustain presence in the middle of the fight. way that this game has been going, honestly, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it for PUBG. It sucks because you know that this TA is going to be yet again super far ahead, but I feel like they could have been getting ran over in these last few minutes, and now they, oh my god, this is bad. If they don't get Fata and get out safely, okay, they at least get the one, but Melis might end up dying regardless of the sounding trap. Does end up scouting him. Skeeter looking for the spin onto Astral. Won't be able to kill him with that, but right clicks afterwards will still do the trick. In the meantime though, 33. Oh no. Krillat died. How did Krillat die there?
Illusion.
To make matters worse, they try to save him with the relocate, so now when they come back with the reload, it's gonna be just a dead IO. 9 free gold from this. Get a dominating streak, my friend. Huge on the Templar Assassin right now.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And because it's a double damage rune, oh, gets denied. Desperate. Living up to his name because that particular death, like that particular move on a Death Prophet is very desperate. And now he actually might die because of this. Indeed he will. Sand King will come in with the 2-hero Burst Ride power calls, catching both of those said heroes. And there's a lot of damage though from the Ghost. Fata gets a double kill, helping to bring down both the Clockwork as well as this young Puck. The Sand King did get the revenge on the 2 heroes, but gets brought down almost instantly by Skeeter rolling through with the Omni Slash. It is looking extremely difficult now for PUBG. I might have been okay with the situation where everyone's farming and Gyrocopter somewhat keeping pace. Not okay with the situation where there's 3 heroes dead and now Gyro can't even show his face. Need that BKB, my friend.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
These Gyrocopter games can just be so difficult at times. Yes. They're triggering off the epicenter here. They're gonna find Skeeter and they're gonna have Skeeter. Alrighty. Alrighty, there we go. Finally, at long last, we get to see them actually bound on the map and get these kills. They didn't even have to use the relocate to do it, so they get to keep farming on this Gyrocopter. Somehow, the tier 1 tower and bottom lane is still up. Every time it gets low, you see 33 porting in the mounted defense, putting his own body on the line. And PUBG unwilling to fight and force their way past him, keeps that up. Does Snaking have Blink Dagger just yet? Not yet, he's still building it. A nice bonus strike, catches Snaking, but Melee's have put himself in trouble as well, so he's gonna get bursted down. The damage is just too damn high from 9. Epicenter committed now. Or was committed, sorry, in the middle of that fray. Doesn't end up doing anything. They do lose 9 though behind the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. As despite them being able to get the kill onto the Sand King, all that time present with 9 not really being able to move around, Krillat finally closes the gap, finds the rocket barrage. They do manage to get the kill there. Okay. That's a interesting situation. I do not think that Tundra Esports will be happy about the fact that they lost 9 so meekly. This was right before he was going to be moving in to finish the BKB in its entirety. So time on the map spent not farming. On PUBG side, Krillat is going to be like, now you know how it feels, buddy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So low Tundra, despite them losing the Templar Assassin, still have really good positioning around the Roshan pit. And in fact, with the T1 tower going down in the bottom lane, they want to try and force their way into the pit itself. 33 has the Anchor Smash. Fata has both Ghost as well as Medallion, and this 9 TA has the Desolator. They have a lot of minus armor, so they can take this fairly quickly. The question is, can they do it before they are stopped by PUBG? Hookshot in by Astro, but this might be a dangerous situation for the Clockwork. Indeed, he does take a tumble. Doesn't have buyback available. Melis looking for the epicenter power strike. They aren't able to find it. There's a cooldown as well, but their Omni Slash even bigger coming in from the Juggernaut. 9 falling very low though, fighting against Krillat. They will be able to bring down 9 yet again. There's a Ravage from 33, starting out absolutely everybody. They managed to get the kill onto Krillat. Next to 4 should be Melis inside his own Sandstorm. Still takes a tumble. The Gyrocopter had his IO buy back to try and save him, but Dukalis not going to be able to help out in this fray. 4 heroes fall. Tundra Esports. TA is gone, but they still get the Aegis. Lion. Okay, that was an interesting play that just happened there, because now Desperate, despite getting this kill onto Snake King, might lose his life, and indeed he will. 33 jumps after him with a Blink Gush. Yeah, you tip him. Definitely tip him. Questions must be asked, Mr. Desperate. The Lion kill is not worth it. It ain't worth it, man. It ain't worth it. Strike from melee, doesn't connect onto anybody. I think part of the difficulty right now, if you look at the drop from PuckChamp, is that the only way they feel that they can actually take some of these fights is with BKB active, relocate into the middle of the fray, melee is finding some stuns. Unfortunately, BKB is not permanent as an item. Eventually that item does expire as well. Because of that, unfortunately, it does mean that you always have this particular situation where it kind of feels like PuckChamp are just hoping for the best somewhat. Like Melee is really hoping that with the first salvo of initiation that he can burst a target. Because if he doesn't burst the target, that means Gyrocopter is spending a large duration of the BKB focusing that self-save target. Yes, it gives them the ability to kill 9, but it does not give them the ability to win the entire fight. Fight which may break out down in the bottom lane as well as... Oof! Astral, Ghost Scepter will save you for a while, my friend, but there's no way that you survive through this. 33 gets ahead of him to prevent the attempted hookshot back to safety. Easily able to get the grab here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Omni Slash? Okay. Skeeter. Very good grab there, and they're able to get themselves a nice pickup. The question is, they take the follow-up fight. Skeeter just ends up losing the Aegis, but hashtag worth, even though you end up losing... Oh wait, that's not worth. This is not worth. They can't lose Ducalis. Ducalis being dead means that now suddenly Crit's in danger. He's gonna try TP out to safety. Will make it. Ooh, that was so close. 33 was smoked up nearby, looking to try and blink in with the Ravage. Not gonna be able to find it. The 8k gold lead, Tundra Esports. They're just in a point where they just want to slowly but surely grind out the rest of their victory. Not feeling threatened with any of these heroes. Oh, nice. We get the catch out on top lane. Earth Spike from Snake King sniffs out melees. And with Finger of Death, they even commit the Ravage for this one. Maybe not worth it, because here in the mid lane, 9 isolated by himself, getting caught out, getting killed. And now they want to lean onto Farah, this DP. Can he deny himself with these Ancients? No, he cannot. He's going to die. Do the damage from Krillat. Picks up a double kill. So it looks like no matter what in this series, we are fated to have Krillat be super big in the game. And for the game itself to take a while to finish, despite Tundra having a lead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Eat up. Big issue about this game as well for the side of PuckChamp is that despite the fact that they have this Gyro available, and they have this damage that can come in from him, as long as they are fighting into Ravage with BKBs not being active and BKBs getting closer and closer towards 6 seconds, every single massive team fight looks favored for Tundra. However, we now are at a point where it doesn't cost them 4 heroes to kill a single target anymore, so their pick-off potential for PuckChamp is pretty high, which will mean that Tundra have greater incentive to stick together. If they're apart, that's when risks start to emerge for them. For example, we do see now they're trying to rotate bottom to try and find a grab out onto the TA. DP's going to be the one to break the smoke happily. And as she dies, Desperate going to show face posture, but they know full well that they will not be able to reach the TA and actually kill her. What a tense game. PuckChamp take the tier 1 tower middle now. Melis reveals himself. Barrow Strike going out onto the Juggernaut. There's going to be the hook shot, but the damage onto Melee is too damn high. Dies too quickly. Omni Slash onto Grillat. Okay, this is terrible. This is not good. The relocate from Ducalis though does save him, dragging him back towards the middle of the field. That was the side of PogChamp deciding to make the jump, but the Juggernaut as your primary target? That was never going to work out. Skeeter, it's a dominating streak of his own as Ducalis, as he comes back in, cannot find the tether towards Desperate. Death will be the only result there for the IO. And consider that that fight started with a numerical advantage at the time for the side of PogChamp, but they still find themselves unable to really put out the necessary damage. All because of the one target. Like, why go on the one target that you'll never ever in a million years kill in the duration of your stuns? Now Tundra gonna press themselves here onto this top tier 2 tower. Look at what Puck just bought. Puck went for a Desolator here. Of course has the phase shift attack talent, and at 25 we're gonna want the Dream Coil rapid fire. But it seems like there is some concern about the overall lack of physical damage, and they think this will help out. Earth Spike catches Melis. Melis in danger. Is he gonna die early on yet again? Yes, he will. Finger of Death from Snake King, able to burst through Melis. Whenever the Sand King is dead, PogChamp just feel like they have so little team fight. Their actual activity at jumping forward drastically muted whenever that happens. So now the question is going to be, what will they do? Just leave the tier 2 4? Looks like that's the priority option here. Desperate doing what he can with these phase shifts, but he understands that the jig is up. Tower will fall.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Sandra. For them at this point in the game, it's about just making sure nothing else goes awry, keeping pace. They know that only the Gyrocopter will have the big amount of damage. And he is getting there though, to be fair. This Gyrocopter is getting fairly large. Unfortunately, I don't think he can solo carry this game, but we shall see. We do see Fada caught out here by Desperate. Do they have the damage to kill? No, they don't. Instead, it's 33 who comes and reveals this new Hex that was grabbed just a few moments ago. Shows it off onto the park. They hex him up, turn him into a sheep. Desperate can do absolutely nothing there. Oh boy, oh boy. How many deaths is that on Puck now? That's 6 deaths. Sandra. They do manage to take the tier 2 in this mid lane. Very considered situation instead of affairs right now. Got this creep way bottom. Man, this is such a holding pattern of a game. It's just like crit or Grillat. Farm on this gyro. Sweet. Rest of the team die. Bad. Grillat is farming. Good. Rest of the team dying. And also Tundra getting a ton of farm as well. The inclusion of the Hex is also especially problematic for the Puck because now there's 2 sources of Hex and he still doesn't have Lincoln's, BKB, Aeon Disc, any of those style of items to help him out when he does get approached with these spells. As a result, has been finding himself dying more often than not. And I really hate these games where the entire team is sort of like, well, our win condition is this Gyrocopter getting incredibly large. Now Roshan. 9 picked up a double damage rune, so this will be the easiest Aegis to pick up in the world. Aegis cheese. And the shard gets picked up by this Juggernaut as well. I think they want to try and catch out this Gyrocopter bottom. Oof. Relocate. Just happens to save the gyro. Unfortunately, Ducalis will pay for this with his life. It's fine. Melis though wants to try and find a counter kill. They go on to Fada. Do they have enough damage? Yes, they do. But now, Skeeter throwing the Swift Slash and now the real Omni Slash. Already been able to bring down one. Do they get more? Indeed they do. The third might also be in jeopardy as 9 with some right click damage able to get himself a double kill. The same is true of Skeeter. And they get themselves a full team wipe. In fact, they cannot get out with Desperate. Illusory Orb Jones will not be available. Quick trip back to the fountain for PogChamp. With a 17k gold lead. Experience over 20k at this point. Really is feeling like game number 3. Tundra Esports, I think they've got it. I think they've got it. I think they've got it. The question is, will they call GG now or they'll call GG after the next fight? Looks like it'll be after the next fight because they are even popping the glyph at the moment to make sure that this game extends slightly longer. 9. Put out the damage. Get the tower. Even with the Gyrocopter and Puck about to respawn, honestly, I'm not sure they're back here. They're back because they took the racks, not because these heroes are respawning. And they'll get a full lane, feeling no fear at all about this positioning. Oh boy. Because they'll still have access to this Aegis for quite a while longer. Nothing's stopping them all that much from trying to reset. Go for another play like what just happened. Getting them a lane of racks. Just wait, wait for the Ravage to come online. Take one more fight. They're already stacking up in one position. Waiting for a target to reveal themselves. Melis, is he gonna be that target? Yeah, it seems so, but he blinks back. They didn't catch vision of him with 33, so he's gonna be A-okay. Everything's fine. Tundra Esports have been slowly locking PogChamp into this vice grip. It continues to bring them into more and more deadly scenarios. Push on the high ground. Tundra. Just gonna spin with Jug, wait for the spin to reset, maybe come back. It's like they actually want to take the fight here because look where these PogChamp heroes were. They're trying to go for a wraparound, not gonna be able to find it. Swift Slash thrown out onto the Gyrocopter. Finger of Death with the real Omni Slash. They easily burst through the Gyro. Clockwork died on the other side of the fight as well. Ducalis will die towards these ghosts. No opportunity to stay alive. Buybacks not available for either the Gyrocopter nor the IO. And PogChamp, despite still having some heroes on the map, they know it's up. They know it's done. GG is cool. 33 throws in the celebratory Ravage. And then this game will be done and dusted. GG, well played. Tundra just showing themselves and presenting themselves as the much better team here in this matchup. And finding the W for the team as the result. Not in the matchup, let's say in this game. Because in the matchup, writ large, you know, you don't get to a game 3 against a team that is way worse than you. Obviously, even if you're making mistakes, PogChamp has to be good enough to take advantage of those mistakes that you make, to exploit the space that you leave behind. In this game, Tundra leave no space behind to be exploited and end up running over PogChamp. Another loss for Gyrocopter IO. Hashtag not surprised, but it's not really the fault of the Gyro IO. The way that Tundra was just set up, it became very difficult for PogChamp to play their draft. Everybody got too big on Tundra. Nobody dies unless there's incredible amounts of commitment. So the game just ends up going in favor of the side of Tundra Esports. So they are now through to play against Viking GG. So we might have to buck democracy for one moment. The reason being. So I just saw that Seek and Strike and Evo Plus, the two of them are actually streaming the main game on the main ESL channel. And I imagine that they're going to cover the upper bracket final, right? Which means that, and I also see that our boy Jeeves has dropped off and he was covering the same game. And Nomad and B Corp are still wanting to cover the upper bracket final. That means the lower bracket game is uncosted. So despite, I know we voted, I know we wanted the upper bracket game, but come on, you don't want to let teams go out without any single human being actually watching them play the game out. That kind of sucks. That's kind of boring. You never really feel happy about that. So we got them. PogChamp, despite the loss, we're gonna stick with y'all. We're gonna stick with y'all. Yes. Listen, this is for the good of the people. Sometimes we're like, democracy or the good of the people? Sometimes that rationale does get you the authoritarian regimes though, so maybe don't take me too seriously as I'm leaving right now. Seriously though, PogChamp, that performance, if I'm thinking about the games of today, despite them going 3 games versus Tundra, I think they have cause to be very worried when they play up against the side of Team Unique. So yeah, the momentum that's dropped away from them right now. Team Unique has spent a little bit of time since the loss, in like an hour since they lost the game. You've refreshed by now, you've reset mentally, you're ready to play out more Dota. For PogChamp, you just lost. 10 minutes in, you gotta play some more Dota. Not every team in the world is able to handle that pressure. We'll see if they are one of these teams. That's why it's very often the case that we see a team, once you get dropped from lower bracket, you immediately drop in the lower. Will it be them? We don't know. One of them, between PogChamp and Team Unique, will be going down. We'll find out who it's going to be next. Upper bracket game, unfortunately, being covered by the main channel. So we, despite what democracy wants, we're going to do the thing for the little people, for the people on the street. We're out here. Anyway, in the meantime, while we're stacking up that game and getting ready, please make sure that you are following the stream if you aren't already. Also, if you've been having a good time, you've been enjoying yourself, you can decide to become a supporter of the stream, either by subscribing, be like Saint D, be a god, be like Yanderwild, be a bro. You can become a patron, be like QTF2. You really have to like sear that into my mind. Every time I see the name, I keep forgetting it. So just be a patron. Come through, be a patron, and or decide to become a donator through PayPal. Make sure that things are paid for, Dota's being cast, and that we're here every single day, no matter what. Young Jeeves dropped off, I'm sure, because he felt, oh, they're gonna do a lower bracket game. Are they gonna do lower bracket? Okay, okay. Oh well, then we're sweet, then we're great, awesome. Thank you, Chaos Sound. Thank you for hooking us up. Thank you for giving us this drop of knowledge. All right, sweet. So we get to continue with the Viking journey. Awesome, 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 awesome. Well, in that case, we get to say bye-bye to PogChamp for now. I suspect we'll be saying bye-bye to them completely, if I'm honest, based on what we saw here today. But we'll see. We'll see how they end up performing in that lower bracket matchup. Chaos Sound has given us the information that main channel is doing lower bracket, so we can continue with upper bracket. We get to see Viking. But don't go away. Viking versus Tundra Esports. The finale of the evening is coming shortly. We will have a grand final boss to wait for tomorrow for a challenger. Who will it be? Stick around and we'll find out together.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting. I'm your boy Snare. We're now going to be continuing with the last of the series of the evening, but it's an important one because whoever wins this one is the grand final first entrant. Not the winner, just the first entrant. You're basically the final boss of the tournament, waiting in the wings to see who can match up to your might and challenge you for the throne. Viking GG versus Tundra. Tundra did take the long route. They had to go 2-1 against their opponents of PUCCHAMP. However, Viking GG coming into this one with a 2-0 sweep. So who has got what it takes to win this one out? Let's get into it. Game 1, Tundra on the Radiant side. We do see Viking on the Dire. This time around it happened. In all 3 games, or 2 games for Viking, the Kezu axe was banned out almost instantly. It was our first banned material. This time around, Tundra Esports do not feel afraid of the axe and are allowed to stay in the game. What did I forget? Oh snap! Oh snap! Alright, everybody. Prepare yourselves. Alright, okay, here we go. I wasn't checking Discord. I did forget. Okay. I forgot something. Oh my goodness. Kips. Bean Kips. No. Is she here? Is this she? Oh, Kipsel is out here. I'm so hyped. Everybody, welcome Kipsel. I messed up.
Too based, my friend.
I wasn't able to check Discord. My bad. But she's out here now. Thank you for being here for the final matchup. Just win the bracket finals. So, did you manage to watch the earlier games at all before this?
I did not know. So you can tell me all about it. What's a short lowdown? Is Viking the final boss here?
Yep, Viking, they swept through Team Unique. They made Team Unique look a lot worse than their team actually is. They got like nothing done across 2 games. And Tundra, they somewhat struggled against PUCCHAMP. So it seemed like, though they won, ultimately, they were a more polished team. The issue was, it was a difficult matchup across all 3 games effectively. They lost the first one. Second one was shaky. They needed some mistakes to happen as well from PUCCHAMP to get the W. And in the third game, they did win pretty decisively, but it took a little bit longer than I would have liked from them. So I do think Viking definitely has the advantage here. Like just from the momentum they've gained from the games before this.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, Viking have been playing much more recently, right? That's a powerful opening here. Axe Templar Assassin. They are not shy about it.
Yeah. I mean, you just go in for this, right? Yesterday they managed to win a bunch of games off of the back of just having this first pick axe. It just seemed super good for them, so why not go for it, right? You're already in a position where you get your best heroes. You also know that the side of Tundra, 9 TA is one of his best heroes as well. You get this into the favorable matchup of the puck, so why not get it ASAP?
I wonder if you're actually going to get it into the puck anymore this game though. That Batrider pick right now, right there, does seem like it could end up going to the mid lane as well.
Ooh, Batrider.
Might see some musical lanes.
Yeah, I think you could rather put this mid, right? And then there's no problem with playing the puck in the off lane. Just getting yourself that kind of hero in that position. Yeah, why not? Why not? Definitely be happy with seeing that. I do kind of wonder though, when you see this on the side of Tundra, this over-reliance and like a ton of team fight. Where's the damage? Who's killing who? Like it's a somewhat 4 protect 1 lineup, right? It has to be. Whatever they pick up for Skeeter at the very end of the draft must be absolutely massive. I don't think there's any real option for this hero to be like the smallest hero on the map. It can't like go with the same tempo as everybody else. It just has to be port space. So it has to be like some Terrorblade, Anti-Mage, these huge heroes for later.
Yeah, I definitely see that here as well. You want somebody who can bring the physical DPS later on. I'm just grabbing my stats here, sneaking a look at what Tundra has been playing.
Oh, Kips is getting us the lowdown. See what Viking will grab for themselves. They revealed a lot with what they want to do with the Axe TA opener. I think 1 of 4 positions to just buy them more space on the map. Nope. Get the call. So we know pretty much exactly the start of game that Viking want to be playing for themselves. Not going to be any surprises from them. Does mean though that whatever they picked last year for Aramis to play has to do quite a lot in the laning phase, I think. Move around quite a bit. The only somewhat mobile hero is this TA, but Jug and the Axe, it does take them a little bit of time before they want to move anywhere. So Aramis, I don't think he can also afford either to play a static hero in this game.
Radiant team ban.
Nice that you brought up the TB, by the way, because it seems like Tundra agree. And there is a possibility here. I've seen Stomanon play POS 4 Axe recently with mixed success, and it might be that Aramis wants to take this Axe for a spin. Now we're going to see another offlane hero here.
Seconds remaining.
Offlane, important part of the game.
Seconds.
I'm scared about Tundra, whether or not they can reliably kill all these Viking heroes, because despite the fact that they want to play with the really high pace Puck Batrider, I'm seeing a lot of sustain on the side of Viking. Not that much huge burst from Tundra. Their magic damage is quite nice, but doesn't punch through and immediately remove these heroes unless they commit a lot of spells and don't have enough for the follow-up fight.
Yeah, like this Abaddon is definitely going to be very annoying, especially for after puck coils. You know, you break the coil, you immediately get Sephotic shielded. You also get to break the Batrider lasso, of course. Really good for getting the root from Treant Protector off of people. Lots of options. Thinking here that for Viking GG, maybe a Beastmaster as an extra reaction to, you know, cancel Black Hole through BKB. Get a bunch of tower push versus the Treant Protector. I could really see that one working.
Despite the fact that this hero is not super broken, still a lot of options for the Beastmaster. I could actually like that, yeah, definitely. Break. And they don't have anything to deal with the Black Hole. That is the one key for Enigma on the side of Tundra, that if they just hold the spell really, really long, makes it very difficult for Viking to fight into it. And what else is there, right, that pieces? Yeah, we definitely have, right? Is there anything else that can deal with it besides this?
I mean, you're going to have the call from Axe, right? BKB piercing stun, but it's hard to land the blink in such a position that you don't jump into the black hole. It is a bit finicky.
Not easy. Challenge. Huge challenge. Let's see. Will they be up to it? They're gonna take all their time with this last pick. I don't think they want to go for a silence here. Earthshaker, Earth Spirit, what's it going to do? Shadow Shaman. Alright, so get the Hex. I suppose they wanted some way to be able to deal with the puck. Why Shadow Shaman instead of Lion?
Push for the Treant Protector. Normally I would definitely vote for a Lion here as well. But since they don't really have a reliable way to get through towers yet, like, you know, that once you're committed to a tower, you're going to have to get it, otherwise the Treant heals it back up again. Shadow Shaman is very much good for not just securing the tower damage, also securing your position under a tower. And here's a hero I don't like. Yeah, you neither, huh?
Listen, okay, I have a complicated relationship with Luna, so check this out. I believed when I saw the patch. I was like, you know what? This seems like this could be a Luna patch. I believed at the beginning. In my mind, not Luna feels like. Luna epitomizes. This is Team Elephant right here in a hero.
That's why we both don't like it. Is we've been watching. You've been watching Sylar too, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
So we both got our knowledge from the Chinese scene here. The Chinese have been trying very, very hard to make Luna work, and it has not worked.
Nope. I think they tried the hardest of all the regions, right? Pretty much every team has gone in. They're like, guys, we're gonna make Luna, but no. Is it gonna work? I don't know. I also don't think it works here, right? This is not the hero that I think of in my mind where I'm like, I need one hero who, when everybody buys a one hero space, that hero can solo carry me the game. If it's a TB, some Morphling, even AM, okay, but Luna, if she gets touched by any of these heroes, she just dies so quickly. And there's no real save outside of maybe some living armor, overgrowth, can buy space with Black Hole if you're going for the fight. But if these spells are down and they get to Luna, what does she do here?
Yeah, so the idea behind Luna is that you gotta be an item ahead of the enemy carry, right? And she can definitely take the fight to the jug when that happens. The problem with playing a Luna right now is that you have to strike this really precarious balance between fighting and farming. Because right now your aura actually, because it's only flat damage, falls off significantly later on in the game. So you'd really like to be using that for these early possibly 5-man team fights, which you know Viking is most likely going to demand of you. So she is going to be useful in that, but at the same time, that's all time that especially if you don't win those fights or you don't win them hard enough, then it's time that you should have spent getting ahead of the enemy carry. And that's a super hard balance to strike. I don't think I've seen anybody do it quite right yet.
A balance that is hard to reach, hard to strike. Let's see if they're up to the challenge in this game. Tundra, Skeeter, it's all on you, buddy. Not on Wraith King, on this Luna that does not work anywhere. But they still have faith. Not too many opportunities left, but there still is the lower bracket to consider. So a loss here won't be everything, won't be the worst thing in the world. But how do they win this game if they fall behind early, right? Because as you were mentioning about the fact that this Luna item ahead actually generally plays perfectly fine game. She can take the fight to this Jug in these situations, but I'm also seeing a situation where Tundra gets somewhat exploited with some of the greed on their lanes, and Viking, I'm like thinking about it, what happens in a game where this Axe can just park down bottom. They don't really manage to bring him down early, so there's no threat to bring him down here. Enigma still needs farm and experience. You still need more farm to go towards Luna, so she can't get involved in the fights, and then Viking GG actually equalize in the mid game in golden experience. What happens then? What do you do?
Sorry, give me a sec here.
It's all good. It's all good. We're just watching father die. Bye, fam. No. Delays a little bit with
Nothing new
nature's
for him.
grasp. What can you do? Sorry, bro. Ends up just being a 2-2 bounty trade. It's fine. Everything begins normally. So who's the impactful hero that we have to be watching out for here, Kips? Who is going to be opening up the game for Tundra? Like, you naively think 9, because they did indeed match him up middle with his puck, so we are having just an offlane Batrider in this game.
Yeah, which is surprising to me because TA is the classic puck counter pick. Now, I've seen pucks do a lot better versus TA right now because of all of the regen that they get. So you really you just get to take a lot of hits and then regen back up again. But it's not ideal, and at no point in the game are your spells going to be good against her. So for me, it's definitely on to 33 here.
Certainly gonna see exactly how she does. I did see the previous game that they played. 9 beat the puck in this matchup, like pretty hard somehow, but that was a fairly rough game, I think, and Tundra were very favored. So Boom generally also tends to be a bit more explosive in these kind of matchups. We'll see how he performs. Right now though, 9's doing well. 9's doing well, winning this so far. Don't expect to see that many kills. This is also a somewhat classic lane that we don't get to see nearly as often as we maybe should. Juggernaut versus the Batrider in the top lane. For years and bygone eras, you'd pick the Juggernaut specifically for this, but does the rationale and logic still hold true in this matchup?
Yeah, I'd say so. The Batrider hasn't fundamentally changed. I think it's even slightly better for the Jug now because your turn rate is not as... What the hell?
Okay. Boom. My boy, what happened?
I'll go check for you.
Oh boy, that's not good. That's not good. First blood as well.
Yeah, he just let his refractions run out. He used them aggressively, it was very low. Yeah, and he did not have a new refraction ready to go.
Oh boy. Oh boy. We'll have to
Well,
now...
Boom, that's
Well, let's hope bot's going well, boys. Let's hope bot's going well. That's all we're gonna say now. Kezu in this matchup here versus the Luna. With Fata in tow, this is not a very fun matchup for the Axe, so they are doing a good job of making sure Luna can get her CS. Dragging a fairly nice juicy wave back. Ah, it's gonna be nice fun. This is the one positive thing, right? That they can't really do anything against Luna with Fata nearby. In fact, they might find this kill here, but Kezu escapes from the Nature's Grasp and he's A-okay.
Aram's a little bit preoccupied here in making sure that the Axe accelerates immediately after landing stage by getting these stacks. So, yeah, right now Kezu was already trying to pull this wave solo, but he does not get to do that with Fata near. He needs Aramis as well.
I'm just gonna start spending more time here, but it might have flew too close to the sun. Too much damage. Will it be a kill? Yes! Manages the TP back to safety. Woo!
That is some illegal gameplay
That was
right
close. And Kezu in the meantime says thanks, mates. Grabs pretty much the full creep wave. Might die himself though. Fata doesn't have the Nature's Grasp, but snaking nearby. It's only level 1 though, so no point in Maleficent just yet. Nature's Grasp does come back.
Oh.
What? Middle? They get a kill in reprisal for what happened earlier as Boom. With the help of Celery, they managed to take down 9.
Yeah, so Boom did basically nothing there. I was watching that. He was just, he put some pressure onto the puck, who got pretty low and did not have his bottle at the ready. And then Celery just walks into the lane.
Good
9
old
had no
Celery.
spells.
Now he goes and kills a courier bottom. Good old Celery. Watch out, Boyko. This time around, he's not doing like yesterday where he was dying for the team, right? Now he's getting kills for the team. Might have a kill bottom.
He's
Snaking.
gonna start doing that.
Maleficent. Do they have it? Do they have it? Celery! Celery. What a guy.
Yeah, he's been mirroring these moves of Snaky, making sure that this Enigma doesn't just get to jungle for free. Celery is, look at him, he's sneaking up on him. He's probably going to look to body block some camps, take some experience, and in general just totally unafraid to not get anything himself because he is an Abaddon. He doesn't really need anything from this laning stage. Whereas the Enigma, he wants so many items.
Enigma. Feels bad. You're in this situation trying to just jungle it up. And the thing that sucks is that because the top matchup, like you mentioned, because the Juggernaut can play very well against the Batrider here, doesn't actually need any assistance. So Abaddon very free to move out onto the map. Aramis can spend that time stacking up for Kezu. Already you see some Ancients being stacked. Gonna be a lot of farm available for the Axe. And looks like he wants to start taking it now. Let's finish the Vanguard. And then it starts creep skipping. Not like the Luna Tree and Protector lane will continually want to come back and track you.
Going to have a hard time bringing him down once he's got the Vanguard up. It's gonna walk.
You want to try for
base.
9 here. Nice. So you happy with the pace of this game? If you're who you happier for right now?
I mean, if you're a Viking fan here, certainly. Like the thing that concerns me most about the Tundra lineup is that this Batrider is going for a boots of travel build up on an offlane Batrider, and for that normally you want to take a bunch of stacks in the triangle. There are no stacks in the triangle. If there ever were any, Snay has already taken them. Here's Celery again.
He's
What
back,
an
baby.
annoying- Oh yeah.
Like, did you miss me, my friend? Just gonna say hi. Might pay for this with his life though. 9. Just pop the Aphotic Shield on the illusions, but they don't really want to commit for a Celery kill and abandon some farm metal. Very, very annoying set of circumstances. This sucks. And they're really exploiting this greed. This Batrider, when to get these BTs, it's gonna be quite a while before he gets them, like you mentioned, so there's not gonna be a follow-up item to help them with damage. And they're gonna try to get the kill onto Boom middle. Do they have this? Boom. Still alive right now, has the Mel Strike, and Celery back in. The turnaround with the Mel Strike actually allows them to get a double kill with this Templar Assassin. Fata and Snaking, both taking tumbles. TA stays standing.
That moment, like he knows exactly how long that TP is going to take. He already turns. He knows Celery is going to be in time. He can stop walking. Boss move.
That was
And
so boss.
yeah, both of these drafts are pretty greedy, right? Like this is a tricore from both sides, essentially. Like of course the Batrider is going to fall off eventually, but he needs an item to get started as well, or should I say 2. But because Viking have the better matchup in both top and mid, they actually get to move heroes around without paying for it on the other lanes.
Yeah, still I get to exploit this greed. What's our boy Shad doing? He's still parked up in the top lane, rushing in for this SNY. Suppose in a game like this, BKB, not BKB, excuse me, getting the Maelstrom, not really a priority when you have Boom in the game. Just want to be super survivable on this Juggernaut. Get Esl One, get faster, lasso faster. Don't have to deal with Dreamcoil or Lucent Beam. And Omni Slash is a huge threat for the Thunder lineup, so anytime that he can threaten with that by turning around, he's happy. Celery. Alright, he's also in his happy place now, dying for the team. Good times.
It was about time. Yeah, he lived for way too long here. So a little bit of a bottleneck upcoming though for Viking here, because they want to blink on the axe before they go here, but at the same time it is about time that Boom starts the jungle as well, and you can see Shad now in the jungle too. There is currently really not enough farm on the map for all three of these heroes to take, and none of these three can move up onto the enemy side yet, because it's simply too early. All the towers are still up. So I'm going to have to see if Tundra is actually going to find some pick-offs with this, or get a little bit of recovery in with this.
Desperately need to get something. So very static right now, and they're starting to fall behind on the farm. You did mention greed on the side of Viking. Tundra still have to, also like you said, find farm for snaking. Getting closer to level 6. Just around the corner from level 5 right now. And they'll have that big team fight, but before that is alive and available, Viking should be able to take 1 or 2 team fights. And Skeeter in a bit of a dangerous position here. Just hit himself back into a safer place, but Kezu also doesn't want to take a fight that could risk his farm before the Blink Dagger is online.
So 33 has his boots of travel now. And the recipe here is that probably 9 looks to get, well, I was going to say a rune, and yep, he's going to get that top. He rotates with this, and they try to find a follow-up with the 33 boots of travel. Teleport in.
Just needs to get
That
some...
would be the recipe.
How far is he from Witchblade? It's like got it, right? So if you finish Witchblade, he actually pops the Invis rune now though. So it doesn't seem like he's gonna try to use that to connect with. There's still the BT's potential for setup. Or maybe they wait for level 6 on Snaking, then they use the BT to initiate on Black Hole.
Could be as well. At the very least, this is not disadvantageous for Tundra either. Like, they did get these boots of travel up for the Bat Rider right now without any of the other cores having to retreat into the jungle either. Skyder is still in his lane. So, well, both teams getting away with the greed right now, even if Viking is pulling ahead a little bit.
Greedy is very good. Everybody wants to be greedy. I mean, 33, one of these super greedy offlaners. Tundra keeps healing up the towers, so they don't have a situation where any of this pressure really gets felt. There's no long-term consequences it feels for anybody. All these towers are very healthy. Even not having the Treant Protector, Viking has full HP on all their towers. What is happening? 11 minutes in the game. This is the longest laning phase ever.
Yep. I mean, Celery also doesn't have his level 6 yet, so he can't go scouting for anything quite yet. Would like to not die. Aram is still probably a little bit, like, impatient by now, because he's had his ultimate for a little bit. He'd want to drop that on the tower as fast as possible, but he's not going to get to. And in fact, people have been waiting for him bottom.
They drop an ultimate on him instead, with the Eclipse pulling through from the Luna. And they do manage to Discord die as well. 2 deaths happened in the space of these last 10 seconds. I mean, I guess you're not going to be fighting anyway, right? You still have Eclipse ready. You still have Black Hole ready and Lasso ready. I'm not sure you mind all that much using Eclipse here. And Skeeter doesn't actually want to be in these bigger fights, so...
Exactly.
Fine.
This is a good secure.
And pauses are going to come out. 9 after the Switchblade, looking in for the Blink Dagger. Like you said, weirdly enough, the kill that just happened right now only affected one of the heroes that's not being hyper greedy. But everybody else is still very content to stay exactly where they are. 33 drags a creep wave to farm it. In the jungle, Chad's doing the same. So
yeah, I gotta say, I'm a little bit annoyed that the Bat Riders get away with it. But on the other hand, that's a perfect read on the actual game state by Tundra. We're like, yep, fine, so the Juggernaut is getting more, so what? We can still get enough on this offlane Bat Rider to be happy with an offlane Bat Rider, which is pretty amazing.
It's getting so much. He's at this point though, might be in danger once they decide to reveal this Axe Blink Dagger. It is picked up. Kezu's hitting bottom. The team with level 7 available for Aramis, and the Mass Serpent Wards in tow. They want to try and take down the Tier 1 tower. They'll drop the snakes. But deep in the trees will not be caught for this. Team at the same time are trying to make a move on top and try and push this down with the Eidolons. So it's just going to be a straight up trade here early.
Nine could die.
Wait, what? Where did Puck die? Middle.
Mid lane.
Oh god. They revealed it with the blink dagger from the axe in the mid lane. I thought they were going to try and reveal it in top, but they get middle, they get the Puck. Boom's nearby, so that's a burst of gold coming in for the TA. Now she's much closer to blink dagger. Another death on the Puck while he's on the way to his own blink. That must feel terrible. But I
They were
mean, no
showing in
shad.
2 lanes there.
I'm gonna try to bring him down as well. Overgrowth stops him from being able to escape with this spin, but he's gonna turn around. Omni Slash, they didn't have enough damage to bring him down. They still will be able to catch him out. Lucent Beam was there. Black Hole committed as well. They have everything thrown towards the Juggernaut, but it will be successful. They find the kill, and they're not done just yet. They had the last 2 onto Celery. Borrow time though. We'll help him out with the Dispel. Will be a-okay, maybe. 33. Wants to chase for more. Running out of mana though. So can't really keep the chase going on to the higher ground. Kezu was waiting in the wings for a potential reinitiation. But Puck dies in the mid lane, but they get shad. That's pretty huge.
Yep, it is like a nice usage of the glyph there to make sure that the Juggernaut bounces into the creep wave instead of clearing it. At the very least though, Viking have done the one thing that is so important versus Treant Protector teams, is that they've broken the first tower of the game. So they're not getting stuck on the map right now. And this is where that you definitely see the benefit of picking that Shadow Shaman over a Lion.
Yeah, definitely. Ultimate might not
Tundra
help you as
also-
much with kills.
So Tundra have 4 of these big ultimates to go, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Viking, not all of them are actually down right now. Otherwise they would be going without reservations immediately. Instead they'd like to get a pick off here first, because there is a coil up on the Puck as of yet unused. That's why we have these smoked heroes over on the flanks.
Up the Mass Serpent Nords down behind the tier 1. Let's see what's gonna happen. Can they stop this on the side of Tundra? Blink Daggers not really in tow for the lineup, except on the Spat Rider. Doesn't have Lasso just yet though for another 22 seconds, so they will just let the tower fall. No opportunity for a clean initiation, so why take the risk? Just a tier 1 tower. It is the mid tier 1, very unfortunate. But yet again, Viking, like you say, do the right thing. Use the Mass Serpent Wards, punch through the tree and protect the defense, and secure the all-important tier 1, even better than the bottom one.
Now we see if Tundra want to strike back. They currently have no good vision to work off of, but they have all of their ultimates up again, apart from the black hole, which should be fine. Celery, taking another one for the team.
Somebody's got to. Borrow time triggered. Skeeter at Mask of Madness active, so we're not going to be in a quick eclipse. Ends up walking away. He's fine. Just bought some space. Everything's fine. I really can't believe that this gold lead has not really shifted in any direction beyond 1k. 16 minutes in. We still have almost roughly the same amount of towers. Everybody's getting farmed. Nobody really feels like punishing this greed.
I mean, what do you have to punish with if you're greedy yourself? Boom's working on a BKB now. Kezu finishing up his phase boots finally after skipping them all the way. They'd like to find 33 here though.
Bat Rider sitting in the trees, but don't have any vision directly there. They see the napalm. Still so hard to jump into it. If Shadow Shaman had at least been able to prop down this Observer Ward, the Rat Catcher would have helped, but doesn't end up being useful in the situation. Like you say, because everyone's greedy, it's a parable of capitalism. No one can call out everyone else's greed.
Indeed. Just trying to survive in a society, man.
Oh my gosh, you're telling me we live in a society? No way.
I do say that. I am probably the greatest thinker of our time.
Oh my goodness. Can't wait for somebody to get the Kip's philosophy tattoo. BKB coming for Boom. How many BKBs do they need on the side of Viking? We need one for the TA. I'm not sure if Axe needs one quickly. Oh my god, they get it. They got the Hex. They got the Hex. Now they will be able to get the jump onto 33. You mentioned a while ago that this kill was coming. It took a while. Viking GG finally get it. That was some patience there for the entire team.
Incredible. I think that caught 33 off guard as well. Anybody else would have already backed off. These guys will just sit there like, no, we're going to take a rush with RTA, so we need an opening kill and we know you're going to be there.
Aramis
No?
not shy about using mass open wall to secure his team some necessary objectives. They plop them down. Roche is taken absolutely no way to fight into this without this Batrider. That's going to be an Aegis in tow for Boom. More time with no real possibility of an easy fight from the side of Tundra. They still do have access to Black Hole, and we do see snaking with the purchase of a Blink Dagger. So Tundra might reveal this just before the Black Hole itself, or the Aegis does expire, but for right now, Viking GG feel a bit more comfortable to do what they do best in this game. It's a greedy game, so we're gonna go back and farm. Yay.
It is indeed, but you gotta push those waves back out. You gotta take your time. Probably also wait for the Blink Dagger over on Aramis, for example. You can see by the fact that Blink Dagger over on Snaking is about a minute too late that this is not a slow game for the players. They are very much pushing efficiency to the limit here, but it's rather hard to commentate on that. So, you know.
Alright, so with Blink Dagger down Aramis, before this, Viking don't want to fight because Blink on Enigma, which was scouted out by this Observer Ward, feels very dangerous to fight into. Now they have Blink. Now Snaking might not want to fight because he knows that Blink Dagger is available on the Shadow Shaman, so he's going to want to wait for Blink, the BKB with Blink as well. Actually might catch 9 top. Aramis! Again! Again! How is this even possible? Oh my goodness.
Patience and dedication, and it's rather remarkable because you'd think that they're not actually farming enough in other places, but I think because both teams just clear the map every single round, right? Viking can spend these heroes up here to get a kill because the kills are really the only way to make a difference in income here. It's pretty surprising even to me.
Bottom lane. Black Hole committed onto Shad, but he did manage to find the spin first. Beautiful overgrowth connecting onto both him as well as the Axe Kezu. This has to watch his friend die. And they commit just Black Hole and Lasso for that one, and overgrowth. So they get revenge for the puck. Unfortunately though, there's not really much they can get off on the map due to this. Like the Luna's gonna try to just push a little bit forward with the Manta illusions, but already there are heroes positioning from Viking to reset the equilibrium. So nothing changes. Good times.
Nothing changes. That was a lot of ultimates committed. They really only have the Puck and the Luna right now. So that definitely means that Viking can play up if they want to. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing with this move here. Even though Shad has not yet respawned, they're not actually afraid to move into the enemy side of the map right now. They're hunting for this Batrider again. Incredible. Because, yeah, Viking have an agents. And they'd like to use that. They'd like to get this tier 2 down. They'd like to get the outpost as a nice, stable point to teleport into.
The Tower Destroyer is en route. Here is Aramis. Once Boom is able to punch through the first layer of the living armor, seems they feel strong enough to just force their way through it. Curse of Avernus might help out with that additional AS. So Aramis being patient with this. Yep, they're gonna just take this one raw. Okay, come on. This must be so annoying. You're like, really?
He's gonna armor it again.
Ugh.
Yep. It's incredible. And it's actually going to force Aramis to top, where they're going to try for a pick off on this Batrider. He is dewarding currently, but that means they know where he is.
Oh no, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way, no way.
No, he was checking.
Oh man. You're mentioning how much they're hunting 33. Feels like everybody forgets that bats are rodents too. Struggling with this anti-rat strats from Viking. They managed to keep their own tier 2 alive, take the tier 2 bottom, despite Fata's annoyances. Sandra didn't feel like it was worth the risk of actually bringing heroes in to fight into an Aegis. So they give up the tower. But they do manage to keep the outpost alive though, so they still have this positioning on this side of the map.
I thought for a second there with Aramis using the shackle that he already had the shard. It's like that would have been crazy farmed. Luckily not.
Unfortunately, it wouldn't even be surprising in this game, right? The fact that he's able to keep some moderate pace with the Enigma's farm. I mean, a lot of this is coming from taking out the Enigma's Eidolons, but it's still a little bit ridiculous from Aramis here. So very sparse kills on the map. Not much happening. Well, there's a lot happening, but not much happening like fully action-wise. It's very difficult for both these teams to fight into each other. Nobody feels safe. Everybody wants BKBs.
He's gonna find him.
Kezu. Oh, did you see him? He didn't see him. Let's see Kezu's vision. What do you see, my friend? Oh my god. Oh, he saw the blink. He saw the blink, but it's too late. Too late. He's not gonna be able to catch him. Well, Sneaking is not TPing out just yet. Still sticking around. Everybody in this game just displaying a supreme amount of patience because they're bringing in the puck right now. 9 gonna try for the pincer maneuver onto Aramis. Will they be able to bring down this pesky Shadow Shaman? There's gonna be a Midnight Pulse from Maleficent. They do finally find the kill. Aramis though, for his credit, takes out the creep that was being TP'd onto by the Bat Rider before going down. Big plays.
Snaking, more like sneaking, am I right? Awful, awful.
Sneaky. Don't say anything. Sneaky. Don't let anybody know. And he's still here. And they still have Black Hole. But I think they're gonna have to have a little bit more than just these two heroes in order to be able to make that movement. He's gonna stick around, keep pushing this out with Eidolons. He's going nowhere. I think he lives here now, Kips.
Making a home. The thing is that I'm not sure how much items are going to change the game for Tundra. I think cancelling the black hole is going to always be up to Kezu. But at some point you're going to start getting Lincoln Spheres versus this lasso, for example. Like, even a single Lincoln Sphere can already make the game very hard for a bad rider. So in the end, I'm not sure if they can afford to just, you know,
Bat Rider got you baited. He got you baited. Kezu finds the call, and there's not gonna be a black hole. They eviscerate Snaking in a matter of moments, and boom, put his life on the line. Aramis and Kezu were sitting in the trees behind him, and they get the counter initiation. The Bat Rider does survive, but the Enigma does not. That does cost a BKB charge, and maybe they don't feel fully confident pushing forward for the tower though.
Yeah, they don't have the Serpent Wards now either. I'd say this is a hard go. They can't actually do it. And this is so annoying. You have to invest so much into getting yourself an opening in this game. And then once you create the opening, you've used too many resources in order to actually go. We've seen it from Tundra as well, where, you know, yes, they get the Juggernaut down. No, it cost them both the Black Hole and the Lasso. And what you gonna do? Well, farm until they're back up.
Hope everybody's prepared for the long haul on this one. Because this dynamic, I don't see it changing for the next 30 minutes at least. Where, well, we got a good engagement, we got a key hero down, but it cost us X spells before they used Y spells. Therefore, Z movement is impossible. Gotta wait for X spells and rinse repeat. It's gonna be lovely. Top lane.
True, but oh,
they found Fada. Aramis back on Ratcatcher duty. Look at the distance. Aghanim shot is now picked up. They save Fada's life with the E-Blade though, so 9 make sure that nothing actually happens to the tree.
they know the ward's up there now. But yeah, what I was gonna say is that this is the kind of game that can topple very fast. If either of these teams lose control over the game, then the base is going to fall within seconds. We have a TA on one end, we have a Luna on the other side. We both know what they do to buildings.
Yeah. Just demolish them if given the opportunity. And that's why both teams are doing everything in their power to deny their opponents the opportunity to do so. We've only seen 3 towers fall on the Radiant side and 1 on the Dire the entire game. We're 27 minutes in. And still, neither team has gotten 10 kills. That's incredible. Yo, the betters are molding right now. Everyone's going insane. I'm sorry, bro. Roche is back.
I think better deserve to mold. You did this to yourself, man. Nobody made you do that.
Oh.
You wanted this to be exciting? Well, exciting you can have.
Unfortunately, at this point, Kips, betting is a pillar of the Dota 2 community. Feels bad. Feels good, feels bad, feels normal. It is what it is. Smoke up from Tundra.
Feels life, man.
Feels life. Feels 2021. Worst times ever. And yet again, because of the fact that they know that if anybody gets caught, they can't take the fight. There's important spells they have to be aware of. Even though they smoke, Tundra literally just de-ward one thing and they're like, yeah, this doesn't feel safe on the map. Let's get back. Let's get back. Look how big this Luna is. Butterfly, Satanic, heading into the Skadi with Manta in tow. I really can't believe that Skeeter's only found himself around 3 heroes to kill his entire game, but has been allowed to just completely free farm. Unfortunately, Luna is not that hero where if she's given free farm, she can guaranteed win you the game. Still a very precarious situation, but like you said, if she does get ahead with this kind of advantage, everything can turn. It all really depends. Now I think it's a contest between the Snaking Black Hole and the Kezu Core in terms of who can really turn the fight, and they smoked on Tundra. It's Kezu's turn now. Side of Viking gonna go into a smoke themselves. Right. Scout it out. Aramis. Aramis. There's no buyback on the puck, Hips. This is gonna be a free Roche again.
And Viking is so good. Like, I'm actually kind of surprised at how methodically they're playing this, because we think about them as this team that's gonna run at you normally, right? You're like, man, how can they play so controlled? But that's the trick. They always were this controlled, and they're just making these ganks happen like clockwork. It's like, check Roshan. Roshan is up. Okay, we smoke. We get a pick off. We do Roshan like twice in a row, and twice in a row, Tundra hasn't really been ready for that.
Oof. Tundra having to deal now with the potential fight coming their way as we see a Viking hero streaming in. Celery heals himself first. Borrow time does get popped in the meantime. We see this boom TA eviscerating Fata. With the tree chopped down, the T1 very easy to bring down because now there's no more living armor. Don't have to worry about punching through that. Using the mass up onwards, Boom's damage should be more than enough. And slowly but surely, Viking, like, you know, they were feeling it out. You mentioned it earlier that despite them looking like they were slow, they were doing things very methodically. And now that they've exploded on the map with the Roche, a couple kills, suddenly a game that was 1-2k in the balance, the massive 8k lead for Viking. And it's looking like the snowball you warned about might just be starting. Aramis stacked up on bottom and they jump him. Oh, waning rift from 9 connects onto both Kezu and Aramis. BKB popped by Kezu. Managed to get the quick kill onto Aramis, but do they want to try fight back here or they just let them retreat? Looks like a retreat will be allowed. They did not manage to get any additional kills, but they do manage to get the T2 in the top lane. So tier 1 for tier 2, even though it cost the life of Aramis, you'll take it. Does Luna need BKB Kips is the question. I don't think so, right? This might be one of those rare games where maybe you get a Lincoln Sphere instead of BKB, but he still feels threatened enough by Aramis that he's gonna go for it anyway. Rest of Viking now finally take the outpost. Oh, this has been a long time coming. How long ago did they push into that bottom tier 2, but they only get the outpost now?
Forever ago. Sorry, I was muted. I'm eating. My boyfriend made me a sandwich. It's delicious.
You know, yesterday you were saying that one of the best parts about casual streams or non-officials, that you don't have to worry about making an entertaining lane when it's not really entertaining. The best part is being able to eat, drink coffee, just live life.
I see. You're thinking that I don't do that during officials.
Ah, based. Oh, Lamau. Somebody please prepare a camera of Kips at TI having like cake on a panel.
Yeah.
Shad picks up MKB now and they want to push on the tier 2.
It's double MKB. And I'll see the puck here being harassed by these traps from Boom. That silence from the shard is really quite annoying if you're 9.
Oh, they get jumped on right now by Boom. Boom though, in danger of being black holed. They still have to worry about an Aegis though, so the overcommitment might be a bit dangerous, and they recognize this on Tundra. Bada's also revving up the overgrowth just in case there's an errant jump that comes in from Kezu. That jump does not come, however. And Viking back to this holding pattern of putting damage on the tower and Fada heating it back up. Getting TI8 game 1 flashbacks right now. Very painful.
It was a pretty good TI though. I'm not gonna lie.
Great TI. Not the best one. Bad ending though. 3 out of 10. Would not recommend. Finally! Oh gosh. Oh. Boom must just be so relieved right now. Able to get the tier 2 tower at long last. And Aramis? Doesn't find a real hero, just using the spells onto some illusions here.
And that was all she wrote for the ages, man. You can see throughout that entire business, Kezu cannot do anything. He needs to constantly be at the ready to cancel a possible black hole. And that also means that he can't jump first. If he's the one who jumps first, they're in trouble because there's no counter left for the black hole.
Patch 22, the name of the game for both sides, and Viking able to better exploit that. TA helping to get all these ancients. They've taken tier 2s. Might decide to smoke again here, and indeed it is the case. Alrighty, Aramis, where you at? Looks like we forgot about Aramis when we were talking about like big initiators in this game, and he's been playing like an absolute demon. See if we can find another big grab here. Nothing doing just yet. Dire scan. I think it just saw for a second. And 9 is out. Everybody's fine. Everybody's good.
999. Nothing. I mean, it's a very standard cross map smoke. Like it's much more up to Tundra standard. I think, like, unlike with Roche attempts to see that one coming in. Now this one, you know, they went cross map.
Onto Boom. This could be huge. There's no Aegis and no opportunity to pop off the BKB. Easy kill there. Lasso committed, Eclipse committed, but because you still have the black hole, still feel comfortable potentially securing an additional fight, maybe going for a tier 2 tower. Big grab there. 33. Patience. This time around, he's the one that shows the patience to get a big enemy kill rather than him being the one that gets brought down.
He's got an Aeon Disc himself too. It's pretty unlikely that he's going to be the next one who gets caught. Puck as well. They really recognize this. If we can make this initiation from Viking just not pay off, then we're going to be able to hold this black hole in reserve forever if necessary. We haven't seen a single one yet. And it's just down to the fact that Kezu hasn't been jumping ever. That's a chess game. Now they're pushing with Skyder.
They have to do everything in their power to defend this tier 3 because we know what happens when It's tier 3 falls and there's a Luna in the game. Kezu can only set 4th illusions. This is one of those lovely games, right, where, you know, we often talk about the threat of the black hole, but we get to really see it in this game, that Snake King just not using the spell is winning his team the game right now.
Apparently it's keeping him in here. They would not have had a game like this if they didn't have the black hole threat. But at the same time, it's also the threat of Kezu that holds the black hole at bay. As, you know, to have tension in a string, it needs to be held up at both ends. Those are the two ends right now. Snake King and Kezu both pulling. One on the Radiant, one on the Dire. The one who lets go first is going to give the entire string to the other guy. Of course, then the other guy can drop it. It's very much possible. Did you see, by the way, that Kezu has an illusionist cape on top of that Manta
On
style?
the Manta, lol. But do you feel like the nerf was enough? I feel like it should have been more nerf. 9.
He's got
Again caught out by Aramis down bottom. Is there follow-up for this though? Kezu, can he find the core? There's the black hole coming out, but it's used out onto this Shadow Shaman, so they managed to get the core coming in from the axe directly onto him. The damage from Boom as well, enough to get this kill. Skeeter now has to fight against the rest of them without the help of the black hole. Omni Slash directly onto the Luna. No help will be incoming from the rest of the squad. Fada TP's out to safety in the trees. 9 still alive. Not grabbed just yet. Manages to get away to safety potentially. Does he TP out? Yes, he does. But, Kips. The black hole got used. But was that the black hole? I mean, I understand you're trying to make sure that Luna survives, right? It's a BKB Shadow Shaman with Ether Shock, with the Hex as well as the Shackles directly out onto Luna, but I don't know. Was there another way?
She had a satanic. It's very hard to say. I think Aramis might have just broken this game open entirely. Like he broke the code. This is why the Luna was going to a BKB originally. Let's deal with him.
Boy. Oh boy. Well, she's just out from that.
The black hole was warranted, but they caught 9 there. That was not the Luna.
It was 9 that they caught, right? So yeah, and then Luna came in afterwards, and then yeah, because they only killed Luna at the very end of the fight with the Juggernaut Omni Slash.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
9 actually lived. No, that was not worth it. That's the patience breaking.
oh,
This discipline from Viking. This play from Aramis. Like this does not look like a flashy game. This does not look like, you know, some Earth Spirit MVP gameplay, but Aramis is winning his team the game.
yeah. Definitely making it warranted that this was the last overall pick for the team. Jump in, Lasso. They will be able to grab it. Aramis immediately there with the Hex onto the Batrider. They do take the first life, but Omni Slash used by Shad. Can he turn this fight around? Black hole on the 2 is the TA as well as the Jug. They're going to be able to at least get the kill on the TA. But the call from the axe on the backside of the fight. But there's too much damage coming in from Skeeter. Kezu has to try and flee from this engagement. But he's taking a lot of damage. Does he die? No, he doesn't. Still alive on the edges of the fight. 9 though will chase him with the E-Blade shot. Able to kill him. Lucent Beam will bring down Celery in the meantime. BKB popped by Aramis so he can run away from this fight. Shad now getting caught out on the Juggernaut. They brought back on Celery, but to what avail? Shad will go down. Skeeter able to get the kill. Triple kill for the Luna.
And the fact that Snake gets a good enough black hole while also being able to put it completely underneath him, so there's no way for Kezu to get the right call off. That's pretty insane by him. That's a redemption right there.
Patience from the Enigma. You don't need several huge black holes to turn a game. You just need a few. Big fight now. Skeeter.
You need one.
That's the one. That's the one.
That's the one.
That's the one. That's all you need. Sometimes when you have just one job and you do it well, everything works out for you. So what do you do with this gold on the Luna that she picked up from that fight? She's got 5.6k that she's sitting on right now. Of course, wants to be able to save for some buyback. I think you upgrade the Aghanims, but what replaces that slot afterwards?
Yeah, I'm thinking that, well, you might just want to think about a straight moonshot. At some point for the Luna, a rapier becomes a possibility, but I'm not sure we're there yet. Magnum's definitely making a huge difference in that fight as well. I don't think Viking saw that coming.
Either Eggs, Satanic, Butterfly, Manta, Scotty, level 25 right now as well. In this position where really seems very threatening whenever he's able to sit there dishing out the damage without getting caught out. In that fight, he's allowed to do so. There's so many things that both sides have to worry about. You have to worry about what happens if we don't catch out the Luna. You have to worry about what happens if this Jug is allowed to roam free in the fight, or the TA. You have to worry about where the Black Hole is, where the Call is, where's Aramis with these super sick hexes from super far away. Just, oh, so rough.
It is, but there's a big advantage for Tundra right now, which is that if they manage to catch this TA now, they've basically won themselves the game. You catch the TA, the Luna lives. That's basically all you need.
Luna, if she does find herself alive in the fight, she will destroy absolutely everybody. Everybody dies. Everybody dies. Very quick. Difficult game this, both sides. Okay, gold lead only pretty much nothing in it, right? At 44 minutes. What do you think the balance of the game is like? One ranks is normally not anything at this stage. Who's actually winning?
Ooh, who's actually winning? Like, in my opinion, Tundra, the buyback on TA is massive. She needs a Roche again. And she's going to have to risk her life to get it. And you can't just, secure the Roche fight with the buyback this time around. And she has to be in the fight because she is her team's DPS. Shad, once again, he's done the same thing as he always does. He's built tanky. He has an MKB, of course. He definitely deals some decent damage. But he's not the main DPS for this game. That's Boom. He is going to have to be in whatever fight it's going to be.
Yeah, the lack of this buyback. One mistake, one slip up. Hell, one more time when Boom is inside Black Hole again, like what happened in the top lane. The game just immediately ends, especially against this Luna, who has decided for the Daedalus as the damage option here, rather than going for the Divine Rapier, not taking any risks. So upgrade the Shard or the Scepter slot and then start building into those crit. I suppose when you do have Satanic, this can be really nice because you just need a couple of lucky crits and you pretty much guarantee yourself full HP in the fight.
Yeah, and as well, I think that right now her damage is bearable for a little bit. And when she gets to this this Daedalus now, it's going to be unbearable, at the very least for the supports.
Even with the smoke right now, as we looking for a target, they don't have much positive vision, but they now potentially scout out Shad. 33. Firefly sees Shad. Eidolon's got him out as well. When he get the jump, goes in. Lasso, the spin will come first though. So they'll have to commit Black Hole if they want to get this kill, but they will be willing to commit everything. Eclipse, Black Hole, Lasso, and now Jug is probably going to have to buy back because you're playing against the Luna. Do they try to force this? If they can force this, then now both of your core heroes will lack buyback. Tundra will immediately feel like they're the much more powerful team in this fight.
I think the only reason that Shad would ever buy back is if it's about the Roche fight. Like, in that regard, he is the better hero to have found. Celery is not going to leave Boom's side either. It's just... as long as it's not Boom who's dead, Viking get to play. Kezu's definitely flirting with danger there.
That was close.
Nearly got found.
The Shadow Blade. Making sure that he has some ways to get around the fight despite not having Blink Dagger available at the time. Will be useful as well to sort of close in onto Enigma. Oh, look at this. He'd got the Daedalus. Got it. It's full. It's finished.
There, I'm just giggling at this Kezu Axel. Look at that attack speed. Making his way into the invading base just because he can.
Alright. So what we need next is Moonshot. We need... you should go for Swift Blink, right? Instead of Overwhelming Blink. Moonshot. And then you sell this Hood of Defiance, get like some butterfly or something.
AC.
Yeah, AC, yes, there we go. And bottom, guess who's gonna try to get a kill because Aramis yet again has found the Hex out onto 33, but 33 Aeon Disc is available, so he's gonna be able to stay alive here. Aramis, BKB to try TP out. Overgrowth is available, so he has to accept his fate. He will just end up getting brought down. The Axe does escape this area, but they also get some free gold. Hey, nice mass openers there, nice.
Full reactions.
And I think we're
Yes,
back to
it's
farming,
such a-
right?
Yeah, it's all about the next rush, I'm afraid. So yeah, read any good books lately?
You know, actually, there was a conversation that was happening on Twitter about good books, right? There's this one book that I love with all my heart, but I very rarely recommend it to anybody because it's a difficult read. It's like 800 pages long, called Perdido Street Station. One of the most interesting and fascinating books you'll ever read. It's one of these, like, you know, after you read it, you don't necessarily say it'll change your life, but it'll definitely change your outlook on art. This is difficult to explain, but I can definitely recommend it. What about you?
Honestly, like ever since I've started in esports, I've really I used to have a habit of reading, and I just don't have that anymore. Like the only thing I read right now is online articles, and I'm pretty sure that's a loss. So I do need myself some book recommendations.
Let's not actually a really fun book to read. A really fun book to read that'll just like get you laughing the entire way through. Wait, anything gonna happen? No.
No. Don't worry about that. Just
Nothing's gonna
hopeful,
happen.
okay?
I was hopeful. I was like, wait, but not. Anyway, a book that I had a lot of fun reading. It's this fiction title called The Name of the Wind.
Oh
It's
yes,
just-
of course.
Oh, it's just so much fun to read. Just going through it. Just really enjoyable. You didn't have fun reading it?
He's a bit of a Mary Sue.
Yes, he is a Mary Sue. No, not a bit of a Mary Sue. 100% Mary Sue.
Oh,
300%
Aramis,
Mary Sue.
let's go.
Oh, Aramis finds another hex. They got themselves a grab, but the black hole! Snaking catches 4 heroes with the eclipse flying through onto everybody. The refresh, black hole number 2. And they're gonna absolutely get routed in this fight. 4 heroes are definitely gonna fall. And now it's Tundra Esports' turn to roam into the Roshan pit. Suddenly they have a 20k gold lead. Lasso on the high ground from the Batrider finding Shad. They cannot afford to lose this Juggernaut. They've brought back now Ashkezu jumping in, finding this Luna. Omni Slash brings down 33, but now Shad isolated on the high ground. Are you kidding me? And they have perfect vision of him. They can beat him down for free. Try to TP out, won't be able to do so. 9 also running down heroes in the backline. They kill Aramis with the help of Snaking. Scout out Kezu, and 9 will bring him down in the trees. Waning Rift finishes the job. It is a full team wipe, not even a 5-hero wipe, more than that. 2 buybacks, 2 diebacks, and the base is now open because there's absolutely no way that Tundra Esports do not use this opportunity to destroy the entire structure that Viking has here.
It's really just all down to Viking jumping on that opportunity with too many people. Yeah. They catch 33 on a ward, and they jump in with both of their initiators. Boom has to be there to deal the damage, even though his buyback is not ready yet for another 45 seconds. That's the game.
They knew that the game was over, the jig was up. Once that black hole connected onto 4, there was no hope. Oh my goodness. Snaking! Snaking.
Gets it.
Wow.
What an assassin. And that is, you know what? Viking let their guard down. We let our guards down. And that's when he strikes.
Oof. Out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. Literally in the middle of a Mary Sue conversation. He's like, pay attention to the game, y'all. Let me show you. Oh, man. That's crazy. That's awesome about this game, right? Is that he ends the game 5-3 and 15. Look at his score literally minutes before this. He's 1-3-11. Then, boop, like thousands of gold, tons of experience. Snaking with the refresher orb wins the game pretty much by himself. Kibbs, how, if you're Viking, right? That has to get into your head. That's gotta mess with you. That's gotta mess with you.
I mean, it's definitely like having to hold the tension for the entire game, and then having it suddenly break on your end. That's frustrating. But then again, like they've played against this Enigma recently as well. They just decided to get more team fight after that. I immediately opened the draft with the Tidehunter. It's not like we haven't seen them deal with this before, but it is frustrating for them, I think, to get caught with the same trick again. That's for sure.
Nobody likes being taken for a fool. Nobody likes falling for the same thing twice. Unfortunately, this time around, the Enigma from Tundra yet again strikes Viking and puts them down. And Tundra, they break the tension with a W out of nowhere. They just get this win. Now, you must feel so comfortable going into the second game because they won with Luna. Like, you just won with Luna. Wow. Peter, best carry in the world. Better than all the Chinese carries.
I mean, I do think in some way that they could have had basically any other hero here. The Eclipse burst damage as well as the ability to take down the enemy base after that fight was won. Both of those came in very handy. But like, imagine this game with a Terror Blade or with a Troll Warlord or just pick anyone. And I think it's still all down to snaking, getting that black hole or not getting it. And I mean, can't argue with results, man. He sure got him.
Well, highly unlikely we're going to be seeing this Enigma anytime again in the series, so enjoy it. I hope you all clipped what you could, had fun. The rest of the qualifiers, snaking is not playing Enigma. Whenever it gets let through, this happens, so yeah, just ban it. We'll see what they're going to be able to do in game 2 though, because now with this, Tundra are 1 game up. Definitely thought that Viking had the better momentum, but Tundra with the patience, they pull through at the end and secure game 1 with the victory, and now they have the momentum heading into the second one. Can Viking pull it back? Of course we want Viking to win, but this is actually fine, because now it's not possible for Viking to do what they did yesterday and give it 2-0.
2-0.
Exactly, they can't end the night early. Now they have to go the distance. So we'll be back for game 2, potentially of 3. Don't go anywhere. In the meantime, make sure that you are following the channel. Make sure you're following Kipsol. Her handle is in the description. Make sure you're following her on Twitch as well. Wait, when was the last time you were actually on Twitch? Like, just by yourself?
The last time I was on Twitch, I streamed a bunch of Dark Souls. I'm still slowly, blindly making my way through that game.
Yo. That sounds amazing. Don't you want to hear your Kips on Dark Souls? Please. Make sure you do it. Do the right thing. And of course, you can decide to subscribe. Want to support further, become a patron and or make a one-time donation. But more importantly, don't go anywhere because we'll be right back with some more.
demonstrate the skill of Shaolin, the special technique of shadow boxing.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snarecasting as we continue with the games here for ESL qualifiers. We are in the winners bracket final. Viking GG taking on the side of Tundra Esports. Tundra took game 1. Now they're here for game 2, looking for the sweep. Viking look to fight back. Viking, can they do this with Hoodwink? Kipso, the queen of Dota, tell us, will this, is this gonna work? Is this the game? They actually won with this earlier, like, but
Yes.
yeah, lightning strike twice.
I don't know, man. I mean, what I do know is that in anticipation of Tunda trying to pull this dank trick with a incredibly annoying Enigma again, Viking have once again resorted to immediately picking up the Kezu Tidehunter, which, well, as I mentioned before, was their antidote previously. Of course, if you're Tundra, you've also seen that before. Like, they have done this before. So, they have themselves a bunch of initiation and long-range team fight now as well. I doubt they are very surprised by this Tide.
Yeah, they definitely saw it coming. And it would be really boss moves if they just picked Enigma anyway. Instead, what up, let's go. But they're also dealing with a Lion. Time around, Treant Protector was banned out first. So Viking GG do not have to deal with the super annoying heal on the towers. So Lion, a little bit better for getting that initial burst. Obviously now playing into Lifestealer, a bit more complicated. Seems like a pretty decent, very, very good Lifestealer game.
Yeah, not much to fear here, really. The Lion can't do anything against you. You're going to have a great lane versus Tidehunter. The Juggernaut as well. Man fighting you is not going to be great. And let's face it, Shad's always building tanky, which Lifestealer loves. So, got himself a good vessel as well in the puck. Got himself a possible gobble up later by the Snapfire if he wants to get jiggy with it.
The jiggy game indeed. Especially I think in this game, when you have this Lifestealer, because there's so many additional sources of damage, by the time you really come online, it's not like your team is just holding out saying, okay, we can't really win team fights until you put in this final little piece of burst. You just come there and you can easily start mopping up. These heroes will be falling fairly low. Lots of pressure to buy more sustain items. Just one healing ward won't be enough.
And a really focusing Boom on all of the bans here from Tuna. I think the only one that they haven't banned yet is the Storm Spirit.
You can play Storm here, I guess, but playing this into the double silence always kind of rough on Storm Spirit.
I don't particularly like it either, which is probably why Tundra has left it wide open. If you're adventurous, you could possibly pick the Void Spirit here instead. But it's probably better to go tanky. That said, I say it's probably better to get tanky, then you have the Lifestealer to contend with. Rock and a hard place kind of situation.
Actually, now that you mention, I was thinking perhaps he plays the Tiny that he's been playing quite a lot lately. Yeah, it's a Lifestealer.
I like that.
I think Tiny's probably the best one. I can't imagine there's anything else that's really available now. But they also want a hero that can increase the pace for them. They don't want a farmer that's gonna sit there, soak up the entire game. Or at the very least, I don't think they want a farmer in a game where you want to go late against this Lifestealer puck. Need some additional tempo. And you have Hoodwink. We'll see. Let us learn. Let's not do that. We're gonna learn people. Salary's gonna pull.
I like this idea of the Tiny quite a lot. It's going to be very hard to burst down. You can actually stand for quite a while in these fights with even with the Death Prophet and the Snapfire raining down on you. Well, they're doing it. They're calling the bluff. You wanted to see this?
I wanted to see it. Let's go. Come on, Snaky. Show us. This is what sometimes we see in drops where the opponent says, okay, we believe we can beat this particular strat. And then they take the strat anyway and say, okay, let's go. Then they win with it. Very often these days, feels bad. Last pick Razor, so the anti-carry onto this Lifestealer. When he does have BKB outside of Black Hole, you will be able to leash the Lifestealer and walk him around like a dog this game. But I don't know. Is this enough? Is this enough from Boom?
Hmm. I think this is definitely a less greedy game, especially if Kezu gets off to a decent start. You can rotate on this Razor before you really have, uh, you don't need to hit any item timings with this hero. You just buy the first parts of your BKB and then you go. You leash somebody, you have damage, easy. So I do think they'll be able to play this one a little bit faster, but there is a possibility that Tundra just says, no, we're going to sit back. We're actually going to let Snaking farm, because if he gets Blink, BKB, double Black Hole, like the result is exactly the same as in the previous game.
Who cancels? It's actually even worse than the previous game, right? Because at least you had the call, so there's some potential for a cancel. Once he gets BKB, literally no way to prevent Black Hole from actually happening once it's been pre-cast, so... Viking GG, this was the counter last time. Let's see. They don't have the option of going as late as they went last time around. They have to press the tempo. Will they be good for the money? I hope they are. I hope they are. But I was thinking about this while I was making some tea. I was like, what if Viking GG get 2-0? Technically, it's not the worst thing in the world, because that means Kips tomorrow there's more Viking games. So it's fine. You know,
True.
they could potentially play, what, 8 games tomorrow? If they end up losing this one?
Yeah, well, there's a big thing about this Viking loss that they had in the previous game that I do really want to touch on. These losses after having a long win streak hit harder. And Viking have been winning. How many games in a row was it?
It was, let's see, 8, I think, yeah. 8
Yeah.
games in a row.
8 maps in a row.
And then you lose. You lose.
And it can be quite the whiplash.
Probably doesn't help out either that the nature of the loss was being 4 hero black hole. Then the game just ends. 48-minute game, and then it's just over. Finished. Painful thing in the world, so we'll see if they can bounce back. T1 teams can bounce back from being 2-0 down in grand finals and still grab a W. Viking. Want to qualify for the tournament, need to be able to show your medal. Also, speaking of the tournament, right? Especially since we're not being paid to cast it. Given the fact that there's like direct invites for all of the other teams participating, who's left that to directly invite to the tournament?
Not too many.
Like, I can't imagine the alliances, the secrets, and there's a lot of slots to fill. I don't know. Hope it doesn't turn into a situation where teams are invited that you feel the teams that qualified are better than, that should have been invited over.
I think most of the big dogs are going to show up, honestly. If these guys are in the qualifiers, then the ones that are invited are definitely the big names.
Hope
Now
gonna be
let's
the
see
case.
here.
Hope a Viking win. We've got 2 bounty rooms.
Yeah, that would want. Yeah, and I see somebody in the chat here saying, all right, you lose first the Enigma and you don't ban it out. They trust in this Tidehunter pick, man. This has gotten them through a secondary game against an Enigma after a first map loss versus an Enigma before. The pacing of the Tide, having somebody who can stand in the front lines, as well as, a reaction if the Tide survives. You get to press your Ravage after the black hole is over and turn the team fight. They trust in these things. So, rather than ban, they go with a solution that has worked for them before.
Yeah, and it's not always helpful to directly ban something that you feel you can deal with. You find yourself in a situation where you can't deal with something, and you let it through, then maybe you ban it. But if you can't beat it, then it's kind of a waste of a ban. Make life more difficult for Boom. And, okay, I think that in this game, Kezu, despite the fact that later on it's very difficult to deal with snaking, I do think that Kezu in this game, Tidehunter, does present a better threat than what Axe could do in the mid-game timing, pre-BKB. Allowed Viking to advance with this hero in the front. In the previous game, he had to just wait and play at the back. Not really the style that Viking likes to play. They play the best when Kezu can force aggression out of the enemy team.
And normally I definitely flame it more, and I think I did that as well. Like, hey, you're not buying Enigma in the series that I casted, where they picked the tide for the second series. And I don't believe they got Enigma then, but they very much believe in this pick, and it worked out from last time. So let them show it, I guess. And if not, well, they're going to just have to play another marathon session tomorrow.
Marathon session might be required because top lane Aramis is in danger. Yazu attempted at the anchor smash to reduce the incoming damage, but it's not going to be quite good enough. They get the first blood. Down Aramis on the line. Goes the way of Fada. This is a scary hero with levels and experience. We shall see what Fada's able to do. Spend a lot of time here on the top lane. Let's take a look down bottom. Purposely skipping mid because the 33 is getting span on right now on his Death Prophet. He might be taking a tumble here. Shad doesn't get more damage out. 33 will be fine. Salve up underneath the tier 1. Let's get his salve cancelled though by Celery. Hey, big play.
The Hoodwink has some decent range on her.
Rick, scurrying forward, trying to get a kill. 33. Rick, Celery, big plays. Okay.
It's the first time I've seen a Hoodwink do anything that can be characterized as big plays.
Somebody clip it, please. We need to see that. Hoodwinked being very useful, changing a lot about this game because now DP comes back level 3 into Shad, who now has the level 2 spin. Any other time the 33 falls low or finds himself without these Spirit Siphons right online, would die yet again. Great kill. Nice start to the game here. Also getting no CS right now for the DP. Missed a lot out of being dead. A large portion of these waves not going his way. Okay, fine. Guess we'll take a look mid. Laser versus Park. Yeah.
He's had himself an uneventful time. Of course, 9 can get out pretty much any time that Boom actually drops Static Link. But he does need to be a little bit careful, especially when Aramis comes around.
This Spike not going to be finding the puck at that range. Winning Rift, of course, always going to get away. And he's taking a lot of damage here. 9 playing the margins, but this is going to run him out of region entirely and therefore run him out of the lane. Has to retreat now. Give over a lot of advantage over onto Boom. Has the experience advantage already and will stay that way. By the time this puck comes back, Boom will practically be level 6 while he's still at level 4.
A little bit awkward. Yeah, you can see that it's mostly intentional. He has lost a bit on the trades, but the problem is that you need to use your spells in order to secure CS in this lane. If you don't do that, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation. If you don't do it, you're not going to get any last hits, but at least you're not going to get run out of lane. But at the same time, if you do it, yeah, these kinds of things happen, especially when you misjudge the distance with that Razor just a little bit.
Come back now, snaking. See him act jungle, getting his greed on. Does leave 33 alone down bottom. Not sure how I feel about this. I think DP, when she's playing as a 5 position, it's one thing if she's not getting that much out of the game. Never really liked this offlane DP who just sits alone without much support, getting like a little bit sacked. Feels like this hero.
Is bad.
Now she might actually die. Bushwhacked. Acorn shot to slow her down. Shad going to be able to spin, but not going to have enough damage. 33 turns around the Spirit Siphon. Still okay. Still alive. It's okay.
He's fine. He's not really stopping Shad from farming. He's not getting all that much himself. It's a rough lane for him right now. And a Death Prophet is not a hero that comes back with stacks or anything like that. You're just going to have to team fight your way out of it.
You have some very strong team fight, to be fair. The Black Hole eventually got Morty's kisses into it as well. It's so much damage inside of Tundra. My goodness. Kezu, please buy pipe, fam. Do the right thing. Mid lane. So you're stacking up to try to kill 9. Aramis and Selly were going for the wraparound, but not going to be able to find him. 9 with the Invis rune goes to the wrong side from Viking's perspective, and he'll be a-okay. Now they're going to steal some of the stacks here. Skeeter Him and Snaking happy to mop up this farm that Viking while preparing to pick up later.
Ezu? Gonna be pressured under tower here.
Just hating life a little bit. 9? What? Oh, okay, it's just, okay, they set up with the supports. They finally made the kill happen with the surround. So, they spend the time to get the kill. Did you happen to catch it by any chance?
I did not, but that sounds like another case of Viking patience.
Waiting around with the supports, not really moving off, and now the heroes in question will move top. Do not find any additional victims to add to the kill list. Peter and crew will just scurry away, keep farming. They kill to pick up onto 9. Now you have this puck in the situation where I think he's getting boots now, at least components for the Witchblade. Not even that, just getting raindrops. Gonna be quite a while away from actually being super active on this map, or at least feeling comfortable jumping in. Feels like there's a lot of damage right now available from Viking, specifically tailor-made to deal with this puck.
The problem is really that Boom, especially with some raindrops of its own, is already so tanky that you're going to have a hard time chewing through him as a puck. And that means that 33 is going to have to do it, but he can't really stand in his lane right now either if Boom really wants to go for him. The reason Boom doesn't is because you have the info that 9 is near, by the way.
It's up for Boom. Either's farming the jungle, Juggernaut's farming, so gonna be standard build this season. Well, somewhat not exactly standard. Shad, what do you think about this? So going back for the Battle Fury in this game for the Juggernaut, abandoning the Maelstrom build has been the meta right now.
I mean, I think he's certainly read the meta of this best of 3, right? Which is that Tundra has been playing very slow, and that they'll continue to be playing slow because they're counting on this Enigma to win them the game in the end. And that gives him space and time for the Battle Fury. Means that in the long run, he's definitely going to outdo this Lifestealer, who's most likely going to go active items after this armlet, which he's already nearly got finished.
Yeah, they're going to push more pace on the side of Tundra. Play quickly. This is line up, not just have the full farm best. They'll still play slowly, but be methodically slow. The previous game, I think, you know, sometimes Dota 2 is described as the chess of these more action-paced games. You don't often see like the pure chess type of gameplay. You'll see it in the draft sometimes. But I think the last game was a good exhibition of what a chess game can look like. Super considered from both teams. Replicate.
I'd honestly like to see Viking break this open, because you know that they're the ones that want to play it faster than that, right? If they only could.
If they could. Definitely want to. Also damage, not some damage coming onto Shad. Aramis shows up. Oh, nice Hex after the bushwhack from Celery. And oh, Earth Spike, a little bit too late. Combo up with the Hex, but it doesn't end up mattering. Shad throws in the Omni Slash, so they have more than enough damage. They bring down the puck. 9 dead yet again.
He's definitely having some mid-game hiccups on this puck. He definitely forced reactions here. They got a lot of information out of that. Now 33 is here with an Invis rune. They have a silence for Shad, and he does not have an Omni Slash. Black hole at the ready.
Spin. Come out. Celery. Nice with the bushwhack, preventing Snaking from closing the gap. Drop shooter. Thrown out onto the DP, but the Spirit Siphon with the Ghost enough to run down Shad. He dare not try to attempt the TP out. This Enigma so nearby, so it ends up being good enough to get the kill. They don't actually even have to commit the Black Hole. It ends up being better than having to use Black Hole. Thanks, Celery. What a comrade.
Yeah. And I see them tipping Boom there, and you can see that Boom definitely does not want to close the distance. He does not want to stand next to his teammate and also get caught in that Black Hole. So painful. Well, watch your teammate die, but what you gonna do about it?
What you can do is just use the voice line, or just go with the all chat. And I thought, okay, what's that? It is what it is. The rest of his team are gonna smoke up and try to kill Skeeter in the top lane. They find this. Oh, they don't. They didn't find the initial vision. And by the time they saw him, he was out of range of the Hex. Earthspike will never connect on a Lifestealer once he knows you're coming. Phase Boots, good item. They keep Skeeter alive and farming.
He's going straight satanic.
I mean, if you get
Interesting.
satanic, what do they do, right? Because the burst damage they have comes from, they have this lion, they've got GG slash, but at the satanic level life stealer, he'll survive. He'll always be able to get infest off onto somebody. You just
Yep.
tank through the rest of the fight, just come back, and then what?
Let's see as we watch Fada go ham in the middle lane. Snipes at haste rune. I think this is one of the best animations in the game, honestly. Mortimer running with haste.
Get him go.
Never
Get him
gets
go.
old.
Get him. Hey, 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 hey. Oh, it's not so sad. I'm sorry, buddy, but your life is much less interesting than Snapfire with haste rune.
True.
And more gold for this Enigma though. Just gonna stick to bottom, keep farming, get closer towards having this Blink Dagger. Then they'll have this big initiation from their side. Kezu has Blink Dagger of his own. The pretty large ancient stack here. Because there's no Battle Fury just yet from the Juggernaut. Can't farm it up, but nice amount of gold waiting for him in future. And the acceleration of this Juggernaut's gonna. Oh, Kezu, mate, you already have the Blink Dagger. Sad.
Nope, nope. He made it. He takes it. Rules of the jungle.
Sad. Feels. Oh, okay. He's just bringing it down for the homie to finish farming later. I hope. Or maybe you should have just pinged them out and it's like, dude, come on, man.
You have the blink, man. I think he's just going back into it. No? Oh, you can see him thinking about it. I want him to take it because it's so juicy. I know it's probably not like the right play, but
It'll be
said
fun.
Aramis stacked again while Kezu pushes the lane like a dutiful offlaner. Man, that Kraken shell is good. Get stunned?
Ah.
Not anymore.
So many other heroes couldn't run up into a lane knowing that Lifestealer Snapfire's on the other side and expect to walk away. Hide. Bread and butter. Back to doing his thing. As we see.
And the Battle Fury is up now.
Ah, good go. That's what we like to see.
Now, Kezu? So close to getting caught. Yeah, well, Blink Dagger onto Snake. You want to use this.
It's gonna be the one that's caught though. Inside is Malefic stun, Midnight Pulse, easy kill. They're gonna smoke up immediately. They wanna go for more. Snaking really wants to get this blink back hole. And because when they got that kill, the Blink Dagger wasn't in inventory yet. They didn't scout this out on the side of Viking GG, so they have no idea that this is coming. They can find a viable target. Boom. Scouted by 9, but now that he's headed onto this side of the map,
So not
the
in fighting shape.
triangle. It's up.
Again?
Fada.
Okay, doesn't matter.
Nothing else is gonna happen. That's just gonna be Fada that dies. They're just gonna take the tier 1 top, potentially take tier 1 middle. Unless they try to fight this from Viking, they're still stacked up. This time it's patience from Tundra that might pay off. Snaking. They know that he's here. They've gotten the tower. Jump in. They find Aramis. They'll definitely have enough to kill here. Kezu jumps in, finds the Ravage, it connects onto 3. Sharpshooter down onto the puck. 9 dead yet again. Exorcism used up by 33. They're running forward with the Infest. They'll have enough damage to kill Kezu. Double kill thus far for the DP, but the damage against her from Boom is going to be enough to bring her down. Boom, though, they do find revenge by throwing forward Skeeter, and Fada with the little shredder hits has enough to bring the Razor into the ground. 3 for 2 exchange here, Kips, and somehow, some way, Blink Black Hole doesn't get used. Snaking holds onto it once more.
Viking once again playing in such a way that it's really not viable for Snake. It's unfortunate for Snake that it gets caught at these ends there. But it's exactly what allows Viking to get away with this trade. I think this is good enough for them. They really would have liked to win that fight even harder. Or sorry, excuse me, to actually win that fight, as opposed to going for this equal trade where they at least get the top tower and Shad doesn't have to join. But it's good enough for now. They do get 2 enemy cores out of that as well.
2 huge cores, 9. Death of the game, unfortunately, does now have the Blink Daggers. Another source of initiation up for the side of Tundra. Make life a lot easier. And finally, a vehicle is available for Mr. Skeeter if they decide to utilize it before or after they finish this mechanic.
Okay, wait for the Satanic. There's going to be a BKB up on Boom.
Wonderful method. They're just gonna jump right now. They're not gonna wait for it. Blink dagger revealed. Are they gonna black hole him? Not just yet. They're holding it. Holding it.
Excellent.
Wonderful.
No TPs, support TPs possible there because the tier 1 tower is already down. This is exactly the kind of fast play you can make when your tier 1 is up and the enemies isn't. Gotta colonize this bottom jungle now. Take all of the resources.
Yeah, Ghost again, you can threaten for this tier 2 tower almost immediately. And there's no tree and protector on the other side to make things a very easy defense. And they're pushing now. Farah has little shredder. Put a little bit of pressure here. No one really responds. And don't have any observer wards on the other side of the map, so they do not know exactly where these heroes are. They will see that Boom is middle, so they'll have a lot less fear putting more harass on the tower without the Razor being nearby, because they know there's no way in hell Razor is far away from the rest of the team.
Boom, man, that's frustrating. He's like, he walks up into that triangle, let me finish that BKB. No, Shad's already taken all of that.
Stars, mate.
But at the same time, Tundra also do not commit for that bottom tower.
That's kind of surprising. I feel like they had perfect space for that. Low shredder ghosts. Tower probably dies. Unless they want to save this for another fight. Yeah, and they smoke up immediately. And they decided they'd rather fight with this. Ravage is up though, as you mentioned. See, Celery will get himself killed early. But as we know, when Celery dies, he's in his happy place. Breaks a smoke gank on 5 heroes with Black Hole. Thanks, please. Boom now has a BKB, so we won't die like that again.
Yep. Tundra got the most out of that opportunity while they had it. I thought I have the Satanic for the next fight, so Skinner is going to be basically immortal. Like, he might not get to do any damage is the problem. He's going to have to basically, like, unless Boom prioritizes wrong, right? In which case, Scatter's going to be happy as a clam. But Boom gets him, links him. He's going to have to tank a whole bunch of spells, probably the finger as well as the sharpshooter. And then you infest, you wait out the minus damage, and then you come back in. That's sort of roughly what his plan looks like here. The flowchart.
Sometimes you just gotta put your own body on the line. That's the way you gotta play Dota. Damage will come eventually. You gotta tank it up, you gotta tank it up. Here's what it is. It's gonna be extremely difficult for them to kill him, and in the meantime, the rest of the lineup has proven to be quite susceptible to the damage, in particular from 33. Despite him having very little farm, had an outsized impact in this game. Roche now being contested by Shad. They have the Solar Crest too. This feels ambitious to say the least from Viking GG.
It is. They'd want a pick off here. They'd want to have control of their mid wave right now, but really, this is the only way for them to properly work against the black hole. Get your carry in the black hole, get him to respawn.
Forced out of the storm out of Boom. Roche is falling ever lower, and with this used, yeah, they back off. Jump in onto Puck with the Infest, 9. Gonna find a target just yet. They saw this Infest play happening. Now they're being really cautious. However, they also know that with Lifestealer inside the Puck, no real damage onto the Roche unless they pop the Ghost. They do not want to pop the Ghost until they're ready for the fight, but here they go. Looking for this fight. Silence was out. Ooh, Fire Snap Quickie 1 second too late. Chad quick with the reflexes, able to escape. Ghost are dishing out the damage though. And are they really gonna cheese this from outside with the Ghost and have 9 jump in for the steal? Yes, they are. Oh god. Let's see, 9 jumping in. There's gonna be a Dream Coil catching out onto 2 heroes. Boom pops the BKB, and now Shad turns around with the Omni Slash directly onto Skeeter. Skeeter losing a lot of HP. 4-star forward Ravage coming in from Kezu. They brought down the Lifestealer. Earth Spike connects onto both Farah and 9. Both of these heroes will fall. Boom. Doesn't manage to get the Aegis though, because 33 does manage to steal it and kill the Roche as well. Expensive,
So
expensive.
That entire recipe that I made up for Skeeter, that's kind of hard to do if you start off with the infest. Like, you could see him scrambling there, trying to get out. He tanked so much damage, but they're just, he couldn't, he didn't have any infest left. Oh, that's awkward. But most important part here, 33 is the Aegis. It's not on Shad. It's not on Boom. That means that this black hole is as potent as ever.
Black hole was not used, so they cannot go too far forward on the side of Viking. GG. They did pop their Ravage in order to win out that fight, but without black hole being committed, does rein them in somewhat and leaves Tundra in a situation where they can continue farming up their side of the map. Counter is a Ravage, but if Ravage is down, and there's also a situation where you have this Aegis, they probably just want to push out some other part of the map. And not really fight into 33. Make sure that you avoid him. Still can't believe he actually got the Aegis. That's so sick. And got out alive. Like, it would have been a win even if he popped the Aegis, but getting out alive with it is so crazy.
That Aeon Disc that he got just before the fight broke out, working overtime there. And as well then, you know, all of the damage of Viking was actually concentrated on killing the Lifestealer. He was just... 33 was still in the pit with the ghosts on. Well, what are they gonna hit? Well... now that you mention it. But yeah, he's been playing a pretty incredible game for a Death Prophet who hasn't really had a good start. Which is... normally you're just food. You are. And here he is running around with an Aeon Disc and an Aegis. It's pretty useless on him.
Literally will just eat some kisses down bottom. Grandma says hi. Grandma says bye. Yo. One great thing though for 33, what's really incredible for me is that he's doing all of this while still being bottom 4 in net worth. How is this even possible? Consistent bottom 4 net worth, but 33, some of the best players in the world can make a lot happen. Very little farm. It means putting on an exhibition of that. In terms of who is getting the farm though, is Snake King, who's number 2 in the net worth for Tundra, 3 overall, and he's just picked up the BKB. So BKB Black Hole, literally nothing to cancel it. Now Snake King. Before there was an excuse that I'm afraid my Black Hole will get cancelled. Now there will not be that excuse. Viking, once they scout this out, will be playing on tenterhooks for the rest of the game.
And it's what they chose. But yeah, I said at the start of this game, it's very likely that they'll just give Snaking this farm priority, and they sure have done that. 33, 9, have just been pushing out the waves. Snaking's a real security policy? Insurance policy.
I mean, you know, he's kind of a security policy as well. He's a mercenary going in to kill people for you. They're gonna try actually get a grab in the top lane. Infest into Snaking. Hey, God, Chad. Sorry, mate. They tried with Aramis to interrupt this, but the BKB from Snaking was there. They get the Black Hole. They get the kill onto Shad. Dreamcoil committed 2 onto Aramis to prevent him from escaping. And they both take tumbles. Tundra. Beautiful reactions from them. Getting the tier 2 down bottom. Able to respond fast enough. Not only prevent a push top, but get some key kills on that side of the map. Snaking, he waited so long for the Black Hole, but the right one was what he was waiting for, and he gets the perfect one this time.
Very nice. Now, Viking are going to put the pedal to the metal immediately as soon as they respawn. They're just going to be sad that they don't get to do that towards the enemy outpost. Instead, they're going to have to start from their side of the map. So you can see both of these leftover cores pushing waves as fast as they can. Boom actually taking a big risk there on the mid lane as well. He knows this wave needs to be out because they need as much time as possible where, you know, Tuniver doesn't know where they are as soon as Boom... as... You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, we know what
as soon as Shad respawns. It's getting late. My medication's running out.
I mean, you've also been plastic Dota like 13 hours a day, like 30 days, so... We forgive, we forgive, we understand.
I certainly did hit like 12 hours on some days, yes.
Oh my god. 12 hours Dota 2.
It's the best job I've ever had though.
I mean, if you're gonna spend 12 hours at work,
Yeah, might as well be this work,
might
right?
as well be this work, yeah. Go for 12.
Exactly.
Kezu, the smoke up with the gang. As you mentioned, they want to try to get as fast a movement as humanly possible. They bought themselves darkness by pushing out all the waves. Tundra, aware of this and playing carefully. 9 reveals his positioning, but he does still have Blink Dagger, so it's going to be very difficult to find and catch him. So, Fada, just be an easy target here. Tundra's like,
Thanks,
okay,
gag.
it's fine, happy, thank you.
Yeah, Tundra is amazingly okay with this. 30 seconds left on Black Hole. This fast movement from Viking was not nearly fast enough.
Worth. That's been interesting about Fada. Remember when they first formed this Mud Golem team? He used to die a lot. He used to play like sort of this Pilot die role, but he's gotten really good in this 5 role over time. Positioning in particular. Like nowadays, I'm used to not seeing Fada just chain feed. Like, oh man, Fada's making good things happen on the map. I'll play it.
They did see Snay here on and ward on top, I think. They'd love to find him.
Catch him. They sees him, but oof. Blink back in time. Reinforcements aren't coming though from Tundra. Need to get out of the vicinity of this area from Viking GG. 33. Close the gap somewhat, but there's no Yule Scepter, so an easy catch is not available just yet. AoE gush from Kezu slowing them down. Yumquel committed by 9. We'll only be able to catch out onto Celery, but there come the Morty's kisses. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. But it's Celery, so he's in his warm fuzzy place right now.
That was his job. Well, they might find Aramis. No, he's gotten too far back. He's got a lot of vision here as well. He's actually trying to walk it off. Remarkable.
Oh
So,
no.
this is the part of the game where that Battle Fury decision for Shad really pays off, right? We all knew it was going to go here. Shad knew it was going to go here. So he's been keeping at the top of net worth for this entire game, and he's not leaving there.
Absolutely. Basher, Battle Fury, Manta style, building into the Swift Blink. Highly effective in this fight. And the thing is, because of the way that he's trying to set up versus the Lifestealer, once he gets this Blink Dagger, those infest plays become harder to pull off. Oh no, Lifestealer, speaking of which, he comes through, snaking yet again. Black Hole, catches Boom, Aramis as well. They use the BKB, but they secure the double kill for Skeeter. Good old snaking. Black Hole number 2 brings down 2. And with Roche respawning in 15 seconds, should get them the Aegis without too much fuss this time around.
This one's not looking good for Viking. They never really got to leverage Kezu in the way that they wanted to. Tundra have been very cleverly escaping most of the fights.
Yumquel up on the high ground. Oh, that was hilarious. Oh, okay. Picking Hoodwink was worth it for this one moment.
He tried it before on top of getting himself out of the Midnight Pulse with that that pushback, but
Infest. Ooh, the bash prevents the TP from happening. Fada will definitely die. Skeeter doing his best to scurry away out of danger here. And should be able to escape quite fairly here. It's fine. It's all good.
oh,
Okay.
he's not.
They get 9 though. What? Why does this keep happening to 9?
Not entirely sure. Maybe he's got some pact loss or something. But yeah, you were talking about that Roshan. I was so sure that Tundra were going to have it, but they wait for the enemy respawns really, and now Viking can walk right in.
Oh boy,
And
they
I
might
found
not be
Skeeter.
done yet. They also find Skeeter in the top lane. Lifestealer's gonna die. Got ravaged. What is happening, kids? Oh my. Oh my. Tundra Esports. Game was going so well, and now not only is Viking GG given an Aegis of the Immortal on a silver platter, the enemy cores are dead, and Shad even more rewarded for going for this early Battle Fury. And getting the early Basher was only possible because of how much farm he got from this Battle Fury. That enables the kills, that enables the Roche. That enables a gold lead finally for Viking.
Oh dear. I mean, the gold difference doesn't mean that much at this point, and there is a black hole up exactly right now again. But now Viking have an Aegis, and that is the most important tool. If they can just make sure that they ideally only lose Shad and maybe Celery in that. If it's Shad plus Celery, they're going to be so happy. One respawns, one buys back. And man, this top tower. They want this top tower down so badly. Boom's gonna go in for it. He knows how important it is.
We stacked
Shad
up to
finds
try and
Fada.
take the outpost, but Shad coming across enemy heroes here. They are aware that going into him is a terrible idea. Ships in the night, pass each other by. They'll just go keep farming. The creep wave to clean up middle. How much farming here? 20k net worth here, 32 minutes in. Eye of Skadi, not too far away, just needs the point booster at this point. Just has everything it could possibly want. And I think this is also a really good game for the Aghanim Scepter at some point, but not now. Right now, you can just get as huge as needed, as necessary.
Yep. Ideally, you survive that black hole the next time it gets put on you and you don't have an Aegis. So, HP up, boy. There's the Skadi.
Oh boy. Juggernaut. Lifestealer likes to also deal with Juggernaut when he is at the very least even with the LS, the Juggernaut, but when LS is starting to fall behind at this degree, it becomes quite difficult because one Omni Slash and you are completely screwed. The recipe gets more and more difficult to follow because now suddenly everyone can die. Even if you do get yourself out of trouble with the Infest. Either going for this S and Y, trying to pick up some status resistance. But because he's gone for this kind of build, he's most certainly going to be peaking here in this mid game. After the S and Y AC, at that point Juggernaut will still be finishing luxury items. It becomes a lot more difficult for these fights to happen on the Lifestealer's terms.
You can see how much Shad wants to leverage this Aegis. He really wants to be at the forefront of everything, every single time. Pressure as much as possible, hunt as many kills as possible. He knows that the amount of resources that needs to be spent on him is just so much. And ideally, of course, that a resource is the black hole.
It is now falling. Gonna try and press on the other side. Skeeter should be able to pick this one up. So T2s for T2s. Enigma gets Octarine. Tidehunter gets Refresher.
Holy crap.
Let's go. Another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Yeah, how long it goes for them. I think they want to push though. They really want to try to use this Aegis.
Yep.
Forcing. He's here on the high ground. Get a spin out of him. First go around. Pushing high ground versus Enigma is a nightmare. Wants no part of this, so he leaves, finishes his AC in the mid lane. He might return though, just to push this out a little bit. The rest of his team isn't really getting out, and Skeeter pretty far forward right now. Trusting his team to have his back if things go wrong, but this could be really dangerous. 9 Hex again! Gets forced off though, kept a safety, sharpshooter, not enough damage to kill him ultimately. And Shad cannot go in for the Omni Slash because the Infest play from Skeeter gives the bonus HP to 9. Ooh, that was close. That was so close. Aramis was a moment away from using the finger.
Shad just hoping for the bash there. Enigma is missing, says Kezu. I agree. Enigma is missing. He will remain missing.
Ever. Alright, here's the play, right? Here's what Snaking is telling his team. He's like, alright gang, listen. We just take this game late enough that we get ninja gear, right? Then I'm always missing. We can't push. Then we take this game into the ultra late game territory. I get another easy 4 hero black hole. No problem. Game is easy.
And that's roughly what I imagine he must have said during the draft. It's like, you know what? I don't actually think that they can play fast enough to stop me from getting big. I just need a little bit more farm this game, guys. They were like, you know what? That sounds about right. Let's just give you the Enigma again.
Still can't believe we got like last pick Enigma in the game. Despite them having the counter towards this Enigma. You know, sometimes I kind of feel like Dota's an emotional game where it would have been
It
really
is.
satisfying to ban it. Just to be like, dude, let's not deal with this again. We don't want to have
Try
this
us.
happen.
I mean, I think it's also like a pride kind of thing for Viking, where it's like, you know, what kind of pro team are we if we don't learn how to deal with this?
Sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet, deal with it. And thus far,
Yeah.
doing decently well for them. Be very hard to finish the game off. Aegis has expired, so no opportunity to really push on the high ground for a while. And I think they do not really want to do that without having comprehensive buybacks. They saw what the previous game was like, so because their buybacks only available on the Jug and the Hoodwinked, I had to rather back off for a while. Take it easy, relax, chill.
Mm.
It's a good movie
Feels
you've
rough
seen
to
recently.
abandon a forward positioning like that. Man,
Papa. I will pause
they
that right
knew what
now.
they signed up for. We knew what we signed up for, and still, I'm kind of annoyed by now, and I can't help but wonder if Viking isn't as well. It's like, come on, you were supposed to get more done by this point in the game with your Juggernaut Razor Tide than this.
Shame.
That is some
Just
illegal
be
gameplay right
prevented from pushing the pace forward. Not like they
in this
found
game,
a
I'll
lack
be
of
mad about it.
targets.
Let's go.
Just hasn't really transitioned into anything really useful for them. Big problem as well is that they get this refresher orb now from the side hunter, but having to deal with the Enigma, never having vision of his side of the map, or exactly where he is. They're trying to force that out right now. They let some extremely aggressive wards behind. It's kind of push, but means that you always
Mhm.
have to be effectively. You're still playing just around Enigma, trying to find him, isolate him, or take the fight away from him. Super, super frustrating.
Yeah, they just don't have the pick-off capabilities unless he somehow moves forward and you can scout him with celery in the trees. That seems like a four-shot, doesn't it?
Let's scout out that these Sundry heroes are off map right now because these illusions are doing damage to the high ground without any response just yet from Tundra. A little bit too good to be true though, so they don't want to commit the Juggernaut forward. Wait, so in Manta illusion after Manta illusion. Can
It's
happily
dealing
do
decent
this.
damage.
Alright, DP finally comes back. Now Doshi is not available for the rest of the team, so would be a perfect time to try and take a fight. Aramis trying to spider legs down the cliff. Will not be able to do so, so no potential to cancel out these blinks or these CPs out. Everybody just leaves. Tier 3 gets down to less than half HP though, so that's a little bit dangerous.
Everybody just leaves. And Fana immediately goes on dewarding. These deep wards don't survive for long. It's got both of them.
Dedicated support player. Not you. Now they're gonna smoke.
Now, Aramis, you better find this one. And he does.
Gets it. Good job. Takes out the ward just as the gank is incoming. So if he
I'm
was to
pinging for it
stack up
too.
here, might be able to break the smoke. 9 though. Popped an Endless Rune. Boom. Has the BKB with the cheese. Puts up a flicker. Oof! There's the black hole. Bye bye, boom. Bye bye. Snake King is like, thank you very much. You get the quick pick. That's going to lead into, well, probably just an outpost, right? There's not much else that I think they feel comfortable doing. Going high ground when there's potential of him buying back doesn't feel very safe, so still, it was nice. Snake King is very happy to get it, and like you mentioned, similar to game 1, one of the only ways for them to get that much gold quite easily is to just get kills, given the greed of the draft. So it's fine, it's okay.
Mhm. And this is buyback gaming now for Viking. They need to be ready for snaking to get a black hole that is not quite good enough. Oh, and you were talking about that ninja gear? He's got it flying in right now, man.
Oh, what, really? Seriously?
Yep, he
Oh,
does.
come on. Oh my, come
Yeah.
on. Wow.
That's just unfair.
I would like to formally apologize to Viking GG and all their fans for casters cursing, allowing the ninja gear to happen snaking. That's on me, that's my bad. Walking out with ninja gear with the spell prism. So that means that it's cooling down, even though it's still in the backpack. Gonna have massive impact from this. Lots of uptime with this item. This is really unfair actually.
My question is, where did that flicker go? Ah, Shad found it.
But picked up.
I think.
Oh yeah, because the razor died like before you could grab it.
Yeah. Okay, they found it now. Okay, because I saw Aramis ping it. I was like, yeah, does it mean the enemy has it? I checked Tundra, they don't.
Who did they give it to though? The leveler on razor, illusionist cape on the jug, spell prism on tide, spider legs on lion, and Hoodwink is walking around at the nether shore. So
Nobody.
they're just benching the
Which is
flicker.
remarkable.
Big plays, man.
That I think Flicker is insanely good.
Because
But I guess maybe not in this game.
okay.
There's really only the silences to dispel, I guess.
Okay, they're trying to take Roche.
Roche
It's
is falling
almost dead.
fast.
Will they be able to get here in time? Roche is gonna fall. The Aegis taken away by Shad. Nine was not able to steal it, but a huge black hole from snaking. Catches Shad regardless. There's gonna be the Ravage though coming in from Kezu. Finally connecting onto multiple heroes, getting refreshed. They brought down 9. The Enigma has fallen too. Omni slash down onto Skeeter. Shad still sitting with this Aegis, so does not have any fear about fighting Skeeter after the GG slash, and they get the kill. Double for Kezu. Huge fight for them. Ghost were committed by 33 to try and force out a Rax push down bottom. He gets the tier 3 for his efforts. Has to flee away from the team, so the fight's not completely lost. But my goodness, what a huge Ravage. Finally, Kezu shows why they picked the hero.
Shad not dying there is huge. I'm just quickly going back to check that again.
Chad finds himself in a situation where now Skadi, Aegis, Basher, Manta, Abyssal Blade almost complete. In fact, is complete. It's flying in from the courier right now. With the tier 2 tower falling, there's no buybacks on the side of Tundra. They don't know this, but they're obviously going to try and force one out. Upon realizing that none exist, 33 cannot defend this all by himself. And even if they come back with snaking, there's no BKB black hole available right now.
There
Gonna be up
is
in 5
not.
seconds though. What? Are you kidding me? Okay, this cooldown is way too short.
No? With
What?
the Octarine, it's back, baby. They still have to work against this Aegis on Shad though, and yeah, the previous time snaking his BKB is just getting short, so he activated it quite a while before the black hole got off, and then Kezu timed his ravages very, very well immediately after the BKB on Snay was down, so nothing to be seen there.
We've seen him use the black hole, in like the BKB black hole, every time that he has made use of it, so means that the BKB timing already down to 6 seconds. Feels pretty bad. Kezu, if he's patient enough, given how much tankier Shad has become on this Juggernaut, even if he does get caught in the black hole, 4k HP, the Razor's on 3.2k
Where the
HP
curving
with Aeon
from?
Disc. Coming out for a big fight, Shad getting directly onto this Enigma. They pop out though of this Enigma with the Infest. Enigma does not get off the black
down.
hole because there is going to be an Omni Slash. Wait, what? Did he use black hole
cast
there?
black hole.
That was really weird. Used
cast
black
the
hole but
black
doesn't
hole.
catch anybody. Just died immediately. Got bashed by Shad during the GG slash. Comes back in now. But he refreshes, had the shot. So he has black hole available again. There's the Ravager, connects onto 4 heroes. Aramis with the finger of death hex. They get the kill onto Snaking. Enigma's down, no buyback. Shad wanted to chase for more to get further kills. They bring down the Tide Hunter, but Boom is the real target. Cheese pop by the Razor. Starts to get the leash out onto Skeeter. Skeeter finding himself hexed. Fire draining mana. Having mana drained away from him. Leaps up onto the high ground. Shad will just get the easy target of 33. The last right click from Boom will be enough to kill this Death Prophet. Viking, they've finally done it seems. Blink Hex onto the high ground. Aramis, he's found this Life Stealer. Despite the Lotus Orb though, that's gonna present a small save. Fighter push back towards this tree. Sharpshooter will help bring him down, and Shad cleans him up towards the end. Hex again onto this Life Stealer. Finger of Death. They have the damage. They have the kill. Shad now gonna go for a victory lap by bringing down 33. And that's gonna be that. For old time's sake, they kill 9. And GG, well played, is called. Viking GG will take game 2 and force the decider.
Very rough one for Tundra, where it just really shows that if you don't get the right black holes, then the threat of the black hole might be better than having the black hole itself. Snaking not quite getting in the right position for that Roche fight, making all of the difference in the world. They don't get Shad down, they get caught by the double Ravage, and once again, just like the previous one, everything turns so fast once the stalemate is broken.
Yeah, just a matter of moments. The game sort of splits in half, and Viking just rush through, destroy the rest of the game. Unfortunately, Snaking, because he used the BKB so early on in that fight, didn't have it available the second time around. He used the refresh. He both used BKB after using the refresher, so couldn't use it twice. Feels pretty bad in Kezu. This time around, it's the Tidehunter that has the patience to wait for the correct spells. Didn't really see that many Ravages this game, but the 2 that we did that were on screen that were perfect changed the course of the game. One around the Roshan pit, one in the final real fight of the game. And that will carry Viking into game 3. They might actually avoid the gauntlet here, Kibbs. Might be possible. I don't know if it is possible, but we're gonna find out.
It might be. They broke the Enigma. What else does Tundra have left? We're going to find out indeed.
Game 3, Viking GG versus Tundra, winners bracket final in the close qualifiers. One of these two teams is gonna be the final boss. Who's it gonna be? Let's find out. Game 3. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting for the final game here in the winners bracket final between Viking GG and Tundra Esports. Unfortunately, your boy Snare is alone again. Tipsel had to retire for the evening, but final game will still be played. We shall still claim a final boss, crown them in advance of tomorrow, and their final opportunity is there to qualify. There's only one slot to go into the tournament. And with the surprise team not yet announced, we can imagine that some pretty big names will surely come up. A lot of money on the line, so let's get into it. Tundra. Game number 3, Kezu back on his axe. This time around, Viking, they're like, listen, we just beat it. Nah, we're not about this life. Enigma banned, thank goodness. Viking will not allow that to be a presence in this game. Doing so does mean ultimately that it's a lot easier for them to play the game, not having to worry about that big huge spell that's like, oh gosh, that's gonna turn everything around just by itself. Although Viking, in response to that, Tundra went for the Tree and Protect the Snapfire, the super annoyance that they had in game 2. Not going to be available from Enigma, but the game 1 annoyance of Treant is back, baby. Helped them win the game, so not really surprised to see that emerge here from the fodder lineup. Gank Willow was picked by Viking. Tundra, Dusa ET. So they protected Dusa quite well with the 3 bans in the second phase. Morph AM as well as the PL. Ensure that this hero can keep playing. They have learned from their game that they played against PUCCHAMP. Game 2 they almost lost against the Grillat PL, but almost managed to bring down the Skeeter Medusa. So they definitely have to make sure that it works out this time around for them by protecting it as much as humanly possible. Viking ET picked, one of the better heroes against these super high agi, super high stat based carries in the game. Incredible versus Morphling, not necessarily the same degree of impact versus Dusa. However, if you look at the rest of the draft, Axe Dark Willow with ET, scary amount of damage that it feels like can come out here. Tundra for the Lesh. Lesh with the only heal being living armor. This actually might still be offlane Lesh. Tundra's one of the few teams that don't really value the Leshrac in the super core role, so they sometimes flex it on the 33. Of course 9 can play this hero very well, but it will depend on what they see evolving here from the side of Viking, what they feel they need. I still feel they need a hero like some Mars, Centaur, easy ways to set up for the Leshrac stun as well as to set up for the Morty's Kisses. In the meantime, Viking, what do we see here from them? Need a Shad hero, I think. Shadow Boom, let's see, what are we getting? What are we getting? Huck is still in the game. Get the Invoker. Okay. More volume on the mic. Alright, I got it. How is that? In this game, the Invoker, the main thing is having the presence of EMP. Tornado EMP is pretty strong here. Just Tornado in general, very disruptive towards all 3 of the heroes that are picked, 3, 4, and 5, or 2, 3, 4 rather. Snap, Medusa, and Lesh will struggle mightily when being tornadoed up. EMP, massively effective versus the Medusa. Even Leshrac as well tends to struggle versus EMP, because you just lose all your presence in the fight. What can you do without mana as a Leshrac? Definitely early BKBs will be required here for Tundra. And because their supports are already revealed, it's impossible for them to pick up, like Oracle for example, to attempt to save or deal with this kind of threat from Invoker. A lot of team fight from Viking, my goodness. ET, Invoker, Dark Willow, Axe, jeez. This is terrifying. Mars getting banned from Viking. Man, Mars would have been so good.
They ban puck as well, just in case that this Leshrac can be flexed and or the puck can be flexed. Viking, what do we want for Shad here? Need some kind of threat against the Medusa. Medusa hit. We banned the last real illusion hero in the game. You could potentially get away with Weaver here. They have like zero lockdown on the side of Tundra.
10 seconds remaining.
So we'll see how Viking decide to exploit that. Chad is looking through all the carries left in the game and saying, I want to play Troll. Oh. Troll. I mean, this is very... So in the second game, we saw that one of the reasons why Viking was able to win was that Shad got super far ahead and he stayed ahead. He made the game look very easy for the team overall. At least from the carry perspective, right? He didn't have to do all that much. He was just very stable and strong throughout the game. And one of the reasons that was possible because he bought this farming item early. He knew that Tundra were not going to be pressing the advantage, pressing the pace of the game. In this game, it's a very similar situation. Tundra have Medusa as the primary carry, the big hero. Bro, they do have the Leshrac, and we have seen these games where Medusas end the game in like 21 minutes depending on the draft. I've seen like at least 2 games with like Lesh Medusa rolling teams, but the way we've just seen Tundra play in general, I don't think it's likely that we'll see them be able to do that here suddenly, right? That's not going to change out of nowhere in terms of how they roll in the game. So yeah, I think a really big Troll Warlord is one of the few heroes that can just straight up man up against Dusa. You're happy to buy the Diffusal Blade. You can also play fast enough if you decide to go quickly to buy Diffusal first, or like SNY, Diffusal, that kind of build, and then just rush the game before the Medusa is ready to fight you. And given that you have the Boom and Joker already, setting up with team fight with the additional mana burn, get even more out of the team fight presence. I really like this Viking, bro. At the same time, Tundra, the team fight presence of Tidehunter, Snapfire, Tree and Protector. Yo, if they get off all these spells, it's absurd amounts of damage. You need Skeeter to just be central in the middle of the fight, sitting there pumping out split arrows in all directions, with Skeeter not really able to move around, given that Leshrac needs to do that for him, just staying very immobile, dishing out that damage. This can work, but it's gonna be a fun game. It's gonna be a fun game. But at least the team fights will be fun. It'll probably still be slow, but it'll be entertaining nonetheless. So here we go. Game 3, the finale. One of these two teams is the big boss. Is it Tundra Esports? Have they done enough with this draft? Is Skeeter gonna carry them to another victory? Or is Viking GG able to rely on the Boom and Joker? Let's find out. Game number 3, and here we go.
Prepare for battle.
So, Tundra. For them, they took the somewhat easier route. They were directly invited here into the actual qualifiers themselves. Good times. Kips is not here, unfortunately. She had to retire for game 3. Series went on a lot longer than we thought it would, but such is the nature of Dota 2. Snaking. One of the big things that I really want to see coming out of this team right now from Tundra when they play this, Snaking needs to be able to help enable 33 in this offlane on the Tidehunter. They have to be prepared for a faster pace. When the enemy team has like Dark Willow, ET as their supports, the ability to play really quickly into the game is a lot more promising from their side. So need to make sure that 33 gets as much out of this game as humanly possible. If he can somehow greed out as much as he forced in game 1, that would be incredible. Now the game will stop. As the horn will sound and the game is underway. Bounce runes, standard trade for both sides. It's all good. Here we go. GG Felix, this is now 6 hours 45 minutes. Snaking. Pulls through into the top lane. I really like this kind of lanes with the Snapfire Centaur, Snapfire Tide. Makes you feel like a really huge bully. Although Celery has a huge amount of damage, and because of the armor that he gains from the Spirit, one of the few heroes that is somewhat natural counter to this young Snapfire. So Little Shredder doesn't really do all that much against them. Can play very aggressively in the lane. Buy space for Shad, can just farm easily in the range carry. Life is nice for the Troll Warlord. As we'll take a look middle. The boom. Taking a little bit of harass damage here from the Leshrac. Should go the way most Invoker matchups go. Trade farm, Invoker falling behind, catching up a little bit later. Potentially getting a kill with a support rotation. In this game, Dark Willow will be probably the support that makes that happen, as bottom Aramis, the Dank Willow in question. Putting out some damage onto the Medusa, but just trading with Fodder. Not many easy ways to kill this Axe in this lane, so Aramis can enjoy himself. Getting out as much harass onto the Medusa as humanly possible. You don't want to appreciate it, but whatever. It is what it is. And Shadowrun is such an annoying spell. You're playing support, you're trying to deal with this Dark Willow. You're about to kill it and psych. Shadowrun, everything's fine. So very similar to what we've been seeing this entire series. The meta has been set. It's going to be another slow burn here. Although this time around there is no massive black hole on snaking. It's instead 33 with the Tide Hunter. Offlane Tide, 1 game 2. See what it can achieve here in game number 3. That, as expected, rushing Diffusal Blade. You can just go for this fighting build. Diffusal, SNY, these sort of items, Satanic. Look at the side of Tundra, there's not that much burst damage overall. Speaking of damage, Bottoms, he does in trouble, but does have a magic stick. No points into the spell shield. He's fine. The big loser this early laning phase. Boom is having a harder time than I thought. Like, the matchup is not really favorable for the Invoker, but he's really struggling. Let's see how much he gets out of this wave. I didn't get the range creep. That kind of sucks, but it's okay. Still, he's not really falling behind. He's not dying. Still keeping his levels up. That's the most important thing for this hero. Might need a split earth here. Oh, he's fine. No follow-up damage from 9. No supports nearby. Slow burn. River got so that you bet for Viking. Listen, we are all here supporting Viking. We want the journey. However, there's no bad news, right? Because if they win, great. They're in the grand finals, guaranteed for them to play at least 3 games tomorrow. If they lose, great. And they play the loser bracket final, probably win. Play the grand final, probably win that as well. Everything is coming up with a double GG. It's gonna be great. Guys will be able to avoid the 2 supports, just leaving them on a merry little chase throughout the bottom part of the map. They can do nothing. Nature's Grasp, fortunately, not really gonna be worthwhile. Creep Wave gonna be spawning soon. He's just like, okay. Well, this is left 33 alone in the top lane a little bit, so that's gonna allow Celery to go bully him somewhat. Indeed, they're gonna turn on the damage. 33 can't really approach the lane anymore. That gets a little bit of free farm here, denies as much of this wave as he can. He's fine. Got Ring of Health, he's chilled, building up the meme hammer. Love seeing the way 33 builds in his games. There's going to be an additional source of disable. Because they don't really have the most reliable disables on their team. They have Split Earth, which, you know, Split Earth can be complicated to land sometimes. Then you've got Snaking, of course, having the Fire Snap Quickie. Pretty much all that's available. So having the Meme Hammer allows them to be useful in the fight without having to commit the full Ravage. Ayy, and wild, ayy. Sounds like you're just having a good day overall. Super relaxed. Well, Thursday is the beginning of the weekend, so I'm glad you're making full use of it. Man, these games have been so static. First sort of rotation from a support towards middle, but Snaking just wants to try and secure the rune. But for the Leshrac, access Vanguard now, so keep skipping shenanigans can begin. Skeeter no longer really does damage. Early game Medusa does no damage against Axe with Vanguard. Despite the nerfs, still very worthwhile an item. Just like how the Aghanim shot's still worth buying despite the heavy nerfs. I feel like it should be nerfed more. Should be like 2% chance. That should be fair. That's fine. Also very unhappy about the fact that we're going to see so much carry axe at the major. Feels bad. That now just completely unbothered. Everybody's unbothered. Everybody's just farming. There's no real big losers. The Invoker does have a very impressive amount of denies though. 13 in the mid lane. So gonna be doing really well in terms of his overall experience versus the Slash, given how close they are in general CS. Good job done so far by Boone. Nobody is really feeling poised to try and make a movement. Viking GG want to wait for Blink Dagger on Kezu. Tundra, maybe wait for Meme Hammer, but presumably link like the Yule Sphere, Yule Scepter from Leshrac should be the item that's really being waited for. By the time they pick that up, you're really free to make some of these early moves. Kezu, difficult customer. Let's see if they can get him here. Gonna reach in. Nature's Grasp goes the wrong direction, but woo! Diabolic Edict, Pulse Nova. Damn. More than enough damage, and Skeeter, the dutiful snake, snags the kill, and they find the first blood by bringing down Kezu on the axe. Or delay the Blink Dagger, get some bonus gold towards the Medusa. He gets closer towards picking up the Yasha. Pretty much have it now after the next two waves.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
33. Meme Hammer complete in the top lane. Go for the Soul Ring now. Maximum effectiveness on the entirety of the map. You love to see it. You love to see it. Just out here quietly farming. Everybody's quietly farming. But also easy way to dish out damage on the tower. They don't have Treant Protector on the side of Viking. Boom though does rotate to the top lane. And they get out the tornado. Echo Stomp will be there already. They've been ensnaring him a lot out of Shad. They will have this damage eventually, and 33. No possibility of surviving this. Shad has enough damage with the Alacrity buff on top of him. Able to get the kill. First one of the game for the side of Viking. Nice rotation there from the Invoker. Jesus just giving up the bottom lane entirely, leaving it over towards Aramis, who's been parked here by himself, picking up experience. And this Danquillo. By the time she does hit level 6, she's a fairly useful tool against the Medusa. Given how quickly Bedlam can chew through the spell shield. Oh, mana shield. Sorry. Spell shield. I'm talking about it. I'm just going to be farming the triangle. Wanting the Yules as soon as humanly possible. Should be a game where BKB is definitely desirable. Playing against the ET Dark Willow. Want that item ASAP. And the Invoker as well, just going to be a massive thorn in your side. Boom. Switchblade going to be the first build from him. Given that you are playing with Dark Willow, I would imagine that you would definitely want to go for this Bird Vessel build here. Hoppling. Last snap quickly thrown forward. Celery dodges the stun like a boss. Still to get the tower though. Won't be able to save this one, and it gets denied by Shad. Well done on the Troll Warlord. Still though, they managed to get the T1 down. 33. Now we'll utilize the time to slowly but surely steal farm and invade this portion of the dire jungle. Now Viking should be prepared to try and make something happen because Kezu just picked up the Blink Dagger. Aramis also has level 6. Also has a smoke. So if they clear out this wave, they can try a smoke up. However, little do they know that Tundra effectively lining up behind this Leshrac, making sure that she is protected, that the Medusa can freely farm in the jungle. Other. His presence here makes it a little bit difficult to try to go for a smoke maneuver. Does manage to weave his way through the brambles quite well, so he's out of here. Peace.
A tithe to the impurities.
This kind of lethargic game definitely does benefit Medusa generally, but in this game there are some complications. Tidehunter not really able to find anything on the map right now. And at the same time, this Troll Warlord is itemizing specifically to help deal with this Medusa. The rest of his team though will smoke, heading out to the top part of the map. They can find this Leshrac, it would be huge. And 9. Ooh, don't use the call just yet. Oh, Tornado. Kezu messes up the call actually. It's already been used right now. Aramis, will he be able to help find the kill? Fire snap quickly with the turnaround. There's going to be the Morty's Kisses onto Boom. Boom is going to die. 9 able to take him out. Split Earth prevents Kezu from TPing to safety. Kezu? Oh boy. Oh boy. A little bit of miscommunication there between the team. Results in them not finding the call properly. Leshrac. This is one of those really dangerous heroes to try to bring down. That's why this hero is so effective when there's a support that can provide a heal or any kind of protection. Whether that be a Phonic Shield, False Promise, Living Armor. All these kind of spells allow the Leshrac to stay alive longer. And the longer Leshrac is alive, using spells, just doing nothing but just using spells, an absurd amount of damage towards the heroes trying to kill him. Boom finds out the hard way. Pays the price there.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Auto. Dad. This is a bad place to be, buddy. But he seems to have dodged the split but I still think he dies here. Battle chance, does he get it off? He gets it off at the very last second, but this will just lead him to his death. Axe also getting caught in the overgrowth. Split Earth. Not even going to be needed. The Stone Gaze with the right clicks enough from Skeeter to get the kill onto Shad. Now they want to chase Kezu. 33 does have Ravage if needed, but body blocks shall suffice. What a player. Leading into a double kill for the Medusa. Tundra. Woof, look at the damage on the tower. Lil Shredder with Diabolic Edict, an absurd amount of damage. Tornado almost brings down Farah. Does survive, gets off a living armor onto himself. 9 trying to close the gap to look for this Yule Scepter. but we'll decide that potentially chasing too far while there's a tier 1 tower alive and Axe is respawning soon might be a bad idea. Disastrous fight there for the side of Viking GG. Losing a T1, losing Shad, losing Kezu. Now they're in a situation where this Medusa and this Leshrac, this was what I was afraid of. We're talking about it in the draft that it's sometimes possible to have the situation where 21 minutes in, these drafts that have Medusa with them, and just set this a blistering pace somehow. This time led by 9. Has 80% kill involvement, boys. They're just gonna go straight for this BKB after the defusal. Does not want to take any chances. But make sure he hits this double item timing. Says, let's go with the gang. At that point, Invoker will have BTs, I think. But the precarious thing about playing this Quaswex Invoker, where you don't build Midas, is sometimes you do get these games where you start falling behind. It's not the easiest to catch up properly with. You become just a sort of like meaty team fighter. We did see some success from 33 in the previous game. Not having that much farm on a hero, but he was playing from the offlane. From the mid, his team is expecting a huge amount of tempo, especially considering that Kezu himself hasn't had the best game ever. Base boots en route. They have another smoke. But they're so close to finishing Yules on Aramis. Rather finish this, yeah. This drop must be so annoying to play against. Tide Hunter with Meme Hammer in the one lane. Treant Protector healing up all the damage on the towers. The way this is going, Viking might not actually get a tower in this game. Blink Dagger now picked up by 33. Alright, so we've seen them make moves on the side of Viking. Thunder for the most part have been very reactive in this game. I think we'll see in the next 2 minutes if this Blink Dagger is meant to be a counter or just a straight up we're using this item to try and find a fight right now. I think he's somewhat revealed at middle. But they're gonna come smoke up. Yeah, let's go. Blink Ravage. Ezu. Bypass them, but Shad is the big target. This is the big cheese. Repossess Mask. Some components to the BKB, not the full damn thing. Trying to get back right now. He's trying to flee. We'll be able to get into a decent position. They send an Aramis to just do some scouting. And he will run into some trouble, snaking. They do come across him. The damage from 9 after the split earth connected onto him is more than enough. They get the call from Kezu though, dragging back Fata, and they do manage to find that kill. Tornado hits 33 as soon as he blinks in, preventing any possibility of a Ravage. One trade, perfectly acceptable. Fine. All this while though, Skeeter's just farming. Look how far ahead this Medusa is right now. 3k gold up. Troll is one of these heroes that can sort of post up versus Dusa, but not when there's a deficit like this. Skadi, Manta, D-Lance next. We're going into this Hurricane Pike at some point. Mjolnir in the future, jeez. So Viking definitely have some difficulties. terms of stopping this Juicer, and now she's gonna have an Aegis as well. Questions need to be asked about what's the best way to play this. Kezu, smoked up. Coming for the call. Doesn't get it just yet. Snaking. Gets battle hungered. Living armor will protect him. Shouldn't die here. Does port home, but with this Roche so low, Shad just gets into the pit himself. Can he finish this off? 33 has Blink Ravage. 33 has Blink Ravage. It's too late. Aegis was brought down by the Radiant side, though. The split earth from 9 does manage to actually bring the big man down. However, what happens next doesn't seem to be in their favor as Fata gets caught, gets brought down. Shad took the Aegis. Viking have themselves a double life. Immediately they port bottom with the death of this Treant Protector. This is the one window you have to try and push down these towers and do long-lasting structural damage. But now that they scout out this Invoker middle, looks like Tundra are trying to jump back into this fight. Gush onto Aramis, but Shad has double damage. Shad has double damage. Echo Storm catches the Medusa on the back of the fight, and they're going in with the fight. Shad, BKB with the Battletrons trying to bring down Skeeter. Skeeter, Battletrons, Stone Gaze. Who's gonna win that matchup? It's gonna be the Stone Gaze. Shad is kept away, but the Tornado now bringing him low. But Morty's kisses do enough damage to bring down Shad the first time around. Ravage still being held by 33. Aramis will eventually fall. Shad trying to close the gap. He gets close enough to get to Snaking. Snaking's not gonna die just yet though, because look at the stun coming in. Is gonna be able to turn around the entire fight. The split earth good from 9. The triple kill well deserved by this Leshrac as he cleans up both supports. The cores die as well, but only one support. Seems like they got away with Celery there. Huge fight. Skeeter alive throughout all of it. Almost actually died. The Troll Warlord was so close to tipping him over the edge. Oh man. But in that fight it all goes wrong. It all goes sour. It is a really unfortunate situation. So in that fight, what ends up happening, at first it looks somewhat decent for them, right? They're getting all this damage out onto the Medusa. They found the Echo Stomp directly onto her, but two things go wrong almost immediately. So firstly, oh, bottom. We'll talk about it in a second as the Bedlam. Roll out onto Farah. Is there enough damage here? Curse Crown, yeah, it's more than enough.
Back to base you go.
So the first thing that ended up happening that was a bit of an issue is the BKB from Shad came just after like a Fire Snap Quickie, I think. It wasn't a Fire Snap Quickie. Something pushed him away from the Medusa, so he wasn't actually doing damage to Dusa in that time period. Then he pops the BKB, starts dishing out the damage, almost kills Dusa, but Stone Gaze is there. He's allowed to get up onto the high ground. They can turn around, get living armor after living armor onto her. At that point, once they pop the first life, it's not the fact that they popped the first life from Shad, it's the fact that they popped the Battletrons. There's no defense, there's no BKB. If he just uses BKB on the first life and then Battletrons on the second, it's a very different fight, but if he does that, he just won't have the damage. Boom doesn't have like Aghanim Scepter to help out with throwing in a Cataclysm. Doesn't have high pointer to X-Sword, so Alacrity doesn't punch that hard. It is just really complicated right now. And Viking falling behind at this point. If I make a big move though, will they find a target worth their while? Skeeter, ooh, doesn't get connected on. Here's who finds the calls. They'll take it with the Sunstrike. Kills a kill at this point in the game. Yet another slowdown, however, as soon as this does end up happening. Oops, mouse is going haywire. And has Bloodstone building into BKB. Defense is going to be required from this Leshrac. Hasn't died at all in this game, has been extremely on point. BKB does emerge for Boom. Done a fantastic job keeping up with this farm. Now start building happily into the Aghanim Scepter, supplying that bonus damage after a call does come out. If it catches multiple heroes will get eviscerated. Burn to a crisp from the heavens. But now they also just have a stronger alacrity, so they can put out more damage onto those catapults, try to push down this tier 1 tower. Fada, of course, is going to do everything in his power to prevent this. Extremely annoying on the Treant. And he's going to succeed. Prevented it. No push, baby. But I think the scariest thing for them now is that because this BKB is online for Skeeter, he is not susceptible to the EMP from Boom. Doesn't have to worry about this Bedlam. Doesn't have to worry about Terrorize. Doesn't have to worry about the Echo Stomp catching him out. Here's it. On the higher ground, posting up. Team is slightly behind, but don't have a really dangerous degree of jump. If they can catch the Dusa before she can activate BKB, they can catch Leshrac. Leshrac's in a bad place, but speaking of Leshrac, coming across Boom here, Boom activates BKB. Leshrac does not have one of his own. Boom just wants to escape. Wants no part of this, no part of this. He knows that the backup was coming thick and fast from the side of Tundra Esports. Celery. Bring Echo Stomp onto the high ground. Skeeter, this is the situation they wanted to avoid with the BKB. The core will be there. Mori's Kiss is thrown back. Tons of damage onto Kezu. Look at the illusion damage, and 33 shows up as well. At the same time, other side of the fight, 9 threw in some damage with the Pulse Nova towards Aramis, who's gonna be ticking over. As Skeeter will show up with Snaking to finish the job. Double kill for the Snapfire. Roche is not up just yet, so there's no easy rewards to claim off of this, but the lead continues to grow in favor of Tundra Esports. Oh, so the reason why you can't post Viking GG because they have a dot in the name, so it sort of reads like a website, and I banned links in the chat. It had to be done. Tundra Esports. Ha, share, ha. Sticks it to him. Just get the deny off the tier 2 tower in the middle. Sometimes it's the satisfaction of the little moments that make Dota 2 a fun game. Let's troll. Experiencing some real issues in pretty much every department. He has survivability issues. He's gonna have some major damage issues. And these heroes on the side, Tundra Esports is just getting so freaking tanky. Does 9 have a plate mail that he's like just hanging out by the side shop? Yep. Shiva's God, baby. Now what do you do, Ashad? And he has the gold for it. He could decide to go for it, but I think he might want to save a little bit for buyback. But nope, just buy it. Smoke up from the rest of Tundra. Best case scenario, you find a fight just as Roshan respawns. Gonna be a fairly long one. 33 will be able to find Celery. Easy kill for them. Won't even bother using the meme hammer. That's a bit of disrespect from 33. Get a gem now for themselves as well. Further deep scouting from Fana. And it's feeling very similar to what happened in at least the beginning portions of game 2 before the game broke completely in favor of Viking. Oh, overgrowth.
Back to base you
Don't
go.
connect onto the Janquilo. But Viking definitely feel like they should be further ahead right now. Not just because you don't want to be losing the game, but their draft, you wanted more things to have happened. You do not want to have a game with Axe where you're looking at the game and 30 minutes in, you've been involved in 2 kills. Drosh is going to be up now in 15 seconds about kills. Thrown out. They found Skeeter with this. At the same time, no, 9 got caught too. This is the best case scenario for Viking. Absolute best case scenario for them. Farah now going to find himself getting brought down by Shad. Viking get the culling blade onto him on the high ground now. EMP drop down. They find Snaking. They also managed to catch out onto 33. 33. He's gonna lose his life. He threw out with the Ravage, stunning 3 heroes, but there's no follow-up, so he's just gonna die. Now Skeeter pops BKB, but he's alone. Kezu gets the 2-hero call. They've already got the Snapfire down, and Skeeter's gonna end up dying. There's no escape. BKB will end, and so will his life. Double kill for Shad on the Troll Warlord. And guess who's back? Roshan, baby. He pulls through to holler at the homies. As a reward for winning the fight, come get yourself some goodies. Viking GG. Take a massive engagement, all starting with being able to catch out the Axe. Like the Axe catching the Leshrac here on the side of the fight. While at the same time, Medusa's being distracted here, and Tidehunter's being kept from doing anything useful on the high ground. Just absolutely perfect. They just run over the rest of Tundra.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Promise. After that fight for the team, they are now ahead on the gold for the side of Viking. That's gonna be the shot in the arm that they needed. And with the Aegis now, suddenly they're the team that feels more dangerous to play into. Started to see what happens when they can pick off the team one by one away from Skeeter, just bleed them away. And prevent him from having the necessary support required to take a full fight. Even with the BKB, Scotty stood his ground, but wasn't afraid of him anymore. Now Invoker, we saw the power of the Cataclysm already. Things are only gonna get more strident, more powerful here for the Invoker. Shiva's God coming soon. Allow him to stick around and do a lot more in the engagement. Also, they gave him the Aghanim shard. So the double meteor is online. Gonna try go for another play here. Last cast that they were able to connect onto the Medusa. Change everything at the end of the day. Let's see what he can find now. They could find a grab. Also reveal the Shiva's God by porting in Boom from the other side of the map. Would be huge. Not the easiest maneuver to pull off. Tundra potentially turning this fight around. They smoke themselves. They have the Blink Ravage still. Working slowly but surely towards having the Refresher Orb for 33. Now here they go. They find Celery, Split Earth. Only the ET caught. Celery in his happy place. Dies for the cause. Good times. Aramis. Oh, nice call coming in. There's going to be the Chaos Meteors coming through. Only caught the Treant Protector though, so a bit of a high commitment from Viking, even a buyback from Celery used up as well. Don't think they'll be able to get any further catch from this. Very expensive buyback there from Celery. This ET is not unimportant to the team fight. Him dying again, the prospect of not having him for a sustained period of time would make quite a difference. Dad getting Yules into the air. Fire Snap Cookie will stun him out. Kazu jumps in, finds the core, but they do not have the damage. They do not want to risk the Ravage. Just still available. Boom coming back right now. Accelerate throws in the Spirit. Scouts out the positioning of some of these heroes, but ultimately not going to do all that much. Run just back. Despite the fact that on the other side, Boom and Shad are keeping up, Medusa still setting the clear pace in this game. Net worth leader still by this comfortable 3k margin. Now we'll go back for the Hurricane Pike as she's just completed the Butterfly. With MKB still a little ways away for Shad. They could find a fight on the side of Tundra before the MKB arrived. Medusa would feel so strong in that engagement. Hurricane Pike in tow at some point will help out, I think, with not just with the forward initiation, but being able to like force forward 33. If he's like out of range with the Blink Tiger, you force him, then he blinks super far forward. Crazy initiation. Boom is a huge issue though. With the Shivas, the triple chaotic meteor. It was creating too much chaos in the fight for Tundra to feel safe having a clean initiation. And it feels like one of his spells is just bound to clip 33. This Tidehunter has a hell of a time actually going into the fight. And they're going to try for one now though. So they say screw it. Smoke up through the mid lane. Still though, look at their map. It's fairly dark. Even if they do find the target, it's going to be Aramis is the only one that's occupying this top portion of the map, so outpost claiming is the only thing they can reasonably do at this point. Wait for the next Aegis. I still can't believe how much of a slow burn this game has been. Like the entire series. This is some like IG versus DK type stuff from back in the day. But everyone's being really methodical. Yeah, there might be times that there's a bit of a missed execution or a miscommunication, but kind of the overall game plan. Teams are talking. I love that they actually have both 33 and Fodder committed bottom. They're like, we are not losing this tier 2. No. We want the easy access to the outpost. You are not taking it from us. You've already taken tier 2 middle. You're not getting this too. And Kezu and Boom might feel like Fodder's an easy target. And the bait, it's coming out. There's the Cataclysm. Can they kill him quickly? Yes, they can. They burst him, and will they be able to get out? They do so with this axe, and Boom as well shall be perfectly safe.
He's fine. He's fine. He is A-okay, everybody. He's A-okay. So just a quick assassination, but I don't get the true objective, which is pressing forward for the outpost in the tier 2. But everyone's just waiting for the next Roche anyway. Up in 30 seconds. Hey, Big Jaeger. Welcome back, fam. Welcome back. Gonna kill Aramis real quick. Would be pretty nice for them. Kezu finds the call. The buyback will be there from Aramis almost immediately. We see that the Troll Warlord was trying to chase down 9. Slows him down with the whirling axes. Will not be able to keep him in position though. Roche will respawn. And it will be scouted. ET Splitter was committed as well already by Celery. Smoke up. Vikings got that. Roche is still very, very nice and healthy. Will they decide to actually do anything? The smoke gonna wear out? Yep, it's gonna wear out. They're not gonna feel safe jumping because they don't know where Dusa is. They don't know where the Tide Hunter is. They do get some vision now though. Here's their only real way into the fight easily. And now because there's an Aghanim Shard available for 9, this really stupid Split Earth is super dumb. Looks like neither of these teams in this series are afraid of trying to cheese out the Roshan. Do any of us like the Split Earth? Like, this upgrade is kind of silly. In situations like this especially. These illusions thrown in from the Manta style will prevent them on the side of Viking from easily being able to move towards the Roche pit. Kezu. Needs to be him that makes this jump. Roche falling lower and lower. Tide Hunter gets up onto the higher ground. Boom! Oh no! BKB popped a little bit too early. Cataclysm does come out. Doesn't really connect to any of these targets. There's a tornado as well. And the Terrorize. Not really gonna combo into the Bramble Maze either. This is terrible, Viking. Some of their core spells have been used now, so they will find themselves out of hand of a Roche. Skeeter also grabs an Aghanim Scepter. Already had a shard purchased up. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, Viking. That fight, the positioning for them really felt bad. I think they kind of panicked when they saw out of nowhere there's Tides now on the high ground. You know he has Blink Dagger. Boom is like, oh crap, I need to pop BKB. He pops his BKB. Feels a bit better, but fight starts falling apart piece by piece because after that he's like, oh crap, need to throw out this X Cataclysm. Cataclysm not combo to Tornado, so he's like, oh crap, I need to throw out Tornado. Throws Tornado. Doesn't really set up for anything, and the thing is, the Tornado hit at the same time as Terrorize was being thrown. So the Terrorize didn't actually do anything because the Tornado feels so bad. Game is hard. Game is hard. Yandawal, after this series is bedtime for all of us, comrade. Butter. Here on the high ground, Viking will feel a lot more comfortable at holding back the aggression from Tundra.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Tundra ever do break the base though. Very similar to what's been happening in the entire series. If they break the base, though, Tundra's push is woo. We already saw some shades of it across this map.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Skeeter.
Dire's middle
Mjolnir coming soon. Flicker, both axes. Scotty, Manta, Butterfly, Hurricane Pike, BKB. Yeah, it's go time. It's go time. 41,000 net worth lead. Closing in on a 5k experience lead. This really does seem like the side of Tundra at this point. Sunstrike. And so it's 9. 9. Oh. No 5. He's still okay. He's still okay. Aegis is still safe. That's how safe they feel with this Dusa, that she doesn't even have to carry the Aegis. They're just like, whatever. We don't believe you can kill her. She does get the cheese put in just in case. Kezu gets the core, finds 9. 9 instead gets turned around with the 5 snap quickie. They still take the first life though. Kezu. BKB was required. Well, gets the job done, but the real job is what Skeeter has been doing to the bases. And the lane of Rax is in jeopardy. Tier 3 might be in trouble. Oh, Rampage comes out from 33. Only connects onto Aramis as well as onto Kezu. It is enough though to secure them. The lane of Rax, the Sunstrike with the Cataclysm was thrown out. Not really that much damage from it because yet again we didn't see much follow-up or setup from Boom. Now they're just forced away. Skeeter holding his ground. BKB throwing in damage to allow his team to start to back off slowly. Tornado catches both him and Fada, so there might be a potential here to turn around this fight. Kezu unable to connect the call, however. So this damage is just too damn high. Look at the Hex coming out onto this Invoker. Invoker's gonna fall. With Boom being gone, they might not decide to leave the base. Skeeter still has full HP. They'd have to pop the cheese for this. But completely worthwhile. Even if the Invoker buys back, there is no Dank Willow. Invoker does indeed buy back. Kezu finds the call. Triple Chaos Meteor with the Deafening Blast. Skeeter just flickers out. And he's like, okay, is that all? Okay, cool, no problem. That was a bit disrespectful. Dodging the tornado with the flicker. Big plays. Coming in from Kezu with Skeeter. Trying to put in some of this damage. Chad moved in, but just got prevented from doing anything. Now overgrown. Damage from Skeeter is just too damn much with 9 pumping in the Pulse Nova. Easy kill on the troll. Buyback will be there from Shad, but the lane of Rax will be unhelpful. Okay, nice big call onto Skeeter. They're melting down most of this mana. They're going to be able to get this kill. That's exactly the kind of fight that they needed. Not interrupted by this dumb split earth. With BKBs active, they have the damage. Shad can do it. 9 now definitely going to be in trouble. Echo Stomp will be there. Core comes out as well. Trying to run himself away here, but there's just too much damage from Boom. That's going to be a dead Leshrac. Viking GG lose 2 lanes of Rax. But they still do get a fight back in their favor. Both Dusa and Leshrac. How much gold did they get for that Dusa kill? 846. I thought it would honestly be more if I'm being perfectly honest. But it will allow Shad to basically complete the refresher. Double BKB and double Battle Trots are absolutely essential for this hero of this game.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Viking grab a tier 2 in the top lane. Roche might be up in about 90 seconds. What a bizarre series this has been. 19 to 14, 15k gold lead, 400 experience lead, about 10k, but it's trending downwards. And Viking are about to get a nice little spot here with the double refresher. One picked up by Boom, the other almost complete by Shad. In fact, complete now by Shad. It's an interesting power spike for their 2 most farmed heroes. Same time, Skeeter's closing in on fully maxing out.
All that's really left is like some moonshot. Potentially you turn the BKB into a 7th item, with Satanic being one of the primary items instead. And I was wrong earlier, they do not hit a timing with a double refresher timing. They hit triple refresher. Kezu picks up a refresher orb as well. Okay, with an Aghanims from Celery. All of Viking are going all in with the chips right now. There's pretty much no buybacks from them. 2 on cooldown. Kezu spent out for the refresher. What an Aramis buy. This has Blink Aetherlands. But with Telescope, this can be extremely dangerous. However, with the team like in the position that they are, Stream care needs to be paid to exactly when and where you initiate. They need to be quite careful. Death at this point and in this situation is much more painful than it would be otherwise. I'm gonna take the risk. Medusa gets innovative, buys Aeon Disc. Aeon Disc BKB, that feels like cheating. And BKB, made use of by Skeeter because of the fear of the jump in that came in from Aramis. Jump in with Kezu and Shad. Stone Gaze was used up, and they're gonna try and flee here. There's gonna be the Ravage from 33. Catching 4 heroes, well, only 3 because BKB was used by Boom. BKB is now popped with the refreshers. They get off the battle trance from Shad. Fire Snap Cookie will keep the left rack alive. They're trying to chase down Skeeter. Skeeter will be able to be kept alive. Fada jumping back. Kezu gets the call, but they've already lost the Troll Warlord. Shad, he's gone. Double kill for Skeeter. 9 looking to try and bring down Boom. Fire Snap Cookie will toss back the Snaking Snapfire directly into the face of Boom. And as this Invoker falls apart, they know there's no buybacks. They can go back into the base. Fada still alive. 33 jumps in, gets the Hex out onto Aramis. GG, well played is called. And Viking GG. Throw in the towel. Tundra Esports, they get the victory. They get the W. They are the big boss. The final boss here of the tournament, at least of the close qualifier portion of the tournament. And they will be awaiting Viking because we believe in Viking. We think this is just a setback. Listen, this is, if you've ever read any manga ever, in part of the tournament arc, the hero needs to lose just before the finals and come back against a really strong opponent. So it's okay. All according to plan. Viking can still grab the W's tomorrow. But congratulations to Tundra Esports. Nice clean game from them again. Skeeter, yeah, man. Ooh, yeah, nice Medusa, nice Medusa, nice Leshrac. Leshrac got like no threat towards him. You just can't have a game where you're playing against Medusa, Leshrac, and both of these heroes only die twice. There's so much they do just by being alive, so much farm they get just by being alive. It's kind of crazy, it's insane. 50k net worth almost on Skeeter. Had all the items on Earth, ended up with a backpack Aeon Disc. 774 lost hit, baby. Good times, good game. And that is going to be, so far, a good tournament for Skeeter. So far, a good tournament. With that, we're closing it out for today. We've been at this now officially 7 hours and 40 minutes. Thank you, everybody, for being with me throughout all this time. Special shout out to Kipso. Make sure that you do follow her. Handles like in the stream description. Special shout out to her for pulling through, helping to make the stream infinitely cooler, more knowledgeable. So go thank her in your own special way. And shout out to all of you for spending some time with me today. If you haven't already, make sure that you are following. Unfortunately, because of closing things out, there's not much to say in chat. Maybe I can talk about the music we play after this. But also do make sure that if you've enjoyed yourself over this last while, that you do decide to support the stream. Several ways you can do so. You can become a subscriber. So Rivercard Sobek switched up his subscription earlier. You can be like him, subscribe or gift a subscription like Saint D did earlier on. You can become a patron through patreon.com, or you can make a one-time donation. Get your name right here. all dazzly. There's a light. Cool and it's glowy. Show some appreciation. Some appreciation will be shown back. All of the support that y'all give goes directly into the stream, making sure that I'm out here giving you all the entertainment. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for your time. And shout out to y'all for being here with me. See you tomorrow for the finals day as we wrap up the journey onto the final tournament. And we'll see where we go from there. Peace out. I love y'all. I'll see you tomorrow for some more. Back.